Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Appropriations and Administration, I present the committee's report entitled Number 31, Additional Estimates 2024-2025. I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 1. Universities accord National Higher Education Code to prevent and respond to Gender-Based Violence Bill 2025.
Call to the Minister for Education.
Mr Speaker, I present the Universities Accord National Higher Education Code to prevent and respond to Gender-Based Violence Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum to this bill, and the Universities Accord National Higher Education Code to prevent and respond to Gender-Based Violence Consequential Amendments Bill 2025.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to provide for a national higher education code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence and for related purposes.
Give a call to the Minister for Education.
Mr Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, this week the new National Student Ombudsman opened its doors. It has the powers of a Royal Commission to investigate complaints made against a university. This is a national first, and it has been a long time coming, too long. For too long, students have been let down by their universities and inaction by previous governments. Advocates have been ignored, and they shouldn't have been. The evidence is overwhelming. 1 in 20 university students report being sexually assaulted on campus. 1 in 6 report being sexually harassed, and 1 in 2 report that they felt they weren't being heard when they made a complaint. That's why I acted. That's why this government has acted, introducing legislation last year to create the first National Student Ombudsman. But this is just the first step. These bills that I introduced today are the next steps. They provide for the establishment and enforcement of a national higher education code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. The code will be made by the Minister as a legislative instrument, and it will set out best practice requirements that all higher education providers will be required to meet. It will hold all higher education providers to consistently high standards to proactively prevent and respond to gender-based violence. These standards will be backed by monitoring and enforcement to ensure that we build a culture of compliance in this critical area. Under the Code, higher education providers will be required to take evidence-based steps to prevent gender-based violence on their campuses. This includes requiring Vice-Chancellors and CEOs to make a whole-of-organisation plan and report to their governing bodies every 6 months on the actions they are taking to implement it. They'll be required to provide evidence-based prevention, education and training to staff and students, and consider any history of gender-based violence in the recruitment and promotion of staff. They'll be required to consult with students, staff and people with lived experience, and their approach must be informed by evidence of what works. The Code will also ensure that when the worst happens, students and staff have access to the best response possible. A response that's trauma-informed and puts people first. A response that ensures people are heard, have agency in what happens next, have access to the support that they need, and are supported by their institution to achieve their educational outcomes. Providers will be required to train staff and student leaders on how best to respond to disclosures, and non-disclosure agreements will be prohibited unless requested by a victim survivor. Providers will also be required to report de-identified data and measure the changes that their policies are securing, informing compliance, ensuring accountability and contributing to the national evidence base to help us build an understanding of what works best. The Code will also include an enforceable requirement that providers implement the recommendations of the National Student Ombudsman. This gives the findings and recommendations of the Ombudsman real teeth and will make sure that they are put in place to improve our universities and other providers. University is not just a place where people learn. For many students, it's where they live. That's why the Code will also have specific requirements to help ensure that student accommodation is safe for students. The Code will require that following a disclosure or formal report, measures are immediately put in place to prioritise residents' safety and arrange urgent support services. And for accommodation which is affiliated with a university but not controlled by it, the university will be required to seek that accommodation provider's agreement to meet the requirements of the Code or lose the benefits of their affiliation with the university. And universities will have an obligation to investigate formal reports of gender-based violence even where they occur at student accommodation which is operated by a third party. If you want to know why that's important, you just have to look at the accounts of sexual assault and mistreatment at university colleges and other on-campus accommodation. Universities will not have the option of saying a disclosure of gender-based violence is a matter for a private college, where the disclosure or respondent is a student or staff member of the university. The Code will require that the university take action, including to provide trauma-informed support and to investigate where necessary. The Code has been the subject of broad consultation over the past 8 months, including with victim survivor advocates, students, the higher education sector, gender-based violence experts, states and territories, and relevant Australian government agencies. Detailed consultation has taken place through an expert reference group comprising 19 leaders from higher education, gender-based violence, and the student accommodation sectors and victim survivor advocates. And I table a copy of the draft code for the information of colleagues. Mr. Speaker, the Code contains critically important standards and requirements which all higher education providers must follow. That's why these bills also establish a new regulatory framework with robust compliance monitoring backed by strong enforcement powers. To monitor and enforce the Code, a new specialist gender-based violence unit will be established within the Department of Education. The unit will provide guidance, education and advice to support universities and other providers in understanding their legal obligations under the Code. The unit will also be able to exercise a significant range of powers to monitor, investigate and respond to non-compliance with the Code and the measures that are in this bill. These powers include issuing requests for information, compliance notices, infringement notices, and powers to require enforceable undertakings and to seek civil penalties and injunctions through a court. As I mentioned earlier, Vice-Chancellors and CEOs will be directly accountable for the compliance of their university with the Code, including requirements that they report every 6 months to their governing body. The bills provide for significant civil penalties where a provider fails to comply with the National Code or a compliance notice from the Secretary, or fails to keep records or meet their reporting obligations. Compliance with the National Code will also become a quality and accountability requirement for providers under the Higher Education Support Act. Transparency is important here too. That's why the bill provides for annual reporting on gender-based violence units' operations and performance, which will be tabled in both Houses of Parliament. The introduction of the Code is part of the Action Plan addressing gender-based violence in higher education, agreed to by all education ministers in February last year. That action plan was recommended by a working group of Commonwealth, state and territory governments, which my department convened as part of our response to the Australian Universities Accord Interim Report. The Universities Accord Interim Report underlined the importance of moving immediately to address sexual assault and sexual harassment in our universities, and that's what I have done. The Student Ombudsman is now up and running, and these bills are the next step. I want to thank everyone who has been involved in bringing them to the Parliament today, from the Universities Accord panel to the working group, the expert reference group and education ministers across the country. To my colleagues here and our respective departments and officers who have worked together to make today possible. And most importantly, to the advocates and the victim survivors who have fought for this for so long. Organisations like End Rape on Campus. End Rape on Campus was founded in 2016 by Shana Bremner. She ran it with a small group of committed volunteers, working for free, working to make the lives of students safer. Incredibly important work. When this Parliament passed legislation late last year to set up a National Student Ombudsman, they put out this statement, and I quote, "End Rape on Campus Australia has now permanently closed. Almost 9 years to the day since our founding, we've done the thing that organisations like ours should be aiming to do. We've advocated ourselves out of business. We're incredibly thankful to everyone who has supported us over the years." End of quote. End Rape on Campus didn't close because the work to rid our campuses of sexual assault and harassment is complete. It is not. It was because the government was finally listening and we were bringing together the resources needed to make a real difference. That's what the National Student Ombudsman is, and that's what these bills and the draft National Code are, and I commend them to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. Call the member for Gippsland.
I move the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Gippsland. The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Give the call to the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2. Universities Accord, National Higher Education Code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence, Consequential Amendments Bill 2025.
Call to the Minister for Education.
Mr Speaker, I present the Universities Accord National Higher Education Code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence, Consequential Amendments Bill 2025.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential matters arising from the enactment of the Universities Accord, National Higher Education Code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence Act 2025.
Call to the Minister for Education.
Mr Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. This bill is part of a package of 2 bills which together will implement the National Higher Education Code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence in universities. This bill makes consequential amendments necessary to implement the measures in the main bill, which I just introduced. Full details of the measures are contained in the explanatory memorandum. I commend this bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. Give the call to the member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Speaker. I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the resumption of the debate being made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I have to report that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Criminal Code Amendment Hate Crimes Bill 2024 and has returned the bill to the House with unresolved questions. I present a certified copy of the bill together with the schedule of the questions which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The first unresolved question is that the government amendments 1 to 19 on sheet EZ 100 be agreed to. The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The second unresolved question is that the government amendment 1 on sheet AA 101 be agreed to. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Those have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
How you doing?
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Brisbane and the leader of the Australian Greens as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 116, noes 11. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The third unresolved question is the amendments 1, 11, 13, 14, moved by the honourable member for Wentworth, be agreed to. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Noes have it. The fourth unresolved question is the amendments 2 to 10 and 12, moved by the honourable member for Wentworth, be agreed to. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. The fifth unresolved question is that the opposition amendments 1 to 4 on sheet 3 be agreed to. The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill, as amended, be agreed to. I'll give the call to the Leader of... No. The question is that the bill be, as amended, be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to. I'll give the call to the Leader of the House.
Leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? Give the call to the member for Gippsland. Leave is granted. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
I move that this bill be read a third time.
I'll put the question. Just before I go to the next item, give the member the call. The Leader of the House.
Move the question be put.
The question before the House is the question be put. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Anne. No, you didn't. Lock the doors. The question is the question be put. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Griffith and Brisbane as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 117, noes 13. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The question now before the House is the bill be now read a third time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Criminal Code Act 1995 and for related purposes.
Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. Order. Members can just leave the chamber quickly and quietly. We shall move to the next item. I give the call to the honourable member for Hasluck.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, I present the committee's report incorporating dissenting reports entitled From Classroom to Community, Civics Education and Political Participation in Australia, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Give the call to the honourable member for Gippsland.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I thank the member for Gippsland and give the call to the member for Hasluck.
Speaker, I move that the matter...
Is the member wishing to make a statement?
Thank you.
She may proceed.
Thank you. Speaker, democracy only works where citizens are able to engage in the democratic process in an informed way. In Australia, we require our citizens to show up to the polls, and that expectation must be matched with the readiness to provide the education and tools to make an informed choice. Democracy is under pressure in the world today. We have a duty to ensure that we learn from best practice and that we provide within our own institutions and practices examples of democratic functioning that others can learn from. Trust in government is an issue in modern democracies. We build trust through the way we conduct ourselves, through creating sturdy institutions, and by demonstrating respect for them, and through education and providing voters with the tools they need to make the choices and decisions within the political process. During the inquiry, there were over 130 submissions, 11 public hearings, 5 site visits and an online survey with almost 1,000 responses. We heard both that civics education is crucial and also that the current state of civics education nationally is inadequate. The 23 recommendations of the report include a nationally mandated civics and citizenship curriculum in the next version of the Australian curriculum, more resourcing for professional development for civics teachers, finding ways to encourage more remote and regional schools to visit Canberra or to access digital learning experiences, and also providing the better resources needed for regional and remote communities at voting time. Working with cultural communications to better engage community organisations, to better engage youth, culturally and linguistically diverse communities on voter education and their opportunities. A greater focus on media and digital literacy to address the growing rise of mis- and disinformation distorting the foundations of our democracy. Deputy Speaker, in my first speech in this place, I said that our representative institutions must be representative in order to be legitimate and to instil confidence. The Parliament and the government must always lead in this respect, and I am proud of the gender diversity, the cultural diversity and the diversity of the life experiences that this Parliament is now increasingly reflecting. But that reflection only endures and increases if the Australian people are able to engage adequately at each election with the democratic process. The Australian people include, without qualification, the young Australian people, the Indigenous Australian people, and the Australian people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. We need to make special efforts to ensure their full participation in our democracy so that their voices are heard and that their votes are counted. I'm proud of the work done by the committee to further these goals. I thank the committee secretariat who fulfilled their duties with their usual professionalism, and I make special mention of the leadership of the Chair, Senator Brown, and of the former Chair, the member for Jagga Jagga. And I thank the many individuals and organisations that gave of their time and effort during the inquiry process. I commend the report to the House.
The debate is adjourned and resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. So the member for Hasluck needs to move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber.
To the Federation. I move that the order of the business be referred to the Federation Chamber. I move that the report,
You need to move that the House take note of the
that
report.
the House take note of the report and refer
The debate
to
is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And now I move.
House refer the report to the Federation Chamber.
Need to move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber.
Yep, I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber.
I take it the member Hasluck has moved that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate. I'll now put that question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Scams Prevention Framework Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Petrie.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Petrie has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Flinders.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on the Scams Prevention Framework Bill of 2024. This is an imperfect bill and purports to fulfil a Labor election promise, now 3 years old on the shelf. It seems quite odd that we should be considering this bill on the eve of the 2025 election, and that yet again this Parliament should be subjected to legislation with which no one is particularly happy, with so many stakeholder groups expressing concern about the framework contained in the bill. But as we have heard from so many contributors in this debate before me, Australia is known as a scammer's honeypot, easy for the taking, light on regulation, at a time when, as we have vastly digitised our economy through the COVID period, digitally enabled scams have been exploding both in number and impact. This bill, at least, will institute a scams prevention framework which will require regulated entities to take certain actions in relation to scams, including taking responsible steps to prevent, detect, report, disrupt and respond to scams relating to services which that entity provides. Almost weekly I hear from constituents in my electorate who have been scammed or near scammed. It's agony when they raise this issue with me. They tend to come feeling quite embarrassed, ashamed in some instances, and frustrated that there is no emergency button to press when it happens, and that no one seems to be accountable for this fraud and the crime affecting so many in our community, least of all the scammers themselves. In 2023, the last available figures, almost $3 billion of Australian savings were lost to scams as a result of over 600,000 scams made that year, which was an almost 20% increase on the previous year's figures. That is an astonishing figure, and I can't help but wonder if $3 billion worth of assets had been stolen from people's homes through breaking and entering, whether we wouldn't have doubled the police force. But because so much of this scamming occurs in the digisphere, and in particular via offshore-owned and based unregulated internet platforms, Australia has been slow to react. For those who have been scammed, let me be clear, it is not your fault. The skills of scammers, their extraordinary customer service, leave our government institutions, our banks, our airlines in the dust. Their customer service is second to none, highly tailored to reassure and guide the elderly in particular or the infirm through a labyrinth of digital manipulation. Their interlocutors on the phone, their systems are much easier to navigate than the ones that the banks or the telco companies or the TV channels or the news websites give us. I know because this happened to my poor old mum 12 months ago. Poor old mum's getting a bit of a shout out this week. Just as well she can't reprimand me for that anymore. But she serves as a useful yardstick here because my mum was no dummy. A Fulbright scholar, endless medical scholarships and fellowships, a trained cardiothoracic surgeon, a lawyer, barrister, tribunal member, genius. But a year ago, as I flew overseas to South America for a short break, and when I landed I rang mum to check in, I asked how she slept. Oh, not well, came the answer, because I got to bed so late after talking to Telstra. Talking to Telstra, I said. Yes. Apparently the Russians were trying to hack my devices, but it's okay because Telstra rang and they talked me through the steps I needed to do to protect the system. It did take forever though, and I only got to bed after 9 o'clock. What time did they ring you, Mum? About 7 p.m. Mum, Telstra doesn't ring after 5. Did they put anything on your computer? Yes, yes, they put all the things I need to be safe. And I'm sure it was Telstra because it was an Australian voice. Mum's from a different generation. And on the iPad and the phone too, but it's all safe now. Silence. Mum, it wasn't Telstra. I need you to ring the banks right now. You need to ask them to stop all transactions on all accounts and you need to block your credit cards right now. Within minutes of hanging up from Mum, the scammers had set up a Gmail which mirrored her long-standing Big Pong account so they could intercept all of her emails and fraudulently represent they were her. Friends who ran to her side that day at dawn could see a web history overnight of people trying to break into bank accounts, iTunes accounts, retail online shopping platforms. By the gift of my mother's age, she had never cached a password. The scammers got nothing, but it was a horrendous shock for her and I had to sit up through many, many nights of that week from the other side of the planet, talking her through the safety I had put in place around her and what to look out for in coming days, in case there was something we had missed. I had friends confiscate and clean all her devices. I had to get her a backup phone. I put holds on all of her bank accounts and had friends walk around to her house with brown paper bags of cash while I digitally reimbursed them from the other side of the planet. At exactly the time she wanted to follow all my travels online, I left Mum in the digital dark. It was both cruel and heartbreaking. And when I expressed my dismay to a digitally clever friend about the timing, Mum had just come out of hospital, I was told, "Oh, no, that's intentional. The scammers take a read of which devices are drawing down overnight from the tower above the hospital so they know who's staying there for treatment rather than there as a doctor or a nurse. And then when that number, that device, that IP address leaves the remit of the hospital tower, they get in contact with the number. There's nothing like new drugs, poor sleep, perhaps pain management to make you vulnerable to a scammer. I rang the hospital and suggested they advise their patients or their families to be particularly wary of scams when they leave the hospital's care. And even though Mum lost nothing in that scam, what endured for her was a morbid fear of technology, her questioning of herself every single time she was online. She lost all dexterity in internet banking, all trust in emails was gone. At the start, lest some form of spyware had been left on the devices, I banned all internet banking. And together we would go into the branches together to manage her affairs. Thank God she still had branches to go into. My mum's story is one of hundreds I could give you from my electorate. We are an older electorate, the 5th oldest in the country, which makes us prime targets for scammers impersonating trusted brands in particular. Telstra, Qantas, Woolworths, Medicare, Origin Energy, the ATO. In 2024, nearly 60,000 over 65s were scammed out of a total of $100 million, according to ScamWatch. There would be thousands more near misses like my mum with no financial loss, but which comes now with a vast loss of confidence and capability in a rapidly digitising economy. This is a really important issue for my community of Flinders. A year or so ago, I spoke to a probus group at Main Ridge, and while the topic of my conversation was meant to be about parenting and social media, it quickly became a conversation and a realisation for me that we really have failed to equip our senior citizens with the skills they need to do things digitally and the know-how for what they can trust online. And while regulatory frameworks like that contained in this bill are important, human frameworks, customer-centric design, thinking about the age and vulnerability of the customer demography is just as important. In May of last year, I hosted a Seniors Expo in my electorate, and one of the stallholders was our community bank in Mount Martha, operated by Bendigo Bank. It is a much, much loved institution up and down the Mornington Peninsula, and one which prides itself on face-to-face customer service for our community, especially in relation to scam recovery services. At the Seniors Expo, Bendigo Bank brought down its top brass in scamming class, and it shared 3 steps to mitigate the risk of scamming. Stop. Don't give money or personal information to anyone if you're in any way unsure. Think. Ask yourself, could this message or call be a fake? And protect. Act quickly if something feels wrong. The last step, act quickly, is vital. This is what I had to do through the night, in fact over many nights, from Santiago in Chile, to install protections around my mother's interests and, more importantly, to reassure her she was going to be okay. Scams thrive because it is human to have inevitable lapses in judgment, And with each day, our scammers get more sophisticated, such that even the most paranoid amongst us are at risk of being duped. I remember the first time I got one of those text messages from NAB. It came from NAB, the same NAB title that I'd got every other communication from NAB in my iPhone, telling me I needed to ring the bank about a suspicious transaction on a mobile phone number. I thought, that's weird. And I rang the bank on the normal number that I call them on, not the text, and was told, no odd transactions. And I screenshot the text and sent it in to them. The scammer's business model is vulnerability executed to perfection. They know when mums are busy picking up kids or dads might be trying to finish up a day's work on the tools before a long weekend. As they text Nan on a public holiday, you forgot to pay your Origin bill. No one wants to pay the Origin bill late. And so you pay it, but you use the click-through because you're on the run, and it turns out you haven't paid the Origin bill at all. As part of this debate, we must recognise that older Australians rely on an analogue interface. We used to call it going into the branch. And closing branches has a devastating effect on people's confidence that if something goes wrong, there will be help. As I sat with Mum at Westpac or NAB, waiting to make a simple transaction in the few months after her scam exposure, I observed myriad people coming in absolute desperation. Up at the counter, expressing their frustration, their confusion, their panic. They had no idea what happened, but they knew something bad had happened. A branch or a vigilant daughter. For those who don't have the latter, they still need the former. Bendigo Bank, so loved in our community for their support of community sport, volunteer groups, and most recently for their contribution of $600,000 to create a wellness centre at the Base Hospital in Mornington, which I had the honour to open on Monday, has developed a big emphasis on the face-to-face resolution as a way to make people feel more comfortable admitting they have been scammed. Not only does it more effectively help those generations who aren't digital natives, it gives every human a sense of assurance that the problem can be solved then and there. In 2023, Bendigo Bank launched a face-to-face education approach to help its 2.5 million customers safely navigate digital banking. It's an innovation which other banks could and should follow. And when I've raised the issue of digital and scamming education with the Big Four banks on behalf of my consumers, they have been keen to tell me that such education is readily available online. I can only stress here, as I have stressed in those meetings, you are missing the point, dear banks. Once scammed or near scammed, the online world is one of great fear and uncertainty. The way back is face-to-face communication. My community in the electorate of Flinders has benefited greatly from these sessions being run by local branches of the Bendigo Bank, and I really thank them for this and encourage them to keep up their great work. The Coalition has a record of advocating for sensible obligations on companies to stop scams. In his 2023 budget reply speech, our leader Peter Dutton committed that a coalition government would impose more onerous obligations on big digital companies to stop scams and financial fraud. The Australian Banking Association has, in the absence of concrete policy from government in this space until now, developed a Scams Safe Accord, which seems to be the central policy glue committing all types of industries to work together in an ecosystem to mitigate against scams. We are yet to see if it will stem the scamming tide. It nevertheless aligns with some of the recommendations that the Coalition provided in its additional comments to the recent Joint Select Committee on Social Media in Australian Society report, namely that it is a shared responsibility for scams is the only way that customers will be protected through the entire supply chain of a digitally executed or induced fraud. In that report's additional comments, the Coalition members argued that social media companies should be held liable for failing to remove and report links, tools and users who, through link-in-bio platforms, facilitate access to Class 1 or Class 2 material and indeed scam ads. At present, social media companies are making money out of advertising from regulated and restricted industries. They therefore have a vested interest in using data to exploit users for their clients. For these reasons, the Coalition Committee members to that report recommended that government mandate detailed annual reporting to the E-Safety Commissioner on revenue from regulated and restricted industries. In their evidence, the Joint Select Committee, the International Justice Mission also identified that dating apps and websites play a significant role in romance scams and sexual exploitation, calling for those companies and social media platforms to collaborate closely to stem romance scamming. The Coalition members of the Social Media Committee again argued in Recommendation 13 that we establish a joint standing committee on online safety, artificial intelligence and technology, tasked with investigating the strengths and weaknesses in Australia's regulatory system, legislative tools, industrial base and technological capabilities. As scammers get better at their craft using different platforms and methodologies, we must be ready to regulate to keep our citizens safe. This bill we're considering today constitutes a start, albeit a slow and unambitious start, but perhaps one indicative of this entire government's approach to leading Australia, but one which hopefully will, if nothing else, rob us of the title of Global Scams Honeypot.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The Assistant Minister for Women, Social Security and Ageing.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order. The call has gone to the Assistant Minister. Point of order.
I draw your attention to the state of the chamber.
The quorum required. Ring the bells. Quorum is present. I'll now call the Assistant Minister for Women, Social Security and Ageing.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Look, scams have been a feature in many of our lives for decades, but in today's digital age, they have absolutely taken on a new invasive form that is leading to devastating outcomes for too many people. And like I think nearly every member in this place, I have heard some terrible stories from constituents in recent years about the scam losses that they or a loved one have experienced. Top of my mind is a story, an experience of a local resident, Doris. And Doris has shared her story with the media to try and make other people aware of the very creative ways that scammers do try and reach out to people. And she is really hoping that her story and sharing her story will stop others from falling victims to similar scams. Doris was trying to set herself up for retirement by investing her savings, $260,000. She was looking online at banks to invest, looking for a good investment rate, And she came across what looked like a very legitimate Singapore-based bank offering what looked like a very good return on that investment. Doris spoke to someone who said they were from the bank. She got sent some very legitimate looking documents. I've seen those documents myself and I looked at them and they looked like the kind of documents that a bank would send you if you were looking to set up an account and invest with them. Doris thought, great, this is what I'm going to go ahead with. This is a good rate of return. This will secure my retirement. And so she went along to her local Commonwealth Bank branch where her money was to send the money to this allegedly Singapore-based bank. Doris completed an international money transfer at the bank and thought that all seemed well. 6 weeks later, Doris went to try and withdraw some of her funds, and she found that there was nothing there, that in fact she had been scammed. Her life savings gone. And again, Doris is towards the end of her working life. This is a devastating impact for her and her future. As she said, they made it sound so perfect and I lost the lot. Now, Doris is a smart woman. She has worked hard. Like many people, she has had her share of challenges, but she did what she thought was her due diligence on this investment. And she was caught out by a sophisticated scam designed to lull her and others into a false sense of security. Doris took her case to the Ombudsman because she was concerned about whether the Commonwealth Bank should have played a bigger role in checking where that money was going to. The Ombudsman found the bank was deemed to have done all it was required to do in this situation. And it is absolutely fair enough that Doris wishes that the Commonwealth Bank would have done more to stop this transaction. That when she got to that point of transferring the money, there were more warnings to her about the risks before she approved that transfer. Doris did nothing wrong. She is an intelligent woman. She has shared her story to try and stop others from being in the same position. But it is absolutely the case that banks, telcos, social media companies must all do more. And that's why I'm really pleased to be speaking on this bill today and the work that this government is bringing to focus on this insidious problem and to make sure that people like Doris are not at the same level of risk of being scammed in the future. Because of course Doris's story is not a unique one. In 2023, Australians lost a total of $2.7 billion as a result of scams. So that does show the scale of the challenge we face. And as I said, banks, telcos and social media companies in particular have a responsibility to do more to stop people from being scammed. People like Doris should not be left without their life savings, particularly if there could have been just a bit more done to advise her of risks, to make sure that the transaction she was taking part in was legitimate before it was too late. Absolutely, social media companies have a responsibility to stop the absolute flood of ads and scammers that fill our news feeds, that are on local community group pages when people are just trying to talk about what's happening in their neighbourhood, and the friend requests that aren't actually friends or in fact, in most cases, real people. They're absolutely not doing enough, and this isn't a new problem. It has been like this for years. It has been getting worse until this government has been taking the focus that we have been doing now. Scams have been allowed to flourish for too long in this country. And our government has and is taking action on an issue that the Liberals and the Nationals put in the too hard basket for far too long. We have delivered more than $180 million to combat scams and online fraud, and it is making a difference. Scam losses have dropped by 40%. Losses have almost cut in half since we stood up the National Anti-Scam Centre. There is more work to be done, and that's why this bill is going to be so important. The Scams Prevention Framework is the next vital step in our work to stamp out scams. ScamWatch data tells us bank transfer was the most reported payment method used by scammers, with more than $200 million in reported losses in 2023. And it was phone calls and social media contact that were the methods associated with the highest value of the losses, $116 million and $93.5 million respectively in 2023. So with the work we're doing, we will be holding banks, telcos and social medias to account to ensure that they are doing their bit to keep people's savings safe from criminals. To get the change that we do need to have an all-in effort. It will take obviously government and the work we are doing here, but it will take all of these companies and our community. And certainly as a government, that's also a message we have been trying to empower people with. I want to echo what others have said in this chamber, that if you have been scammed, it is absolutely not your fault. It's not that you have missed something. It's not that you, I think sometimes people feel ashamed and feel like they are at fault. It is not your fault. It is the fault of these very sophisticated criminals who are targeting you. So it has been great to host in my electorate the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services, who's been leading a lot of this work. He came to Jagga Jagga last year and spoke to a packed audience at the Bundoora Community Hall for a scams forum. And that was a really useful session, talking about the types of scams that people face, the avenues that people can take to protect themselves from scammers, and why our government's work to stop scams is so important. And at this moment, I would particularly like to thank the Assistant Treasurer for his dedication and work over the past 2.5 years as a minister, driving this work to stop Australians being scammed to protect Australians, and for also travelling the country to electorates like mine to make sure that Australians know what protections are out there for them when it comes to scams. As Assistant Minister for Ageing, I am particularly aware that older Australians often feel that they are particularly vulnerable to scams. As people who haven't grown up being digital natives, they feel as though A, they're probably more likely to be targeted, and B, less likely to understand what's going on. Again, I do want to say to those older Australians, if you are scammed, it is absolutely not your fault. And there are avenues to support you, and that's the work we are doing here. We are also doing work to make sure that older Australians can feel more confident online. In particular, the Be Connected program, which is run in conjunction with the eSafety Commissioner, is a wonderful program that provides all Australians, but in particular, I think older Australians, with workshops, with modules, to be able to learn how to get online with confidence and with safety. And that's run often in community centres, in libraries, through senior citizens groups. So if you are an older Australian and you are worried about scammed and want to feel more confident online, I would absolutely recommend looking up the Be Connected program, finding out about where it's running near you and taking some of the modules under that. The Minister for Small Business was also reminding me that we are assisting small businesses to make sure that they're set up to be able to deal with the impact of scams with the ID Care program, which is specifically to support small business who've had a cyber attack or a scam. So they are the people for small businesses to contact when they've been attacked or fallen victim to a scams, because again, these scams are insidious. They're happening across our economy, they're happening to people across the country. And so as a government, we are really aware that we need to take an all-in approach, putting the scammers on notice that we are onto them, that we are looking at banks, telecommunication providers, digital platforms. We are asking them and requiring them to do more under this framework than they have done before. We will be making sure that the framework is kept up to date. We'll be looking at other sectors that may be coming under it in the future, such as superannuation, cryptocurrency, online marketplaces, and other payment providers. And we will be making sure that there are penalties that may apply if people are breaching the framework, penalties of up to $50 million. Obviously, that's intended to incentivise compliance and provide adequate penalties to deter regulated entities who, in fact, may foresee higher possible gains from breaching the framework. We want to make sure that this works. Regulators will also have other compliance tools available: infringement notices, enforceable undertakings, injunctions, public warnings, and remedial actions, all to ensure the framework is administered as intended to protect consumers. And consumers will have access to free and transparent dispute resolution processes. This is going to make a big difference, again, in the cases like the one I outlined. If there is somewhere for consumers to go to actually resolve their dispute when they feel like an entity has not met its obligations. And so that will be, I think, a really important part of this puzzle as well. People will be able to take action in court where they have suffered loss or damage because a regulated entity has not met its obligations under the framework. So I want people in my community to have increased confidence that this is something our government is bringing a huge amount of attention to. That with this bill, we are saying more must be done to combat scams, to keep Australians safe, to make sure that others do not end up in the position of Doris in my community, that others do not fall victim to scams that mean they lose their life savings. This is really important work, and it is, of course, the work that a Labor government does to make sure that our communities are safe and fair for all.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Scams are a huge problem and absolutely need to be addressed in legislation. This bill is a good start, but I don't think it goes far enough to consider the experience of the victim. But in the spirit of pragmatism, I will be supporting it. Some of the first constituent stories I heard after being elected were from people in my community who'd been victims of scams. And it's such a significant issue for my constituents that I've spoken about the issue of scams a number of times in Parliament. In 2023, I told Lisa's story. Now, Lisa lost $750,000 in a scam where she set up an account with the ING bank, or at least she thought she did, only to discover that the account was fake. And I also spoke about John, who lost $2.7 million in an elaborate scam where he relied on a broker for his investments, and it turned out that the broker was actually a fake company. Last year in 2024, I told Tim's story. Now, his mum lost $800,000 in a scam that actually resulted in a capital gains tax liability, even though she'd been scammed out of the assets. And because this issue of scams was so important to my community and to all Australians, I co-founded the Parliamentary Friends of Scams Protection, along with the member for Kooyong, so that MPs and senators from across the floor could meet and try to find some better ways of addressing this growing problem. Now, the magnitude of scam losses is hard to believe. Choice tells us that 9 out of 10 people have come across what they suspected to be a scam in the last 12 months. And in 2023, Australians lost an astonishing $2.74 billion to scammers. Now, it has dropped a bit recently, but that's nearly 3 times what it was in 2020. So in 2023, Australians lost more than $5,000 per minute, and that's just the scams that were reported, and the vast majority of scams are not actually reported. The ACCC says that investment scams were the highest loss category, followed by remote access scams and payment redirection scams. Traditional electronic bank transfers remain one of the most commonly reported means of payments to scammers, but social media scams are also apparently the most profitable. Now, ASIC has found that banks only reimburse between 2 and 5% of customers affected by scams, so really a tiny proportion of the losses that are occurring. And right now, there's no clear obligation on banks, telcos or social media platforms in relation to scams management. So that's all to say the introduction of a scams protection framework in Parliament is essential. And I acknowledge the work done to date. The National Anti-Scam Centre was set up in July 2023, and it has a mandate to disrupt scams before they reach consumers, and that's starting to make some impact. But as fast as we work to stop scams, the scammers keep innovating and the scams evolve even faster. So it can feel impossible to keep up. And that brings me to the bill, which is a welcome addition to the network of scam prevention measures, but it could actually be better. What does it actually do? Well, it introduces mandatory sector-specific codes to protect Australians against scams. The framework will first apply to banks, telecommunication companies and digital platforms, but the Minister could consider adding additional sectors as the framework develops and as scams continue to evolve. Now, this bill attempts to protect the vulnerable by creating obligations on those providers. And the bill sets out obligations for businesses that are providing services in one of those 3 regulated sectors to do a few things: to proactively take reasonable steps to detect, prevent and disrupt scams,
to report to the ACCC about actionable scam intelligence and scam responses, and to establish internal dispute resolution processes and join an external dispute resolution scheme to resolve customer complaints for scams. And if they don't comply, they may face significant civil penalties. It also sets out the ACCC as the framework regulator, and individual sector regulators can be designated by the Minister. And the Minister can also make codes for each regulated sector. So there are some good things about this approach that I first want to talk about. We absolutely need the regulation. Some of the good things is we absolutely need a simple, clear regulatory framework that can be understood by both businesses and consumers. And it needs to be as clear as possible for business to implement measures and as simple as possible for consumers to access help. Now, some of these principles are addressed here and some have some work to be done. I agree with the government's approach to base the framework on principles. Now, it's such a big problem and it's evolving over time, so we need a broad set of principles on how entities will work to protect consumers. Under the framework, regulated entities are required to publish policies about how they'll respond to scams in relation to the principles of governance, prevent, detect, report, disrupt, respond. And I think it's important to regulate this issue as a progressive problem. It will keep changing. And each entity must take reasonable steps to prevent, detect and disrupt scams. I also appreciate the single door approach to scams regulation. We need to make scams prevention as accessible as possible for consumers. AFCA has jurisdiction to deal with all scam disputes involving banks, telcos and digital platforms, which will hopefully reduce red tape and complexity. And I do support the safe harbour provisions. The legislation allows for a 28-day safe harbour protection for regulated entities to take proportionate disruptive steps to respond to concerns. Now, this may feel like a long time for consumers, but I support the advice of stakeholders that the objectives of the framework can only be achieved if regulated entities feel empowered to take strong and timely action to block activity that they suspect may be a scam, but where they don't have sufficient information to be certain that the activity is a scam. So that safe harbour provision will help with that. But there are a number of things in the bill that concern me. Prevention is really important and we absolutely need to do that work. But this legislation should create a really clear path for victims if they're scammed. Scams will never be stamped out completely, and it needs to be obvious and clear for victims who have already experienced a loss what they can do to get compensation. And so I have concerns in three areas: around the compliance approach, the onerous dispute resolution mechanism, and also about the onus being on the victim. As drafted, this legislation is designed for businesses to take a minimum standard compliance approach, rather than incentivising innovation to keep up with scammers who are always steps ahead, and I think that's a problem. The dispute resolution mechanism is complicated, expensive and onerous on the consumer. So it requires the consumer to go through an internal dispute resolution process first with the regulated entity before escalating their complaints to an external dispute resolution mechanism. Now, the Australian Law Society said in its submission that directing victims of scams to internal dispute resolution processes before they go external would result in a poor and frustrating experience for victims. But perhaps the most concerning part of the legislation in front of us is that the onus of proof is very much on the consumer or the victim of the scam, rather than the organisation that allowed the scam to happen. So the person who's had the money stolen from them, despite the requirements on the banks or telcos to stop it, is required to show that the bank or telecommunication company or digital platform didn't do enough. So the vulnerable victim has to take on the business to prove that the institution didn't meet the requirements. Now, this seems to me very challenging for a consumer who's just suffered loss, which could be considerable, to then have to navigate the legal system to prove the scam is the fault of the bank, telco or digital platform. Reversing the onus of proof so that the bank, telco or digital platform must show its reasonable steps would be a more consumer-focused approach where there's significant asymmetry of information. The banks and telcos are going to know a whole lot more about what steps they've taken and what could be taken than the consumer who's looking at it all from the outside. Now, where a scam could be avoided by multiple parties, that is a bank and a telco and a digital platform, the risk of the scam harm should be allocated to the party that can avoid the scam harm at least cost. In almost all circumstances, the parties best placed to eliminate or mitigate scam risk will be banking, telecommunications and digital platform companies. This is because, first and foremost, they have control over the architecture and design of their systems and processes. Another way of dealing with it would be a mandatory reimbursement model. Under the UK model, UK banks will be required to reimburse consumers up to a maximum of about 166,000 Australian dollars unless the consumer acted with gross negligence. So if you've brought it on yourself and it's entirely because of your action, then there's no mandatory reimbursement, but otherwise you will get reimbursed. But instead, Australian consumers will be able to obtain compensation via the AFCA or by exercising their private right of action for damages against regulated firms if and when they can establish a breach of those legal requirements. Now, Australia has the opportunity within this framework to aim far higher and become a world leader in preventing and disrupting scams and responding to innocent people and families whose lives are markedly changed by scams. And having heard so many stories from consumers in my community and considered how hard it can be to navigate the dispute resolution process, I don't think this proposed legislation puts the interests of the victims first and foremost. In conclusion, I really appreciate the Minister's engagement with me personally on this issue and with the Crossbench on the government's broad response to scamming. And I recognise the importance of introducing an overarching framework and proposed industry codes for banks, telcos and digital platforms. This is absolutely a great start, but it doesn't focus on the experience of the victim enough. In the context of a complicated and evolving space, while scammers continue to innovate, the framework still ensures the onus is on consumers to navigate that system and prove that the bank, telco or digital platform failed them. Shifting this onus onto the companies with the information and the scale would create better incentives for companies to continue to innovate on how they prevent scams. But in the spirit of pragmatism, this framework is better than nothing, and it's definitely an improvement on the existing approach. So I won't let the perfect be an enemy of the good, and on that basis I will be supporting this legislation, but there is a clear opportunity there, perhaps in the future, to make this go further to protect Australians better. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Solomon has the call.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, this bill addresses an issue that's really important to people in my electorate of Darwin and Palmerston, Territorians generally, and of course around Australia. All members in this place, whether they're with us in the government, in the opposition or on the crossbench, know that Australians are being ripped off by scams every day, and I've helped a number of my constituents when they've been scammed. Often, of course, it's too late and they've already suffered great losses, but at least we've been able to show them the new resources, and through legislation like this, strengthening the ability to protect Australians. Last year we launched the Fighting Scams Awareness campaign to equip Australians with tools to protect themselves against scammers, but 3 simple and memorable steps to empower Australians to identify sophisticated scam tactics. And they are the stop. So think before you share personal information, to check that you know who you're dealing with, whether it be online or on the phone, to protect against scams by reporting them to scamwatch.gov.au. Now, in some cases, some of the constituents I've assisted have been able to get some funds back, and that's been appreciated and satisfying, but as previous speakers have mentioned, that is happening a small percentage of the time. We need to do everything we can to make sure that this education campaign gets gets as widely understood in the Australian population as possible. Stop, check and protect, because overwhelmingly it is prevention rather than work after the fact that is going to lead to less criminal behaviour, resulting in Australians being deprived of their hard-earned cash. And after all, our government is about that exactly. We are making sure that Australians both earn more and then to keep more of what they earn. And what scammers try to do is illegally and criminally take money from Australians by deceptive means. So if you remember to stop and think before sharing your personal information, check that you absolutely know who you are dealing with, and then protect against scams by reporting them to ScamWatch, and in doing so, preventing other Australians from being scammed as well. In addition to this awareness campaign, we've got a world-leading scams prevention framework that will help keep Australians' money safe from scammers. Now, this framework is going to ensure that banks, telcos and social media companies are doing their bit to protect Australians from scammers. We are making Australia the toughest target for scammers to operate, and all part of our Albanese Labor government ensuring that Australians keep more of what they earn. Deputy Speaker, as I said, I've spoken to many constituents, and it is absolutely heartbreaking to see Territorians in my electorate lose their hard-earned money because of these scammers, and often these scams take everything. I've seen it take houses. There's been houses mortgaged in order to keep feeding an illegal and criminal scam. It's very sad that it's often that our senior citizens are targeted, and they are, from a different generation that is more trusting, and unfortunately that goodness of theirs is preyed upon by scammers who are, frankly, evil in their actions to deprive particularly senior Australians, but any Australian, of their hard-earned money. Often when people come to the office with their story, they're still even a little bit unsure about whether they've been scammed. I think they know in their heart of hearts that there's something wrong, but they come unsure of what to do. And we have the little black book of scams that we actually preemptively send out to Territorians, but please know that you can get that support through the little black book of scams from my office, and get assistance at any time if you believe that you're being scammed or that someone in your family or friends are being scammed. With this legislation and other actions, we're saying enough is enough. We just simply cannot let scammers get away with their criminal activities. As I mentioned, are depriving Australians of their hard-earned cash, and retirement savings is particularly crushing. We're creating a framework that ensures that companies do their bit to protect Australians, and this world-leading scams prevention framework legislation will put obligations on sectors to prevent, detect, disrupt and respond to scammers. The obligations will initially apply to banks and telcos and social media companies where much of the scam activity currently occurs. Now, Deputy Speaker, if businesses fail to meet the tough obligations, they will be subject to penalties of up to $50 million, a significant amount, and will be required to compensate victims as well. Under the Coalition, those opposite, scam losses were doubling over that decade of inaction. Under our government, scam losses have fallen for the first time since 2016. This legislation will put Australia at the top of the pack when it comes to preventing scammers. It will ensure that the government delivers its pre-election promise to protect the community from scammers. Now, since being elected, our government has committed over $180 million to combat scams and online fraud. There have been positive signs from this government action and industry's effort to combat scams, yet losses remain unacceptably high. A few years ago, in 2023, scammers stole a staggering $2.7 billion, it's with a B, from Australians, and scammers continue to cause significant psychological and emotional harm for victims and their families. And indeed, the whole community suffers. As I mentioned, I see this day in, day out in Darwin and Palmerston, and I know that Territorians, even in remote communities, are also scammed. And that harm is real. It affects those families. It means there's less money to put food on the table and to meet daily costs. Current scam protections have been piecemeal and inconsistent across the economy for too long. Consumers face inconsistent protections and responses across different industries and different providers. And this bill will certainly help to address that. The framework being introduced in this bill is a central part of our government's broader consumer protection agenda. The Scams Prevention Framework is an economy-wide reform to protect consumers from scams by requiring the private sector to adhere to consistent principles-based obligations and strong tailored industry codes which are enforceable. It will ensure companies do their part to protect Territorians and all Australians. The framework will ensure that all parts of the ecosystem used by scammers are held to account for implementing strong and effective protections that are tailored to that sector's role in the conduct of a scam. Now, this is absolutely essential for the protection of consumers, as it is common for scammers to use multiple platforms and services to deceive and steal from consumers. Now, I've been sitting with a constituent in my electorate office as I interacted with a scammer, where we reported the scammer, and they were using her social media and carriage services to try and scam her there and then. When we tried to put a stop to it, they hit her from another carriage service. So all this was happening at the one time, and it was incessant, stressful for the individual, and they were being ripped off literally tens of thousands of dollars week by week. It's crushing for the individual, and as I said, has that huge effect on the families as well. Rips families apart in many cases. Now, the consumer, who really is the one that is ripped off here, that are using these platforms and services, we have a responsibility, and that's why we're stepping up as a government to protect those who are being deceived. Often they are some of the most vulnerable people in their community. As I said, often it's retirement savings that have been stolen. Regulated entities will be required to take reasonable steps to help these Australians by preventing, detecting, reporting, disrupting and responding to scams. So going on the front foot, doing more to help, doing more to stop the criminal behaviour. But they also need to have governance arrangements in place relating to how they protect consumers from scams. Mandatory sector-specific codes will provide tailored prescriptive obligations for each sector which are consistent with those principles. If the sector-specific codes do not relieve a business from their obligations to take reasonable steps in all circumstances, recognising that scams are constantly evolving, and so businesses must evolve their response continually as well. Banks, telecommunication providers and certain digital platforms offering social media, paid search advertising and direct messaging services will initially be designated under the framework as they represent key vectors of harm for consumers. Bank transfer was the most reported payment method used by scammers, with $212.9 million in reported losses in 2023. Australians should be able to use a bank transfer to spend their hard-earned money without worrying about scammers, or indeed to send their hard-earned money to their loved ones or to a service provider, anyone who they intend to send money to in good faith, without these scammers preying on them. Phone calls and social media were the contact methods associated with the highest value of losses, with 116 million and 93.5 million respectively in 2023. So, as I said, Deputy Speaker, Australians should be able to go about their day, use their phone and in a number of ways on a number of platforms, and engage with their friends and family on social media without having to worry about scammers. But because we know that they are insistent, we're continuing to try and educate people to the dangers at the same time as putting the onus on the carriage providers. This bill will make sure that Australians can have greater confidence, always maintaining vigilance. The bill will employ the resources across our regulators, the government regulators. We have a multi-regulator model involving the ACCC as the regulator for the principle-based obligations, and the ACCC, ASIC and ACMA as regulators for the sector-specific codes, which will capitalise on existing industry knowledge and expertise. This will ensure that no single regulator will be spread too thin as the framework expands to additional sectors, as scam activity will inevitably shift. Regulators have access to significant civil penalties of up to $50 million for the most egregious breaches of the framework. Now, this is intended, of course, to incentivise compliance with the framework and to provide adequate penalties to deter entities who may foresee higher possible gains from breaching the framework. Regulators will also have other compliance tools available, such as infringement notices, enforceable undertakings, injunctions, public warnings and remedial directions, to ensure that the framework is administered as intended to protect consumers, to protect Australians. This will allow the regulator to implement this framework to protect Australians from scammers. Mr Deputy Speaker, our government has done a lot, more than any other previous government, and will continue to monitor what needs to be done into the future to provide the highest level of protection to Australians, all the while reminding them that the best way to prevent scammers is to be aware and to be preventative and to stop scammers in their tracks. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Griffith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Scams can have a devastating impact on people's lives and destroy people's lives in some instances. The Greens will be supporting this bill in the House because we have listened to key stakeholders, including many organisations that represent the interests of consumers, who are calling for the bill to be passed in this term of Parliament. Australia is lagging behind other countries in a response to scams, and as a result, too many people and their families are harmed by scams each year. In 2023, tens of thousands of people across the country lost over $2.7 billion to scammers. Scams wreak havoc on so many people's lives, and Australia is lucrative for scammers because Labor and the Coalition have up until this point failed to implement a comprehensive regulatory framework, leaving it largely to industry to undertake voluntary preventative measures. As a result, protections against scams are piecemeal and inadequate, often leaving people with no avenue to recover scam losses. This is reflected in the data, as currently people, not businesses, pay for 96% of scam losses. Whilst we are supporting this bill in the House, we strongly urge Labor to improve the bill by including a presumption. And we hear interjections from a Liberal member, sorry, I can't remember your name, and frankly, it's sort of astounding. You had 9 years. You had 9 years to fix this, and you have the gall to get up and lecture other people about not doing any work.
The member for Bradfield.
That's his name, sorry. Whilst we are supporting the bill in this House, we strongly urge Labor to improve the bill by including a presumption of reimbursement and ensuring offshore tech companies are held to account. Laws to prevent and respond to scams must support the interests of people, not corporations. Labor's Scam Prevention Framework Bill could have been a much-needed opportunity to crack down on the harm caused by scams. Disappointingly, Labor has chosen to prioritise the interests of major banks and multi-million-dollar profits of those banks over the interests of everyday people. As a result, without significant amendments, the bill will fail to adequately prevent scams from occurring in the first place or support people impacted by scams to quickly seek redress. In a joint submission to the exposure draft, a broad coalition of consumer groups, including Consumer Action Law Centre, calculated that to seek redress for a scam, a typical person would have to go through an almost 30-step process that would take up to 2 years. Even worse, at the end of this process, there is no guarantee they will get any of their money back. This is because the bill places the onus on an individual to take on. This is because the bill places an onus on the individual to take on their bank, telco, and/or social media platforms to prove that each company did not meet the requirements for the overarching principles or sector-specific code. According to the consumer groups, this is a complex, legalistic, time and resource-draining task for an individual. It sets a near impossible David and Goliath battle between people who have been scammed and the potentially massive corporations they have to take on. If a person manages to make it through this convoluted process, a business is only liable to reimburse them if the person can prove the business did not comply with their obligations under the framework. The Law Council of Australia indicated in their submission to the bill inquiry that the proposed laws would primarily result in compensation being denied. Labor's proposed framework is far from best practice. For years, consumer organisations have consistently called for a model that includes a presumption of reimbursement adapted from the UK's effective approach. Under this model, banks would refund people impacted by scams within 10 days and recover costs from other companies involved in proportion to their liability, including telcos and digital platforms. The Greens support this model because it is evidence-based and places the interests of people, not corporations, at the centre. It ensures people who are scammed are quickly reimbursed at the point where they lost their money, and banks, telcos and digital platforms are incentivised to innovate to prevent scams from occurring. The Consumer Action Law Centre indicated in a joint media release that without reimbursement at its core, Labor's scam prevention framework is simply not going to work. Instead of listening to consumers, Labor has blatantly caved to the big banks. The big banks don't want a presumption of reimbursement because it would put them on the hook to take responsibility for scams. Given the largest four banks raked in almost $30 billion in profits in the last financial year, the Greens believe they can afford to be held to account to protect their customers from scams. Treasury documents released under FOI and Freedom of Information state Treasury has met regularly with the Australian Banking Association and member banks to align government and industry efforts in relation to the bill. Even other industry groups were concerned that Labor prioritised the interests of the major banks above all else. Digi, which represents the tech industry, noted in their submission to the draft bill, and I quote, "While it appears that there has been intense and ongoing consultation with the Australian Banking Association, the same level of consultation has not occurred with other regulated industries. It is clear Labor will do anything to support the profits of their major donors. The latest donations data shows that in the 23-24 financial year, NAB, CommBank and Westbank each donated over $60,000 to Labor and over $70,000 to the coalition. It's astounding how much money, how much influence just $60,000 will buy from the major parties." The Greens also want to bring into Australian jurisdiction the multi-billion-dollar tech companies regulated under the bill. Unless steps are taken to bring offshore digital platforms under Australian domestic, corporate, criminal and consumer laws, any reform will be difficult, if not impossible, to enforce. The Joint Selection Committee inquiry into social media and Australian society heard from many witnesses about the barriers to legal accountability and the ability of platforms to avoid legal redress or accountability for harms done on their platforms. Even basic service of legal documents on Meta to commence a legal action appears to be almost impossible in Australia. The committee recommended that, and I quote, "The Australian government consider options for greater enforceability of Australian laws for social media platforms, including amending regulation and legislation to effectively bring digital platforms under Australian jurisdiction." The Greens supported this recommendation and further recommends herein that the government act urgently to do so. If the government is serious about reining in the power of the tech giants, combating scams and keeping our kids and communities safe online, then they will make sure any legislation is actually enforceable on those they seek to hold to account. Whilst the Greens are supporting this bill in the House as we recognise Australia urgently needs regulation to combat scams, we urge Labor to prioritise the interests of people, not multi-billion-dollar corporations, by amending the bill to include a presumption of reimbursement and ensuring offshore tech companies are held to account.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to offer my strenuous support to this Scams Prevention Framework Bill of 2024. It's a really crucial piece of legislation that will safeguard Australians against the growing threat of scams. It's a bit of a pity the Greens member for Griffiths is leaving the chamber now, because I can tell you the 120,000 people I represent in the city of Newcastle are extremely thankful to have a government that is taking this seriously and putting forward the world's first and strongest piece of legislation in order to deal with what has been despicable behaviour, really causing untold pain and suffering for many, many thousands of Australian people. And why do we know this? Because we all talk to our communities. I will come to that in a moment. But the current scam protections are clearly piecemeal. They are inconsistent across our economy, which means that consumers, the people that we represent, do not have the protections they need and deserve. And they are also stymied by responses across different kind of industry providers. So scams, we know, are a pervasive threat in our society. They take on many forms, from the email or phone call that promises a windfall but in fact ends with the loss of your hard-earned life savings, to the complex financial schemes that prey on the elderly, those that are in distress, the very people that we know are most vulnerable. So scammers are becoming also increasingly sophisticated in their operations. They're using technology and indeed psychological manipulation to exploit their victims. And scammers are becoming, as we know, increasingly sophisticated in the tactics that they deploy as well. And we need to be much better in coordinating our efforts to stop them. But really, I do want to highlight up front the real human cost to this scam, this scamming industry that has really just threatened so many Australians now. Because over the last couple of years, I, like all my Labor colleagues, have been hosting scam information forums in our communities. Indeed, the Minister has attended some of these, I know, in my electorate and in electorates across Australia, because we know how devastating the impact is. You know, whether it's an investment scam, I've had devastating stories in my electorate of people who have lost their life savings. Imagine that. Just imagine how you feel at retirement, losing everything you had put aside. We've got people who have fallen prey to romance scams. And they are especially vulnerable peoples in that they are usually too embarrassed to come forward. They're ashamed. They feel like they've fallen for, you know, something. But I say to those people, indeed all people who feel like they cannot come forward to report these scams, please know that you are one of many. You are not alone. You are not a mug. You haven't been, you know, hoodwinked, because these people are sophisticated criminals, highly sophisticated criminals that are now so manipulative, know so much about your personal information and data that you think they are absolutely rid-you-didge when they, you know, speak to you on the phone or send you those emails. So please, I say to the Novocastrians again and again, there is help. It's not good enough now, but this bill, which I will come back to now, is going to help enormously. And that is why this House collectively should support this legislation before the Australian Parliament today. The scams prevention framework being introduced in this bill is, as I mentioned, world-leading legislation. It is central also to this government's broader agenda on consumer protections. And if I've got time, I will try to come back to that broader agenda as well. But it is this framework, which is an economy-wide reform to protect consumers from the scams by requiring the private sector to adhere to consistent principles-based obligations and strong tailored industry codes which are enforceable. And at its core, this bill seeks to create a national coordinated framework that brings together multiple sectors, including government agencies and financial institutions, the telecommunications providers and the consumer protection groups to address scams in a unified manner. So we're not picking off one sector from another. We understand this requires a whole of government, whole of community approach. We're bringing people together, not trying to divide them up. And it recognises that a whole, as I said, an ecosystems approach is required to reduce the gaps which we know are exploited by the scammers. We can't afford to have people splintered off and not being on board with this bill. If we're genuine about delivering strong consumer protection to our consumers, the very people we represent in this parliament, then we need everybody on board. So I will urge all parties, doesn't matter if you're sitting on the crossbench or you're sitting in the opposition bench, get on board. This bill represents, it's important to understand, this is not just a legal initiative. We are making law here, absolutely, and that is our job, but it is also a comprehensive commitment to protecting individuals and businesses from the devastating impacts of scams. So we're not just a bunch of lawmakers here, we are also ensuring that we are part of a comprehensive commitment to the Australian people about protecting them, about protecting those small businesses that are also caught up in this dreadful scam industry. We know that this is a really big challenge in our digital age. It's an acknowledgement that in today's interconnected world, we must work together to prevent and respond to scams effectively. There's no secret that scams are on the rise in Australia. Any member of Parliament would know that from their communications with their constituents. We know that with technological advancements, the internet has become an indispensable part of our daily lives. However, our lives, as our lives move online more and more, so too have the perpetrators of these scams. And we know they are absolutely in that space. They're increasingly sophisticated, as I mentioned earlier. They are ruthlessly deceptive and they are unrelenting in their pursuits. In 2023 alone, Australians lost more than $2.7 billion to scams. That is a terrifying figure, and indeed, I know it's pretty hard to imagine what billions of dollars looks like or feels like, but perhaps it might be easier to reframe that as Australians are losing an average of $7 million every day to criminal scams. That's the size of the problem we seek to deal with today. So it is more than just an economic expense, as I tried to put forward at the beginning of this discussion. This has profound psychological and emotional impacts for our constituents as well. There is a there is such a significant human cost here that the government's trying to tackle as well. So from identity theft to phishing to fraudulent investment schemes to the romance scams, no one is immune. Scams are not just financial loss, as I said, they're resulting in this profound distress for people, destroying relationships, ripping families apart and leaving long-lasting scars on the lives of individuals and all of their families as well. And it's even more alarming that scams increasingly target the most vulnerable members of our community, those the elderly, the people who are experiencing financial hardship, and even young people who are just less experienced at spotting the threats. And this leaves many people, as I mentioned, exposed, vulnerable to manipulation and deception, and this is at the hands of what we now know is often organised criminal syndicates. These are not just, rogue operators. These are very sophisticated, highly organised criminal syndicates that are out to exploit. And so the role of this bill, really, it's designed to address these issues that I've mapped out really head on by introducing this comprehensive framework that will prevent, detect and combat scams in our country. I know I'm going to run out of time with a lot of the detail of the bill, and I appreciate many of my colleagues having gone through that previously, but I cannot stress the importance of strengthening the regulatory environment. And this is a bill that has undergone a lot of consultation, and it really is now incumbent on this Parliament to provide passage of this legislation through so that we can really start swinging into action on an issue that we shouldn't be waiting another single day to get through this House, because we want to be very proactive about consumer protection in Australia, and we want to be proactive about the education that we should be providing to consumers now. So one of the key aspects of this bill is its focus on consumer education, and I really commend the Minister and the government for ensuring this is a part of the bill. It recognises that scams cannot be fought through regulation and lawmaking alone. We need all our citizens to understand the threats and the ways best to protect themselves, and we need whole of government, whole of community approach. So we must make sure that Australians are informed, aware and equipped to protect themselves from the ever-evolving range of fraudulent activities. And this bill mandates the creation of a national public awareness campaign that will run across multiple channels. And that's important because we know people are getting their information through all sorts of different means now. The campaign will educate people on how to recognise the warning signs of scams, how to protect their personal information and what steps to take if they suspect they have been targeted. Currently, the Albanese Labor government is running the Fighting Scams awareness campaign. That's already out there, trying to equip Australians with tools to protect themselves. And the campaign's running on TV and online, ads using 3 very simple but memorable steps to empower Australians to identify these sophisticated scam tactics. I just really want to briefly put those on the record, that these 3 critical steps are as follows. Firstly, stop. Stop right now and think about whether or not you should be sharing your personal information. That's the first question you should ask yourself. Second, check. Do you know who you are dealing with? Third step is protect. Protecting yourself against the scams by reporting them to the scamwatch.gov.au body. This public information and awareness campaign complements work being led by the National Anti-Scam Centre, and under this bill, these types of advertisements will be supported by easy-to-access resources where Australians can report scams and receive guidance on how to handle suspicious activities. I know, like most members on this side of the House who've been running our scam information forums in our electorate, I've had the Minister at one of mine as well. trying to make sure we inform our constituencies about ways to best protect them is absolutely critical. We do have information available at our electorate offices, but we do have a National Anti-Scam Centre on our side. We'll be enhancing enforcements and penalties through this legislation that will hopefully be passed in the House today. This is about building a safer, more secure environment for all Australians, and it will complement a lot of work that Labor has already done to try and improve our privacy laws, our consumer protection laws, to really make Australians as safe and protected from these evil scam industry as possible. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you. And as we've just heard from the member for Newcastle, I think scam, we're just so inundated with scam messages daily on our phones, on our emails, even on social media as well. So, you get messages such as, click this link to track your parcel from pretending to be from Australia Post, or check your tax return status from a so-called ATO email that actually ends in gov.faithweb.com. So for those who are tech savvy, these scams are pretty obvious. We delete them, block them, and then move on, or also report them. But what about those who don't recognise the scam? A gentleman called my office recently after receiving one of these fake ATO messages. He wasn't fooled, but he was worried, not for himself, but for those who might fall for it. He told me, what about older Australians? What about those with limited English or people who aren't familiar with digital scams? They wouldn't know what to do. And he's right to be concerned. Deputy Speaker, my office has helped countless constituents who have been scammed through text messages, emails, and fake social media messages. Some have lost thousands, hundreds of thousands. Others have had their personal data stolen, leading to identity fraud and long-term financial distress. And let's be clear, these scams target everyday Australians. The pensioners who get fake Telstra call and hands over his or her bank details. The small business owner tricked into transferring their money to what looks like a supplier. These aren't just numbers. These are real people in our communities who are losing their savings, their security and their trust in our financial and digital systems. In 2023 alone, Australians lost $2.7 billion in scams. That's $2.7 billion that could have been used for mortgages, groceries, education or medical bills. That's why we need stronger protections, not just words, not just promises, but real action. The Scam Prevention Framework Bill 2024 is a good step forward. It places clear responsibilities on businesses, banks, telcos and digital platforms to detect, prevent and report scams. It introduces civil penalties up to $50 million for companies that fail to protect their customers. This is important because we know that private sector plays a huge role in preventing scams. When financial institutions fail to detect fraud, scammers win. When social media platforms fail to shut down fake accounts, scammers win. When telcos allow scam calls and messages to flood our phones, scammers win. This bill sends a clear message. It is no longer enough to say it's not our responsibility. Businesses must be part of the solution. But Deputy Speaker, is this bill enough? No. Consumer education must be a priority. The best defence against scams is awareness. But right now, most scam prevention resources are in English, and that's simply not good enough. And I'm glad that the Scam Watch, and as the member for Newcastle said, there is a big education campaign being held to educate our community regarding the number of scams that are impacting them. In an area like Fowler, we have a diverse, multicultural community, many of whom speak a language other than English at home. Yet when they receive a scam message, where can they turn to? A simple government pamphlet like the Little Black Book of Scams from ACCC is a great step forward, and we're very grateful that working with ACCC, they have been able to provide my office with these little black books of scams in languages, and I have them available in Vietnamese language, in Chinese, as well as Arabic, the top 3 languages in my electorate of Fowler. So we definitely need multicultural education campaigns. We need easy-to-access materials. We need community workshops that teach people how to recognise, report and prevent scams. And I urge the Albanese Labor government to invest properly in outreach efforts, because education saves lives, and in this case, it saves bank accounts, savings and financial futures. Deputy Speaker, getting scammed is not just about losing money, it's about the mental, emotional and financial stress that follows, and it follows on not just months, but years. Many victims, especially seniors and non-English speakers, don't know where to turn to. They feel embarrassed, ashamed and helpless. We need a dedicated scam victim support services, easier reporting processes so people don't have to jump through bureaucratic hoops, more funding for agencies like AFCA, the Australian Financial Complaint Authority, which helps Australians recover lost funds. My office has worked closely with AFCA and I thank them for the commitment, but I know that they need more resources to help more people. I support holding businesses accountable for scam prevention, but we must acknowledge that the challenges faced by small businesses, especially those already struggling with rising energy costs, increased insurance premiums, regulatory burdens. Many of our small businesses are already drowning in red tape. Now, with the push for net zero emissions, they're also dealing with green tape, more compliance costs, more paperwork, more hoops to jump through. If we expect them to invest in scam prevention, we must also ensure they have the resources to do so. That means clear guidelines on compliance, government support for cyber security upgrades, no unnecessarily regulatory burden that forces them to close their doors. We need a balanced approach, one that protects consumers without crushing small businesses. As we know, small businesses is the backbone of our economy. Deputy Speaker, why are scammers so successful in Australia? Because our Privacy Act is outdated. Scammers thrive because they can buy, steal and trade our data too easily. Reset Australia, a leading digital rights group, has warned that our privacy laws are too weak. So I ask the Anthony Albanese government, Labor government, when will we see real reforms to stop companies from selling our data? When will we strengthen privacy protections to keep Australians safe? We cannot fight scams effectively if our own laws make us vulnerable. Deputy Speaker, this bill is a step forward, but it must be more than just a box-ticking exercise. We need stronger education campaigns in multiple languages. I hear that we've got a scam campaign going on, which is fantastic. We need it in multiple languages. Better victim support services so people aren't left helpless. Again, I can speak to my multicultural community. We really need that victim support services to also be in languages. Real support for small businesses so they can protect their customers without going under. Again, for an area for my electorate of Fowler and many in Western Sydney, where lots of migrants, families run their small businesses, we really need to do an outreach program to ensure that they are also protected, and that way they can actually contribute to help us prevent scam. And urgent privacy law reforms to stop scammers at the source. We owe it to Australians to make real changes, not just more bureaucracy. Scam just don't steal money. They steal trust. They leave people fearful of technology, worried about security, and disillusioned with the system. We must act now before more Australians lose their savings, their security, and their confidence in our financial system. Deputy Speaker, let's not wait for another $1 billion to be stolen before we take real action. Let's fix this properly, because every Australian deserves to feel safe online. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Speaker. Scams destroy lives. When you hear the figure $2.7 billion, which is what Australians lost in 2023 due to scam activity, despite that amount of money being nearly impossible to imagine on a table in front of you, despite the astronomical physical costs of scams, which merits attention in itself, that figure of $2.7 billion still doesn't do justice to the human cost that scams have on people, to the livelihoods that are affected as a result. I had a constituent from Elizabeth North come to my office about 6 months ago. She initially had a conversation with my staff about the government's National Rent Affordability Scheme, or the NRAS. She wanted to know more about it, so she has this conversation and points out that she found a representative of the NRAS on Facebook via an advertisement hosted on the site and had a chat with that representative over Messenger. My staff looked up this supposed NRAS Facebook page and found that the one she had been speaking to, along with a series of others, in fact, you can look up the phrase National Rent Affordability Scheme on Facebook right now and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. About a half a dozen pages, all claiming to be the NRAS, with the same teal-coloured background and coat of arms on the profile picture, each as dodgy as the other. The constituent that attended my office, she had provided her driver's licence, her bank details, her MyGov login and a tax file number to this entity pretending to be NRAS. And she did so because she trusted the NRAS name. She couldn't fathom that a criminal would abuse that trust people have in it and rob vulnerable Australians looking for help. Upon relaying that to my staff, this constituent burst into tears. She had already known what had happened before she'd walked in. She just needed a way to get the words out. And it hit this constituent that the income support she relies on as a pensioner, her control over her finances and much of her livelihood has been compromised to a person or a group of people who want to take that away from her. Fortunately, my staff gave this constituent advice to secure her information and protect herself. In the end, no financial or identity-based harm came of this. But there was certainly an emotional toll, especially in the rush this 80-year-old woman had to protect her livelihood. She was forced to travel back and forth between her bank to lock her account, the service SA at Elizabeth to change her driver's licence, and the police station to report the crime, as well as sign statutory declarations to prove that it happened. And under all that stress, her car had run out of fuel and was stuck on the side of the road, and she couldn't access what had been just compromised to fill it up again. She was fortunate that a man passing by in the community pushed her car to a service station up the road and put $20 of fuel in a tank so she could do what was needed to protect herself. I don't know who this man is, but I cannot commend his gesture enough. This is a genuinely inspiring act. It's how we do things in the North, and it's the kind of thing that will always triumph over the scum that put this woman in the situation she was in. Regardless, this constituent found herself crying in the car, worried about her rent, her dinner that night, and her very identity. She says the ordeal took such a toll on her that she lost kilos of weight under the trauma of it all. And I'll remind everyone, this is a scenario that worked out in the end. There are scores of people around this country who haven't been so lucky, from whom billions have been collectively stolen, from whom livelihoods have been taken. It could have been worse for this constituent, but even without that happening, this woman had an ordeal that profoundly affected her mental health as well as her self-esteem. She still calls herself stupid and gullible for falling for a scam in the first place. We know in this place, through our engagement with our communities and our exposure to severe impact of scams in this country, that Australians should never feel that way in this situation. They are the victims of heinous crimes which were reported to ScamWatch nearly 250,000 times last year. There is no shame to be had. But Australians do feel this way. They do feel humiliated by what's occurred. And that adds up to the human toll which the scams ecosystem has in this country. So while the economic figure I began with is significant, the cost to the individual, psychologically, socially and of course physically, is absolutely devastating. And this constituents' experience is just one of the many that I have heard so far since beginning this term. I'm confident that every member in this place has had someone in their own community come to them for assistance to deal with a scam. In my role, I've seen websites trying to impersonate the federal government's Grants Connect, trying to make people pay hundreds for advice that is freely available. I've seen emails attempting to convince pensioners that they are Centrelink or Australia Post, and these are pensioners who rely on information from these services to live. The member for Mallee was quite right in her remarks on this bill, that these scammers are the scum of the earth for committing acts like that. And worse still, they are widespread in our country. That's why government needs to take action. And I'm proud to be part of a Labor government which is doing just that through the bill before the House now to establish the Scams Prevention Framework. One of the reasons I open my contribution with an individual story is because this is the legislation that is centric to people. It protects Australians by making entities relevant to scam prevention, such as banks, telecommunication providers and digital platforms, accountable to customers. It does that because consumers are relying on those parties to take the steps needed to protect Australians from scams. And it enforces that protection by legislating that the regulated entities take responsible steps in all circumstances across the economy to develop and maintain ways of shielding Australians from scammers. While there have been voluntary efforts by private entities that have been implemented, such as two-factor authentication for logins or systems to notify users when their information is at risk, more action is needed. The government's engagement with regulators, law enforcement and industry has shown that businesses aren't always prioritising scam prevention or systems to mitigate it, which leaves people at risk. That engagement also found the mechanisms for reporting these scams and getting the urgent assistance needed if an Australian feels they are at risk are inadequate and often toothless. This is especially true on digital platforms like social media and search engines, which are largely unregulated at this point. And this has become more of an issue as scams have rapidly become more sophisticated and more dangerous. There was pretty commonly held perception, which started over 20 years ago, that a scam online consisted of a person from a long-forgotten royal family located halfway across the world sending you an email to tell you he owes you millions of dollars and that you should give him your bank card details because he really wants to give you that money. There certainly were more sophisticated scams than that at the time, but this was widespread and became what people thought of in public discourse of the subject. It meant that scams online perhaps weren't taken as seriously then as they are now. And the ways in which we would deal with a scam when it came in at that point, say via email, would either be a spam folder or a delete button. While these mechanisms worked for that kind of thing then and continue to do so now, scams have progressed long beyond those emails, where criminals are deceiving people in a convincing manner, that they are large organisations and government agencies through technologies that are much more advanced than they were previously in a heavily digitised and vulnerable world. As a result, these regulated entities, as the bill describes, need to directly engage with Aussies and work with them to mitigate the damage of a scam. This needs to occur firstly to ensure that scams are reported quickly to those private entities, both to work with individual cases more effectively, as well as to warn the wider community, but also to ensure swift action can be taken to protect the user and their information or data that has been compromised should a scam succeed. This brings me to another facet of the people-centric approach in this bill, which is a requirement for regulated entities to have a dispute resolution process in place to deal with consumer complaints. This will address the present shortfall in ensuring that regulated entities are communicating quickly and effectively with Australians who need help with a scam-related issue. And will also further ensure that these parties can be held accountable for the steps they're taking in making sure their customers and users are protected adequately. This accountability from the complaints process that the Scams Prevention Framework will enforce is beneficial in two particular notable ways. The first is in its reinforcement of community expectations, in that Australians can give feedback to the measures these regulated entities are taking, which will in turn better inform the government on whether that entity is meeting their obligation to protect Australians from scams and serve to enhance the enforcement of scam protection to a greater effect across the economy. This public scrutiny will also work in tandem with the penalty of up to $50 million for egregious breaches of the Scams Prevention Framework, which is another significant strength of the bill. The second, highly beneficial aspect of the complaints process implemented as part of this bill, which cannot be understated in its importance, is that it helps keep the legislation robust as it combats an ever-evolving and changing threat. As I pointed out before, scams change. And as sophisticated as they are now, where we are getting phone calls that sound like your bank, act like your bank, from numbers that look like your bank, who in reality are criminals that definitely aren't your bank, these elaborate scams will continue to evolve. And they'll do so at a rapid pace as technology continues to progress at the same rapid speed. You only have to look at the current capabilities of AI right now, whether that's in deep faking, in producing lifelike text-to-speech, in generating high accurate imagery from next to nothing, to see how a criminal will look to deceive people into sharing sensitive information online or over the phone. And their efforts will become more and more dangerous as those technologies become more and more advanced. To address this, relevant legislation needs to allow room for approaches to combat scams, to advance with the level of sophistication scammers are at, and by setting in stone the right of Australians to report scams to regulated entities as part of the whole of economy approach this bill takes, and to have those reports taken seriously, underpinned by the obligations those banks, telcos and digital platforms will have through this bill. It means that the moment a scam goes a different direction, the moment a new tactic is deployed that can potentially ruin the lives of thousands, those regulated entities will know about it, and, bound by steps they will have to take through this bill, they will be able to mitigate these threats much more efficiently. And communities will be better informed about new threats as well, not just in being able to access accessibly to report them, but also through the provision that regulated entities take action to inform their collective users about scams and warn the community of threats present around their respective services and platforms. So through the bill, we are mandating that Australians have direct access to these regulated entities to report scams, so that their efforts to minimise the impact of a scam are updated constantly through community feedback that must be taken on board and actioned in a transparent manner. That is a large part of the Scams Prevention Framework, to be able to scale to the threat the scams present at a given time, staying one step ahead of the criminals looking to exploit Australians. And even then, should those measures I've mentioned fail and an Australian does fall victim to a scam, that complaint mechanism also provides for free and open dispute resolution processes should Australians feel a regulated entity could have done more to protect them, which can potentially lead to compensation or other action. Because again, our approach to fighting the scourge of scams is people-centric. It is to ensure that people like the everyday Aussie I referred to earlier and the other thousands upon thousands of Australians who fall victim to these criminals each year are at the heart of the legislation before us today. That's not to say industry bodies are pushed aside either, and I'll just finish on that aspect of the bill. The Scams Prevention Framework has been forged in consultation with industry, with the regulated entities that I've referred to. It's not the intention of this bill to scapegoat or target regulated entities through the obligations provided to them. This can't happen because, as a government, we know that these entities are essential to winning the fight against scammers. And that's why the obligations that will be applied to banks, telcos, digital platforms and other regulated entities to combat scams, they will be tailored to the sector they're in, to both match the operations of a regulated entity as well as to better suit the scams these obligations are trying to mitigate. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, today I welcome this Scams Protection Framework Bill. It's not perfect, but it certainly goes a fair way to helping Australia in this fight against the growing threat of scams, because so far we are failing, and the consumer groups have been raising the alarm for years in relation to this, and governments have been just deaf to their concerns. There has been a lack of action from industry, from banks, social media companies, telecommunication sectors, and realistically from the previous government and government to date in relation to fighting back against scams and protecting Australians and helping them actually recoup some of the losses. In 2023, despite the banking sector implementing a voluntary code on scams, consumers are still wearing the cost of scams. Australia is amongst the top 5 most scammed countries in the world. Australians were scammed more than $2.7 billion in 2023 alone. In 2022, it was more than $3 billion. Now, we need to remember these are not just numbers. These represent real people, real families who are financially and emotionally devastated. And the reality is it's probably also the tip of the iceberg, because often people simply do not report scams. They're too embarrassed about having been duped. And sometimes it is a lifetime of savings that have been lost. In my electorate in Warringah, we hear from many constituents on their experiences and feel the emotional distress that being caught up in a scam causes. It can come from young people and older people. It really does not discriminate. But all feel this sense of shame and embarrassment that they have been duped. And so my message to everyone is, please report it. Do not feel that shame, because it happens to so many people in our community. Last year, one of the email came in, one of my own electoral officers' work emails was hacked, in fact, and resulted in a phishing scam emails that were sent out across Parliament MPs to officers in this chamber and had to be recalled. And so we know we need greater protections. I welcome this Scam Protection Framework legislation. It is a crucial step towards safeguarding Australian consumers from increasingly deceptive and harmful practices. So this bill does provide for the protection of Australian consumers from fraud, and it encourages corporate accountability and brings Australia further in line with comparable jurisdictions like the UK and Singapore. But we haven't gone as far as some have. The power of the legislation will be in how consumers continue to report scams and how entities, banks and telcos act on those reports and do what is needed. So through reporting scams quickly to Scam Watch for consumers, consumers can disrupt a scamming activity and prevent it being effective for future victims. So no matter what, when you get those spam SMSs, when you get those scam emails, reporting them to Scam Watch is incredibly important. It is part of that process of pre-bunking, of protecting consumers. It ensures the scheme is robust by providing valuable intelligence to the industry to act. So I support the intent of the bill. I'll be moving, though, an important amendment to strengthen the integrity of the framework and ensure that vulnerable customers will be able to have equal access in receiving compensation from regulated entities. There is a remaining concern that there is an information, the power and there's a huge difference, but there's also, the concern that those that genuinely are able to recoup or to assist with recompense to victims are ultimately those that have access to the information and the data. And there is a huge disadvantage when it comes to victims compared to entities. So the proposed bill places the onus on already vulnerable consumers to take on their bank, their telco or social media platform, and it essentially asking a victim to prove that the institution did not meet the requirements of the Scams Protection Framework. That is a simply ridiculous proposition, that somehow a victim will be able to establish whether or not a Meta has genuinely met the requirements to ensure the Scam Protection Framework is working. The onus introduces a significant barrier to getting any compensation for victims from these companies. It's a legalistic, resource-draining, time-wasting and complex task for the victim. And victims without the assistance of advocates will fall through the gaps. They're set up to fail under the current setup of the proposed bill. So the amendment I have proposed and discussed and negotiated with the government places an obligation on businesses to increase a detailed certification requirement that they have met their obligations under the Scams Protection Framework Bill, rules and sector-specific codes. So the onus falls on them to show that they have complied. So this amendment will be necessary, and I'll monitor the implementation of the amendment through the rules and the codes to make sure that regulated entities provide customers with the specificity that is required to prove that they have met their obligations. So it can't just be that a Meta or a bank ticks and flicks whether or not they've complied. We have to make sure that this works, that they genuinely have assessed their processes and have they genuinely implemented the precautions and the scam protection framework. That means that if they haven't, then they should be liable and victims should be able to get compensation. So it should help bring greater transparency to the framework and empower consumers to have a fair go in getting dispute resolution and ultimately, hopefully, get compensation for their losses. The amendment has already been flagged by Treasury in the explanatory memorandum of the bill, and my amendment will make it law. Similarly, greater transparency means that companies will also have a clearer understanding of what is required for them under this legislation, providing them with regulatory certainty. Consumer groups have consistently raised concerns about the slow response from industry and government, and we've already have strong frameworks in place for other areas of consumer protection. So why is it taking so long for scams? It has for too long been put off. So nevertheless, consumer groups are concerned that more can be done, and this legislation should only be viewed as a start, and during the period of review it will be important to assess how well is it working. There's a couple of other concerns that I'd like to raise. So while I support the bill and I think it's necessary to raise for future consideration the codes and the rules, the government has removed the provisions relating to identification and special treatment for vulnerable customers from the exposure draft, so there is no direct oversight over these particularly at-risk customers. So further, the bill doesn't provide any obligations or support for ongoing education and awareness programs from the government. As I've mentioned previously in this chamber, due to the lack of government initiatives in my electorate and around Australia, our communities have taken education and digital literacy themselves into their own hands, but more can be done by the government. For example, at Christmas last year, locally we have an organisation called Manly Computer Pals, and they ran tutorials for seniors to help them avoid possible scams and raise their own levels of digital literacy. So we need to follow from communities' leads and provide more information and education to make sure we arm consumers with the information and the tools to better protect themselves against scams. Because the reality is scams, as I've said, happen to everyone, all age groups, young people in particular, young professionals. They get scammed in relation to funds they simply can't afford to lose. For example, a young constituent of mine wrote to me around losing a house deposit of some $100,000, where he was scammed when someone impersonated his lawyer. And as in this area, bank checks are a thing of the past and many transactions are done electronically, the government, that deposit was lost. So the real question then falls on who should be responsible for that compensation, because obviously the financial institution has access to the data, right? They can see who the money is being transferred to. So one of the calls is we should have greater friction to ensure that the financial institution goes through that step of checking with the customer, is this really who you want to be sending this money to? Is this the right person? Of course, there might be a customer frustration of that increased friction and delay, but I think that is better than seeing money being scammed and going to the wrong providers. Of course, that friction is within the power of the banks to do that. And at the moment, the debate as well is, if the banks were made solely liable for paying back, compensating victims of scams, that would incentivise them to put better friction in place because their money would be on the hook. Instead, the government is going through a model where it's not an automatic compensation model, that there is that shared liability between platforms and banks and consumers about to enable that compensation prospect. I think we need to monitor this carefully. Other jurisdictions have gone towards a more an automatic sort of liability and compensation process. It's important to make financial institutions more responsible through greater accountability, forcing them to take greater actions on scams. Now, we know they say, well, we're working on it, but they're not always doing enough. At the same time, I do hear their complaint that we can't just completely let consumers off the hook from that responsibility to be of due diligence. We all bear a responsibility when we are actioning or authorising a transaction to take a moment to verify, to make sure we are in fact not being scammed, but also just taking a moment to verify who we are authorising a transaction for. So I do accept that there has to be a joint sort of responsibility in preventing scams from all. Of course, there's also the role the social media platforms and online platforms play in publishing and enabling scams to happen because they give them the platform. And so the debate is, should the social media platform, so a scam is brought to a person via a meta platform like Facebook, for example, a transaction occurs and the bank authorises that, proceeds with the transaction. Should the bank be liable for the loss because they've enabled the money to be transferred? Should Facebook be liable because they have given a platform to reach the consumer by the scammer? Or is the victim responsible because they haven't taken due care and diligence? So where we allocate responsibility is important, but at the moment the onus falls too heavily on the victims, and there is not enough responsibility on the big institutions who have access to the means, the capacity and the resources to put in place greater protections. So this legislation is a step towards introducing that, but it is still being criticised as not being strong enough. We see in New Zealand and Singapore moving in the direction of the UK by introducing measures for greater liability of the financial institutions. The argument being the banks can see who the money is being transferred to. They can see what's happening. They have the capacity to prevent it. They then also have the means to recoup, for example, from a Meta, a Facebook, around the next step of recovery if the responsibility lies with them. I hear the concerns of consumer groups that there is still too much onus on the victims, and I'll monitor closely whether or not we have an improvement in that the amount of money victims are able to be compensated with, whether this legislation goes far enough. Of course, the UK has gone out the furthest. As I said, New Zealand and Singapore are moving in the direction of the UK, and I think Australia and the government needs to be mindful of whether or not this legislation works. So hopefully this is about more than just providing an avenue to recoup money to victims. It has to be about protecting the integrity of our systems to build a greater sense of security in an increasingly complex digital world. Scammers are evolving, as many in this place have noted. So too must our response to them, whether it's through fake investment schemes, identity theft, fake job advertisers. Australians are being targeted with alarming frequency. As I said, in my office, I receive regular phone calls of constituents who are being scammed. They get in contact with the office because they are distressed and have little to no way to seek redress or to get their money back. And so we really need to make sure we are doing more. For example, one constituent called with an online job scam which resulted in a loss of $40,000. She was out of work and struggling to find new work to support 2 young children, and she had an unexpected large repair bill with her house, and she was lured into a scam mimicking a big employer. And she, as a result, lost significant money, which really made a difference. These are sophisticated scams. They're set up with group chats and staffs and terms of employment. And so it's really important that be reported and that we have the resources to crack down on it. So individual stories tell us a lot. They tell us about the sophistication, and we need to make sure we do more. I'd like to thank Choice and the Consumer Law Action Centre, the Consumer Action Law Centre, who have relentlessly advocated on behalf of scam victims. We know we can do more. I will support this legislation as amended when I do so with the consideration in detail, but I urge the government and the opposition to keep a vigilant eye to make sure compensation for victims improves in Australia.
Thank the member for Warringah. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, it gives me great pride to belong to a government that's bringing this type of legislation into the House. And I think it's something that both sides of the House are very supportive of. We know that all of us value receiving text messages, emails, phone calls from friends, family, colleagues, business associates, companies that provide us with information, with the products that we need for our work and services that we need to go about our daily lives. And Deputy Speaker, whether it's a quick hello on the phone, some news of a particular sale that's taking place, or a gentle reminder about an upcoming appointment, these messages keep us connected and informed. But Deputy Speaker, there's also another type of message and text message and emails, etc., that none of us want to receive, and that's the one that leads to financial loss. And we've heard many examples here today from both sides of the House of thousands and thousands of dollars of financial loss to hard-working Australians, cash through text messages, emails, internet, and a whole range of tools and mechanisms that the scammers use. And Deputy Speaker, unfortunately, these scams are all too common nowadays. Each and every one of us in this House has seen constituents that have been scammed, or people that have come to see us because seeking retribution or seeking to recover their money. But Deputy Speaker, the scammers target individuals with these deceitful messages, pretending that they're legitimate communications, and it comes, it can come from a bank, government agency, telecommunication companies, even Australia Post. I get one regularly, a text message every night at about midnight from Australia Post saying that my parcel is being delivered to put in some numbers and names, and they're gathering information. I know that it's not Australia Post because I've got nothing to be delivered at this point, nor have I ordered anything. But you can report them, and usually as you delete that message, we now have a system that comes up automatically and says, would you like to report this as a scam message? And you press the button and off it goes. And when I did report it, I've never received another one since. But they're very elaborate. They will morph and form into a different type of message. And that's just one example. Deputy Speaker, you see the Aussie Post or the Australia Post logo, very well respected, something that's been part of our lives, all our lives. You see it, you trust it, and you believe it. Deputy Speaker, the reality is that we should be very careful with what we click on. We should be very careful when we respond to text messages from entities that perhaps are not your family friends or people that you know. And sometimes we're all too eager to click and see where it takes us to. The one bit of advice that I can give, and that most people have heard as well today, is that just take a short breath. If you're not sure, don't click on it. If there's something that you feel unsure about, speak to someone else about it. And if it's too good to be true, it most probably is too good to be true. And that's an old saying that goes way back. And I think our gut instincts sometimes tell us that things are not quite right. Recently in Adelaide, I've had a couple of forums. We had a seniors forum where one of the sessions was on scams and protecting people, and another one which I held in my electorate of Adelaide with the the Assistant Treasurer, a very good friend of mine, Stephen Jones, and I'll take this opportunity to wish him all the very best in his announcement. He's done an outstanding job, an absolutely outstanding job as Assistant Treasurer, and one of his targets has been scammers. And he's done, as I said, an exceptional job with the legislation and with weeding these scammers out. We had approximately 100 people in the room. We spoke to the residents of Adelaide about how these scams affect individuals and the community. And it was striking when we asked the audience or the Assistant Treasurer asked the audience if they'd ever received a scam phone call, text or email, and every single person in the room put their hand up. Every single person put their hand up. And each and every person had a story to tell. But what was even more astounding was when we asked the question of everyone in the room who has been affected or been directly affected by a scam or knows someone that's been part of their family or someone very close to them that's been scammed. 2/3 of the hands in the room went up, 2/3 of those people, approximately 70-odd people out of the 100, and that is astonishing. So it goes to show that every single person has either been touched by it or knows someone that is or has been scammed. That's why the Scams Prevention Framework Bill is very important, because it amends the Competition Consumer Act to establish this framework, Deputy Speaker, known as the Scam Prevention Framework, to prevent and respond to scams that impact on the Australian community. Deputy Speaker, that day, both at the forum with the Assistant Treasurer and at our Seniors Forum that we had in Adelaide, and in the Seniors Forum we had over 200 people that attended, and we did a special session on scams. Again, the same questions were asked, and it was approximately the same ratio. Pretty well everyone in the room put their hand up to say that they knew of someone that had been impacted, or that they had themselves received text messages or emails. And there were some great examples that day of how elaborate these scams are, or these scammers are. There was one where they spoke to us about a billing scam. A gentleman who was there spoke about his son, who was a tradie. He would buy equipment from different suppliers to conduct his trade in the building industry, and every month they'd send him an account, and he would pay that account directly into the BSB bank account of the supplier of the goods. 1 month he got the account, same letterhead, everything, looked up the BSB number. He'd been told that it had been changed, and he sent it off to to this particular bank account, only to receive the following month a reminder bill from his normal supplier saying, "You haven't paid the bill." Well, he was up in arms, obviously, you can just imagine. Pulled out his records, sent him the details and said, "This is where I've paid it, here's the BSP number." It was a wrong BSP number, not because he had made a mistake, but because someone, through a phishing elaborate system, had been able to secure and get the supplier's details, letterheads, and just changed the bank account and the BSB numbers. So that money went into a scammer's account. By the time they got onto the police were investigating it, but they had taken the money and disappeared and had run, and they would have done this to hundreds of other people. So again, be very careful when you're paying your bills and you just get a BSB number. Check with the supplier, check with the person that you're paying to make sure that it is the correct. And this was another elaborate way of siphoning money from people. So this poor chap, his father was telling us, not only lost thousands of dollars to scammers, but also still needed to pay the bill to the correct suppliers as well, at another cost that was about to take him under, and because of that extra burden, may have not been able to survive the following month. That's one example. Deputy Speaker, another one that's appeared recently, and certainly in South Australia, in my home state, and it was reported in the Advertiser, the local paper in Adelaide, is the scanning codes. And I'm sure it's happening all over the country. When I read it, I did send it immediately to the Assistant Treasurer. And this was where you walk into a restaurant and you can view your menu through scanning the code. Or perhaps you're paying a parking meter and you scan the code. Well, what they're doing now, these scammers are creating their own codes and going and putting them on top of the code in that premises or on the parking meter or wherever it may be. Therefore, when you scan, you're scanning into their website, which then tells you where to send money, etc., or to pay the bill. And this then, again, goes into the scammer's pocket. We know that they're getting more and more elaborate, and we know that overseas there are such things as scam factories. And we would have all seen on 60 Minutes late last year the investigation that they did into an Asian country where people, up to 120 people were working in what's called a scam factory. And this is where people are on the phones calling internationally all over the world trying to find people that they can scam. Of course, it was very elaborate. It's a very elaborate setup. Many of these people were brought in from third world countries and were basically working like slaves, were beaten, etc., in these factories. And I would suggest anyone who hasn't seen this episode of 60 Minutes, it would have been around October of last year, where they did a extremely good investigative reporting where they traced back money that had been scammed through these factories here in Australia, the US, UK, everything from dating services and love stories to elaborate money-making schemes. And what these people would do is ring and gain the confidence of the other person on the phone until they were able to extract the money out of them. And we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars in some cases. In one case, a woman from the UK had been scammed her entire life savings of over £100,000. And you know, it's just very, very elaborate. And again, it is about being cautious. And if there is something that is too good to be true, it usually is. Recently, I was contacted by constituents who were having a family wedding, a big family wedding. They had an extended family. Their family, part of their family lived in the US, and they wanted this particular family member or family to come over to Australia for the wedding. They applied for the visa and they were knocked back. This is for an Australian visa through the Home Affairs Department website. And they could not work out why they would have been knocked back. They were an elderly couple. They were on they had their own retirement plan, pensioned, fairly well off in the US. Were coming over for a wedding for a 2-week stay and then going back. We looked into it and they told us about the responses they got from the application on the Home Affairs page. And it turned out to be, when we contacted Home Affairs on their behalf and gave them the details, the emails that they had received, we were informed by Home Affairs that it was a scam site that they were using. They paid, I think it was about $190 US to apply for the visa, which does not exist. I think it's very minuscule, the fee for a visa, and they had been scammed. They'd been scammed, and when they kept on going back into this website, it would send them a scam email saying your visa application for a tourist visa or an e-visitor visa is being considered. And so it was all about delay. Every email they got was about delay. So these would have been done on AI, very robotic and very elaborate. We finally, as I said, we were finally informed by Home Affairs that this was a scam website that many people had fallen for in the US, and apparently it's disappeared. We finally did get the visa for the visitors to come to Australia to enjoy the wedding with their family after they'd lost $190 for 3 different family members, US dollars that is, which is a very sad case. So, Deputy Speaker, these laws are very welcomed, as I said. They're welcomed because we need to put laws in place to be able to make it difficult for scammers. We know that we'll never get rid of them completely because they are very elaborate, and with the intricate computer systems, etc., we know that they will just keep on morphing into something new. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't be vigilant. We shouldn't be on top of it, and we should be chasing them and hunting them down to ensure that money from innocent Australians is not scammed from them. And we've seen far too many scams. And Deputy Speaker, as I said, this framework, this Scams Prevention Framework Bill will go a long way in assisting. And I suspect that in years to come, we'll have to continue looking at this bill and amending it and making it even tougher and harder for those scammers. Deputy Speaker, the bill introduces principles-based obligations that require regulated entities also to take certain actions in relation to scams. And we're talking about the financial institutions, the banks, insurance companies. They have a responsibility as well to prevent, detect, but also, very importantly, report. And we found that many were going unreported. And also to disrupt and respond to scams relating to services that particular entity provides and contraventions of obligations that may, of their obligations may result in civil penalties as well. And it's important to get that message through.
I do thank the honourable member for his contribution, and the question before the House now is that the amendments before the House be agreed to. And with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, according to the explanatory memorandum, 4% of Australians were impacted by scams last year. That's nearly 1 in 25 people. And when you talk to members of the community, it feels much more. The combined total of the losses we know about reached $2.7 billion. Enough money to fund the government's changes to HECS and HELPS indexation this year. These numbers are so hard to grapple with because they're so large until it becomes personal. A young man recently contacted my electorate office having fallen victim to an investment scam that cost him nearly $200,000. He's a bright young guy trying to build a future who'd worked hard and saved, and just like that, it's gone. Now he's under unimaginable stress, navigating regulators, local police and Interpol, and receiving mental health support. This is the experience of a growing number of Australians. It's no longer those sort of obvious scams that I used to warn my mum about, I'll be honest. It's a case where everyday Australians, savvy Australians, people who know what they're doing and who are really thoughtful about trying to guard against scams, are losing vast sums of money, home deposits, their life savings through complex and sophisticated organised crimes. It's not simple. This is organised crime. It is incredibly sophisticated. The things that people are trying to guard against in their normal everyday life, the things that we've been warned against. It's just not cutting it anymore. Those sort of basic checks that we can make. And these are not just my words to describe it. These are the words of the ASIC Director Sarah Court in testimony to the House Economics Committee last year. Currently, there is nowhere to turn. Internal dispute resolution within organisations is patchy and varied, and there's an obvious and problematic information asymmetry that prevents its consumers accessing information that might prove an organisation has been negligent. These companies are not incentivised or obligated to disclose information that might support my constituent that I was just talking about. Instead, they play hardball, disclosing information only under the threat of legal action. Testimony from consumer action groups include anecdotes of corporations dumping pages of legal documents on scam victims days before the hearing with the intention to overwhelm and befuddle. Meanwhile, the current framework into external dispute resolution is a hodgepodge of interconnected regulators with large holes in their remits that ultimately serve to confuse rather than help victims of scams. It is through this lens that I review this bill. It may be that this bill has good intentions, that it assigns responsibility fairly across a scam ecosystem comprising banks, social media companies and telcos, that it creates rules and standards that are better than the status quo. But I want to know how it will work for people like my constituent. Does it offer them real opportunities for redress? Does it remove the information asymmetry that would be able to demonstrate corporate negligence? Does it incentivise corporations to do their utmost to protect their customers against criminals trying to access the money? And that or does it just create minimum standards that absolve companies of their responsibilities to their customers? Now, while I'm pleased that this bill will address the problems with external dispute resolution, I still believe there are significant weaknesses in the legislation that will undermine its effectiveness. We are operating on an article of faith in these codes that would take nearly 2 years to implement. It is just not good enough. I cannot vote against a bill that creates a better framework for external dispute resolution in place, but I hold serious doubts about the impact of this bill, will have on scam losses, prevention and detection without amendment. And that's because the bill focuses on inputs rather than outputs. This bill will enable the Treasurer to designate economic sectors to be subject to legislation and make enforceable scam prevention codes. It will require regulated entities to take reasonable steps to put in place governance arrangements that will help detect, prevent and report and disrupt scams. It will also introduce substantial civil penalties regime to be enforced by the ACCC for regulated entities that do not meet these codes. This bill will create greater precautions on the telcos and particularly social media companies. While this bill falls short in key areas, I do agree that this bill will support a substantially better external dispute resolution approach than exists currently. Having gone through this with my constituent, it is extremely difficult to understand what avenues are open, and I'm pleased to see that this bill will create a single front door for scams. I acknowledge that this bill will provide clear guidance for how AFCA will be able to deal with and assess scam cases. But the bill is not enough. Because ultimately, I think this bill fails to create incentive schemes that will force those with most visibility and resources to tackle these problems at its source. This legislation, as the government seeks to pass it, will not address fundamentally the information asymmetry that exists between banks and their consumers. There are measures that we can put in place to create a race to the top approach, which is actually required instead of implementing a flaw. And the evidence of this, is buried in the impact analysis by the explanatory memorandum. This analysis states the legislation will have minimum impact on the organisations above, which is all beyond what is already being achieved under the industry-specific policies, such as the Safe Scams Accord. The Safe Scams Accord was implemented in 2023, with the greatest contribution to this being the inclusion of the Australian Financial Crimes Exchange, AFCX, that allows organisations to share the details of scam activity and pay verification accounts. The pay verification will be rolled out through 2024 and 2025. This is fantastic, except that this technology has been in place in Europe since 2017. That's 8 years now that people in Europe have been protected against these scams, while Australian banks have been dragging their feet. And this is the concern that I have, that this bill does not drive at the incentives enough in the banks and in the different actors to really stamp out the scams. It just brings them up to a minimum standard which they can constantly try and pull back on. However, the impact statement of the explanatory memorandum states the regulatory costs between the SPF and the status quo is an initial investment of $100 million and ongoing investments of $31 million. However, the impact analysis estimates that 70% of this cost is accounted for by non-affiliated banks, with the 4 major banks expected to increase their funding only by $6.2 million in initial investments. That's just 6%. Ongoing costs would be a measly $1 million and just 1 additional FTE, according to the EM. This is despite ASIC finding that the scam strategy and the governance of the 4 major banks was less mature than expected. Now let's come back to the first point that I raised. Australians are losing $2.7 billion worth of money every year on scams, and that is the stuff that we know about. The bank in this bill is expected to make a net contribution of $100 million in terms of making this improving the scams framework. Now, $100 million is a lot of money, but $2.7 billion lost every single year is a vast amount of money for Australian consumers. And the point that I continually hear and I continually want to make is that this isn't about consumers being negligent. This isn't about consumers, being silly, or consumers, falling for really, silly tricks that, frankly, we all need to, have buyer beware. This is about organised crime targeting Australian consumers using the most effective and sophisticated technology, constantly evolving, constantly getting better at targeting and getting money out of Australian consumers and through scams, and the banks not doing enough to fight this. Australia is one of the countries with the highest amount of per capita losses of scams. The banks here are not doing enough, and I'm just not convinced that this bill creates that incentive enough strongly in the banks, where almost all the money has to go through, to be really racing at the top. And the point that I think is really important to come back to is the point that I raised before. You know, if the banks were doing such a great job of this already, why has the technology that's going to be introduced last year and this year to have those sort of account pay verification, why has that been in Europe since 2017? Why are Australians, why have Australians been so slow to get the benefit of that technology? Because the banks have not had enough incentive to do something about it. Now, this code is a great thing, but the truth is that the banks know more about how to improve their technology to fight scams, than the regulators know. And the banks need very strong incentives to really, be imaginative, be innovative and fight scams. And I do not believe that this bill has enough incentives in there. I think this bill is just another bill of catch-up. I know that the bill, and the government has been clear to say, look, it's great, we're bringing in the social media companies, we're bringing the telcos in, this is great, and I accept that and I support that. But let's again sort of look at the impact of this work. And again, on page 153 of the explanatory memorandum, it states that under the SPF, there are unlikely to be significant additional costs for telecommunications who are compliant with current obligations. So it's basically saying, okay, nothing's, they're not going to have to do anything really different if they're compliant with, current obligations. In which case, what is the bill actually going to do? The bill, EM acknowledges that self-regulation has not yet worked, yet this bill will introduce minimal additional provisions on top of what these industries are already proposing to implement. Australian corporations, particularly banks, are investing a lot into scams. I acknowledge this, but it is clearly inadequate. Instead, this bill will give corporations a basic set of minimum standards that will be quickly surpassed by scam innovation to allow them to demonstrate to consumers that they have met their obligations. So banks say they've met their obligations and consumers are still going to get scammed. The impact analysis of this legislation is also missing any consideration of a UK-style reimbursement model. While I hold reservations and reasonable reservations about a complete reimbursement model, I think that this bill has completely failed to even consider stronger options and compromises such as those put forward by a coalition of consumer groups, including a presumption of reimbursement. Because the evidence emerging from the UK, despite the arguments over data, is that the scheme is working. I would have liked to have seen a stronger option modelled in the explanatory memorandum. Given that, this bill needs to be substantially strengthened on its current form. Principally, it needs to explicitly address the information asymmetry that exists between regulated entities and consumers, and incentivise regulated entities to innovate and combat scams above and beyond what is simply required. I acknowledge the Minister's offers and assurances that some of these requirements will be included in the codes, but I'm not entirely convinced by the reasoning for why this cannot exist in the primary legislation. And I believe that this bill leaves too much to the regulations and operates too much on faith. And Australians have given up faith on this. That is why I will be moving an amendment to this bill that will seek the publication of scam data, including information about scams detected, responded and reported to, from all regulated entities on a quarterly basis. This model is currently used by the Payment System Regulator in the United Kingdom, where institutional level data on banks is published, and there is no suggestion that publishing this data has had unintended consequences. The explanatory memorandum outlines that industry self-regulation is occurring in some sectors, but not at the pace consistent with growth in scam activity. Let's let Australian consumers make informed decisions about who is best placed to look after their money and who is actually protecting them best against scams, to make scam prevention a point of competitive tension in the system rather than a tick box exercise. While I will trust the regulation to appropriately determine what exact metrics are reported by each sector, I believe that this can be explicitly included in the regulation. I also welcome the amendments, and so I just want to come back to this, is that what can the country do to fight against scams? One thing that the country can do, and this Parliament can do to fight against scams, is make sure that consumers are armed with the best information they can possibly have when choosing where to put their money, knowing that which banks are doing a good job to fight scams and which banks need to lift up their socks. That allows consumers to make informed choices when they are being faced with organised crime, driving scams and making it so hard for consumers themselves to detect. and the government should include this in the primary legislation. That is something that the government can do right now to protect our consumers, and I'm still flabbergasted that at this stage they haven't. And I also welcome the amendments made by the member for Warringah that will go to some way to reducing information asymmetry that currently exists. Under this amendment, which the government has agreed to implement, regulated entities will need to provide certification of obligations within a set time frame of scam complaint or face civil penalties. I will closely be scrutinising the certification process as it emerges through the regulation to ensure that it is robust and meaningful. These amendments should be minimum requirements. So in conclusion, this bill will substantially improve the EDR processes, the external dispute resolution processes, from a virtually non-existent baseline. So I will support it on that basis. But the assertion that this will make a really significant difference in terms of reducing scams and scams losses, drive meaningful levels of investment and ultimately better protect consumers is, in my mind, highly questionable. This legislation ignores the calls from a consortium of consumer groups, instead taking a pragmatic and ultimately soft approach to implement a modest improvement over what we already have.
The honourable member for her contribution, and the question before the House now is that the amendments be agreed to. And with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for Lalor and Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the bill before the House today, a bill put forward by the member for Whitlam, who has worked tirelessly to inform the public by attending forums across the country about scams. He's gone from town to town, from shopping centre to shopping centre, to make sure that Australians understand how intense the attacks on Australian consumers have become by scammers, by people who want to illegally take funds from Australians. And like many others, in preparation to speak on this bill, we're flabbergasted by the amounts that we're seeing. 1 in 25, I heard the previous speaker say, in terms of Australians being scammed. Sounds like a high number. My litmus test for these things is often reverted back to a visit to classrooms. So often I'm in a classroom talking about civics and citizenship, and it's astounding the number of primary school children who have questions about which levels of government are responsible to protect Australians from scams, and astounding the number of children who know stories about their parents having been scammed. I want to first of all make sure that those listening understand that it is the case that no one is exempt from being targeted by these scammers. Absolutely no one. I received a text message this week, supposedly from one of my sons, to say that their phone had been dropped in the sink and that they could be contacted on this number, obviously wanting me to ring this number and setting up that connect with the phone that I had in my hand. The constant attack, from my personal experience, I've also been and had amounts of money taken from my personal accounts repeatedly using systems where, and my advice to people is to keep an eye on those accounts. On the one hand, electronic transfer of funds makes us vulnerable to this. On the other hand, having your phone in your hand and your capacity to check what's going on in your bank accounts often is also a handy way to ensure that you're on top of these things if somebody has access to your account details and therefore making withdrawals or putting costs against them. I have been victim to that as well. And I want to share with the House, just this week I received an email from a constituent who is telling a story that I've heard from many business people in my community. Often when businesses are purchasing something large or perhaps purchasing another business, those conveyancing processes or the transfer of funds processes, you're hearing from business that they've been hacked in that process. Well, I received an email this week from a constituent who has lost the deposit on their house. the old story now, a well-known story where the conveyancing company has been hacked, and the constituents received an email to say transfer the funds now to this bank account, and in faith has done that, only to find that there's been a hack at the other end. So the conveyancing company's emails have been hacked, and they've secured $90,000 from a constituent of mine, and that constituent is now in the processes that were outlined by the previous speaker of trying to recover those funds. And it is an enormous thing to think that you've saved so hard for a deposit for a house and that you can lose it in a blink of an eye, and then be found yourself with nowhere to go, and a very circuitous way where you are both the victim and now the person who has to try and recover those funds through various places. So it's great to see that this piece of legislation will give consumers more access to a single front door where they can report the loss and be supported in the process of trying to recover those funds. I think that's really important. I think the framework's really important. I think it sends a really strong message to those involved, to the banks, to the telcos, to the social media businesses, where often those three things are involved in the scam processes that people are using. We know, and we've heard time and time again, that this is being set up by organised crime, and it requires a government response. I'm pleased to be here today to support this government's response, the Albanese Labor government's response at this stage, which will be set up a framework where those businesses that are being used in these processes will be asked to meet standards and face civil penalties of up to $50 million for breaches where they have not been up to scratch in following the scams prevention framework. So this incentivises these businesses, whether they be banks, telcos or social media companies, to make sure that they are up to speed and have the protections in place that Australian consumers would expect them to have, and certainly government want them to have. Staying on top of the ever-evolving tricks and processes being used by these criminal gangs in targeting Australians is something that we want to encourage all businesses to do, and this framework is designed to do exactly that. Furthermore, what I'd say is that once this legislation is in place, I think we send a strong message to those criminal organisations that Australia will no longer be defenceless in its fight against scams, that Australian businesses will be working together and working with government so that the scammers leave our shores or find it more difficult to scam consumers in this country, and therefore turn their minds to perhaps making a living doing something legitimate. That would be the hope. Deputy Speaker, I don't think there's a family that I know that haven't been touched in some way, whether that be $500 that they've transferred thinking that they'd had an emergency call from a child and transferred funds to support a child in need because their wallet had been stolen or whatever the scammers' messages were. I don't think there's a family that I know that hasn't been touched by scams. So I know that across the country there will be people who will appreciate the work that has been done by the Minister in bringing forward this piece of legislation, and not just by the Minister but by government and by by the banking sector and the telcos and all of those who've given information, who have sought to help find a way forward in this space to protect Australian consumers. I would add that I don't believe that this will be the final time that we're in the federal parliament talking about this or introducing legislation to protect consumers as this evolves further. But I do want to congratulate the Minister and those who've been involved in the consultation processes and in the design of this piece of legislation that will establish a scams prevention framework and penalties for those businesses who don't keep up in this war against criminal organisations wanting to steal from Australian consumers. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the Chief Government Whip for her contribution. The question is now that the amendments before the House be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Can I start by thanking all honourable members for their participation in this debate. Everyone's joined the debate with great passion and I think a genuineness, and I commend them for that. There wouldn't be a member of this place or the other place who hasn't had direct representation from their constituents on the scourge of scams. So I believe everybody is coming to this issue with a genuineness about wanting to fix the problem. Through the debate, we've heard stories of just unimaginable harm that scams have caused to many Australians. And I have no doubt that these are the results of members reflecting in good faith the issues that have been raised to them in their electorates. It's a big problem, and if we don't get it right, people won't have faith in the rails of modern commerce. So whether we care about it because of the social consequences or whether we care about it because it has devastating economic consequences, we need to act on this. We need to act on this as a parliament. We need to act on it quickly. $7 million a day. So we can't go into recess without this issue having been dealt with, because the consequence is $7 million a day is going to be lost, and that'll be on all of our heads. The failure for us to act to put this preventative legislation into action. When we came into government in late 2022, Australians were losing $3 billion a year. That had been doubling every year. And it had been doubling every year because the approach to then was that this is a private problem. That there was the responsibility of individual consumers, individual Australians to meet. And we don't say that there isn't a role for individuals to deal with this challenge, but it's actually a government problem. It's a problem of business, it's a problem of consumers, and it's a problem that we have to work on right across the economy, right across government, and that's what we're doing through this legislation here today. It's not the first step, it won't be the last, as the member for Lather has said in her contribution already. The government has stood up a National Anti-Scam Centre to be the focus of coordinating and education activities for the government, including those foreshadowed in this bill. We have provided the Australian Securities and Investment Commission with the funding and the capacity to go after the fake investment websites. We're working with the ACCC to enable them to do the same thing inside their jurisdiction, and thousands of fake websites are being taken down as a result of this. We've been working with the private sector to ensure on a voluntary basis, ahead of the legislation that we're introducing, that new voluntary accords and codes are introduced. There'll be a significant uplift as a result of this legislation. Deputy Speaker, we've all heard through the debate lots of stories. I was, in the last few days, I've heard reports of manipulated video footage of prominent Australians, including the Prime Minister. I'll be surprised if the Leader of the Opposition hasn't had the same. Manipulated video footage being used to promote fraudulent schemes online via advertisements on social media platforms. These cases have been picked up by the National Anti-Scam Centre and reported to Meta, but I understand many of these ads are still visible on platforms. And this goes to the very heart about why our approach is different to that which is being taken in other countries. In other countries, they've just said, let's go for the banks, we'll make them compulsory liable for any losses. And that's akin to saying we don't care how the scam reached the victim. In fact, we're not that interested in prevention. All we want to do is deal with something after the fact. We take a different view. We want compensation, absolutely, but we want prevention to be the first line of defence. Why are we so focused on social media platforms? Telcos are already introducing call message filtering and message blocking. Around about 1 million calls and messages are being blocked a day. More needs to be done. Banks have got a voluntary stuff going on. Welcome that. Social media platforms late to the party, but they're slow to be implementing some things. But any member could do this. Any member could pick up their phone while they're in the chamber, go to their Facebook ad and type in the words, "Sell my Australian bank account." And they'll come up with screens and screens and screens of Facebook sites advising them how to sell or rent their Australian bank account. Illegal to do. Why is it being done? Because that's how scammers get the money out of a victim's bank account and then out of the country. They transfer it into a mule account, and that mule account is then used to remove the money beyond the reach of law or recovery and out of the country. Before standing up today, I've done exactly that. So I've typed in the word "sell my Australian bank account." The first one on my Facebook account, it's an account. It's had 8 new posts today, 10,000 members in total. All of this is illegal. All of this is illegal. And it's known to the operators of the site. And time again, they've been said, you are a key vector of this criminal activity and you are not doing enough to stop it. This law addresses the problem. Tough new obligations on banks, telecommunications companies, social media companies, all working together. Tough new standards, prevent, detect, disrupt, to ensure that they are keeping their customers safe from the criminals that are preying upon Australians. We have looked at other options that are available around the world. Frankly, there is no country in the world that has got this nailed, and there'll be no country that has a tougher regime in place than Australia once these laws pass through that Parliament. This is something that every member of this place and the other place can be proud of, and something that we absolutely have to do. I have heard through the course of the debate members say that under the current arrangements, reimbursement of scam losses are woefully inadequate and low, and I agree. And you know why? The problem is there is no current standard against which a bank, a telco, or a social media company is held accountable to. So our regulators are flying blind, our courts and law enforcement are flying blind. They have no standard against which to hold one of these businesses accountable to say, you have breached this and therefore you're liable to compensate and make good your customers. As a result of these laws, that will change. As a result of these laws, the principal obligations will have fines and penalties attached to them of up to $50 million. Consumer redress will absolutely be part of it. I've listened to consumer groups, I've listened to members of the Crossbench and others on this, I've listened to the members of the Coalition, I've read carefully the comments that they've made in the Senate inquiry on this. I make the offer to the Shadow Minister who's in the chamber. Happy to have good faith discussions with you to ensure that any issues can be dealt with, any legitimate issues can be dealt with. We need this bill passed. $7 million a day. Nobody wants that hanging over their head over the months ahead. Australians will not thank any of us for it. Deputy Speaker, lots of things have been said in the course of this debate, and as is often the case in this place, sometimes partially informed. I'm sure always in good faith, but sometimes partially informed. Because I'm giving primacy to getting this bill through the House, I don't intend to address all of the statements that have been made, but what I can tell members of this place with great confidence, the measures that we have put in place are already working. The voluntary measures that some institutions have already put in place are making a difference, but much more needs to be done. I use the figure $3 billion a year being lost when we came into government. I'm in a happy position to report to members that that number has reduced by 33% over the last year because of the actions that have been put in place by this government. And whilst we could all give ourselves a pat on the back for saying 33% reduction off $3 billion is a great achievement, and it is, we're one of the only countries in the world that can make that claim, When Australians are losing billions of dollars a year, we cannot rest on our laurels. We have to do the things that are anticipated within this bill to improve our protections, and we will. And as the member for Layla and others have said, it won't be the last word on this. I'm sure as new vectors, as new threats, as new challenges arise, there'll be new propositions come before this Parliament or before a government to ensure that we can continue to lift our standards. But make no mistake, the introduction of these laws will be a significant uplift across the entire economy and will make Australia the toughest country in the world for those criminal gangs to make a dollar. I note that there's members from the Treasury team who've been working on this over the last year and a half who are in the chamber today, and I just want to thank them for their tireless work on this work. Fine public servants who've been thrown an important public policy challenge and they've risen to it. I thank them for the work, and I thank all members of the House for their participation in the debate, and I commend the bill to the House.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Petrie has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Mr. Speaker.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes.
I was getting it next week. Yeah, it's first time I've been over there since February.
They weren't switched on.
The result of the division is ayes 58, noes 76. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Give the call to the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to provide a framework for preventing and responding to scams and for related purposes.
Is Lee... Oh. The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it's the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to. Before we get to the detailed amendments, I'll give the call to the honourable member for Petrie.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Look, I rise to speak on consideration in detail. The Coalition supports the actions of the government when it comes to preventing scams. We feel that it is very important legislation, and so I have some questions for the Minister regarding the Scams Prevention Framework Bill 2024. And I know through you, Mr Speaker, that this is an important bill for the Minister, and I want to acknowledge the work that the Minister and his staff have done, and with his recent announcement too about finishing up at the next election. I would just say to the Minister, well done, and we wish you well. And thank you for the work that you've done for Australians. But we'll give you more time to speak on this because we know that you love it and you want lots of questions. So we've got a fair few questions to ask you, but there is some concerns, of course, that have been raised about whether it will achieve its objectives for consumers. The bill has been, described by some as a bit rushed and complex, unclear, stacked against consumers. So through you, Mr Speaker, Minister, this framework relies heavily on leaving matters to be determined in future delegated legislation, which has not been made available or consulted alongside this bill. These include sector designation instruments, mandatory sector codes and other operational rules and guidelines. So given significant matters, including the prescriptive obligations in the codes, will be in this delegated legislation, why has it not been made publicly available alongside the bill? 2, have these instruments been developed or drafted already? 3, if not, why has this work, which is the substance and scope of the framework, not been done after 31 months of the Albanese government? Is this work being actively progressed by your department, Minister, and when will it be consulted on? And I note that this policy work can be progressed and consulted on before the bill passes. And 5, why are stakeholders and the Parliament be expected to pass the bill through this enabling legislation when so much of the detail is not yet available? There's some initial questions, also just some on regulation. The regulation impact analysis for this bill, which was tabled as part of the explanatory memorandum, uses costing assumptions which appear to significantly understate the regulatory compliance costs. For example, Minister, it makes assumptions including 1.1 full-time equivalent staff required for a major bank to uplift anti-scam activity and government's improvements. So a $40,000 initial technology investment required for a major bank to comply with the info sharing and reporting obligations and $20,000 ongoing. A $40,000 initial investment in staff for a COBA member bank to administer anti-scam activity and government's improvements, and $10,000 ongoing. A $100,000 initial investment for a major telco to uplift anti-scam activity and governments, and $50,000 ongoing. Now, through you, Deputy Speaker, Minister, you've said this framework will not be the bare minimum. Can you explain how that statement is compatible with these costing assumptions? Do you stand by the findings of the regulation impact analysis conducted? And has this regulation impact analysis been signed off as compliant by the Office of Impact Analysis? And Minister, if you agree the costings require correction, will you ask the department to do further consultation to get it right and then table a replacement explanatory memorandum? Thank you.
The question is that the bill be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for Petrie and the Shadow Minister for what I took to be his qualified good wishes. And I thank him for the indication of broad support for the legislation. Can I address some of the issues that he's raised? The legislation, not uncommon in matters such as this, requires, and in fact not uncommon in the structure of the Australian competition and consumer law, where broad principles with penalties and obligations are established in the primary law, and subsidiary instruments fill out some of the details. And that's the way we've approached this task in this legislation. There will be an obligation, a principal obligation, to prevent, detect, disrupt, and ensure that consumers are protected, and that scam threats across the infrastructure of banks, telecommunications companies, social media companies is lifted up to ensure it protects their consumers. We're asked why so much of the force of those principles will be filled out in industry codes, and the answer is simple. The things that are going to be required, there's two reasons. The first is the things that will be required of a social media company are going to be different to that which are going to be required of a telecommunications company, and different to what we'll require of a bank. There'll be commonality, there's no doubt about that, but there'll be different obligations based on the technology inherent in the platforms that we are approaching. So that's the first reason. And the second reason is the need to move and to change rapidly over time, because as threats across those vectors change and change rapidly, with the best will in the world, two houses of Parliament are not necessarily going to be the way to enable us to nimbly respond to those sorts of threats, which is why subsidiary delegated legislation, the codes, the mandatory codes, is the best means on which to deal with that, to give us flexibility to move quickly as and when we need. And of course there is still the regular parliamentary scrutiny that is available to all members, and in particular senators, in relation to disallowable instruments. I'm asked by the honourable member, has work started on the code? There has been initial of course there's been initial discussions with industry, both between my office and Treasury officials. That's not the same as drafting the codes, but that doesn't mean no work has been done. For example, as members have alluded to in this debate, the banking sector is well advanced. They have the Bank Safe Accord, which has been in operation for close to 18 months now. The telecommunications industry has a code of practice, a statutory code of practice in place at the moment. The social media platforms not currently brought within an enforceable code framework, but this bill will change that. I guess the other point, and it's a matter of great frustration, I've got to say, as a minister in this place, there is fierce competition for the resources of the public service. And because there is scarce resources and unlimited demands upon them, the department won't start work on drafting the codes until they know there's going to be a bill through the Parliament to ensure that they are enforceable. In terms of the regulatory compliance costs, the simple, I've had this raised with me a lot of times, I've got to say to the honourable member, the simple answer, how is this data put together? There was an outreach, a consultation process from Treasury to all the designated, or those sectors that are likely to be designated. And the question put to them is, what's the uplift cost likely to be? And the numbers reflected in the regulatory impact statement reflect what was told to us by the banks, the telcos and the social media platforms. Can I say in relation to that, it's about the additionality. What additional resources are any of these institutions going to have to put in place to comply with the measures within this code? That might raise suspicions in the minds of some, but can I simply make this? Any one of the major banks has probably got more resources dedicated to this particular task today than the entirety, any one of the banks, than the entirety of the Commonwealth government. Any one of the banks will have in their criminal fraud, financial crime sections, the detections, they will have more resource dedicated to this task, and so they should, because it's customers' money at stake. So that hopefully explains some of that. I'm advised, and on the basis of the information I inform the House, that the regulatory impact statement complies, through the Office of the Impact Analysis, complies with all the obligations.
Call the member for Petrie.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Just a few more questions for the Minister, and I thank him for his answers. Feedback from both industry and consumer advocates on the draft bill pointed to the complexity arising from the lack of clear liability rules and as an apportionment mechanism for situations where multiple entities across different sectors are involved in a scam. How have these concerns been addressed in the final bill? Will AFCA have carte blanche to make decision on apportionment of liability for each regulated entity? And if regulated entities disagree with an apportionment decision, will it be able to litigate to overturn that decision? Do you anticipate these disputes will delay consumer redress? And have you estimated the potential costs and delays arising from litigation relating to these disputes, including for scam victims? In addition, I just note as well that the Competition and Consumer Act at Section 51AE already has a regulation making power for the Minister to prescribe enforceable mandatory codes to provide a set of rules or minimum standards for an industry, including the relationship between industry participants or their consumers, or their customers, I should say. Was it open to the government to use this existing power to make codes without having to enact new primary legislation? Could using the existing code-making power have meant mandatory codes could have been developed and made earlier than the 31 months of the Albanese government and counting? We have been waiting for the scams prevention codes. If it was open to the Minister, why did you choose to delay action on scams by coming up with a much more complex approach? This is an approach which has been criticised by most stakeholders who have been asked for this framework to be focused on the codes. Did you choose this approach so that you could draw this out and have another announcement? And you have previously mentioned that you have difficulty getting legislation drafted. We are still waiting for these industry codes. When would we see these draft codes now? And I do note that you just addressed, the department wouldn't start until you're saying this legislation was done. But how long would you expect the draft codes to go from here? I had some questions about concerns raised about the draft bill and how they've been addressed in this final bill. And I make the point again that the government took a long time to come up with this, and then they sort of ran a short and 3-week consultation period on the draft legislation. This bill was then turned around for introduction just 4 weeks later, with little of the consultation feedback incorporated as a result. It is important legislation that will impact all Australians. These aren't minor amendments that should be rammed through without scrutiny and without bare minimum of consultation. So most regulated sector stakeholders, including the ABA and the Communications Alliance, have raised concerns about the double liability issues that arise as a result of the private right of action set out in Section 58 of the bill. Given the whole of ecosystem external dispute resolution and the substantial civil penalties, is this additional private right of action necessary? Does the Minister anticipate it will be useful or accessible for individual consumers? Many stakeholders, including the Customer-Owned Banking Association, have raised concerns about the breadth of actionable scam intelligence that might need to be reported and the regulatory burden that this would create. COBA have said the sheer volume of data and information being contemplated by this definition means that what is expected from the obligations may not be reasonably achievable. So have any changes been made to the final bill to address these concerns, and if so, what are these? And how will the burden of this data reporting be minimised?
I call the Honourable Minister.
I note that the questions that have been asked by the Minister, the Shadow Minister, in almost identical form to the issues that have been raised in the Senate legislative inquiry and have been answered in the report in that inquiry, and I refer the Minister to the answers contained there within.
I call the honourable member for Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, through you to the Minister, can the Minister please explain to my community and the thousands of Australians across the country who are targeted by scammers each year exactly why the government won't rebalance the power in scam compensation and is choosing instead not to impose a UK-style presumption of reimbursement by banks and other responsible parties?
Call the honourable Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I addressed some of the issues related to this in my address in reply. Can I simply say this? We believe in attaching liability to fault. It's a fairly rudimentary process known well to any lawyer in this place. If you're at fault, then you should be liable for the damages or the harm associated with that fault. The problem we have at the moment is there is no standard to which people are held accountable. There's no standard for banks, no standard for telco, no standard for social media platform. That changes when this bill is enacted. And I'm asked why we haven't gone down the UK approach. The answer, quite simply, is we do not think it will work because it is not focused on preventing scams and it has nothing to say about the major vector of scams, which are social media platforms. And it beggars belief, and I gave some examples here in my address in reply, it beggars belief that we should hold the Broken Hill Building Society, a mutual bank, accountable for a Facebook puppy scam that the members of that bank, the owners of that bank, can have no knowledge or no control over. No knowledge or no control over, and yet we would hold the members of that bank accountable for the losses for that Facebook puppy scam, and yet the biggest company in the world, or one of the biggest companies in the world, which actually made money out of advertising that scam, is not held liable. That just beggars belief in my mind, so I understand why there is a simple attraction to it, but when you dig down into what are we trying to do here, and that is to prevent the scam in the first place, we believe that our approach is the better approach, and I think the proof in the pudding of this is our scam losses are dropping quicker than those in the UK, and there is intense interest from the United Kingdom and other countries around the world in the approach that the Australian government is taking, because they think it is a stronger framework.
Call the honourable member for Clark.
Again, through you to the Minister, following up on my earlier question, I simply ask the Minister, does he concede that in recent years it has not been uncommon for that fault to have been attributed quite reasonably to different financial institutions who have not taken reasonable steps to protect customers and have failed to intervene when transactions have been patently out of order?
I call the honourable Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I can think of one example where that is the case at scale, and that was the UBS scam. Affected members in my electorate. I assume it affected his as well. And there was an agreement between the bank in that instance and the plaintiffs before the Australian Financial Complaints Authority that these were unauthorised transactions, and therefore the rights and responsibilities that are available under the e-payments code were enacted, and therefore compensation under the e-payments code was available. The problem with the vast majority of scams is they are authorised. They're authorised transactions, so the e-payments code is not enlivened, and it's why we need the new obligations that will be established by these laws to hold banks and others accountable to a standard and liable when they don't meet it.
I call the honourable... Yeah, call the honourable member for Petrie.
On this, on consideration in detail still.
Okay, I'll call the member for Petrie first, and then...
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Speaker. Just a few final questions, and I know the Minister, this is his bill, so I'm giving him plenty of opportunity to talk on it and appreciate what he's done. But just in relation to civil penalties, stakeholders have raised concerns about the significant civil penalties that apply in relation to the framework. Can the Minister outline how the penalty regime will operate? What is a Tier 1 and a Tier 2 penalty? And what are the maximum penalties are, and how will a civil penalty be determined using the various calculation methods? Does the Minister think the maximum civil penalties are proportionate? Has the Minister considered stakeholder recommendations that civil penalties only apply to serious or systematic breaches? And what are the other consequences for a breach? What other enforcement tools are available to the ACCC? How will this scams prevention framework and external dispute resolution interact with the existing e-payments code rules in relation to unauthorised payments? Which code will have priority? What will the transitional period be for compliance and being subject to a civil penalty once the sector designation is made? Will there be a time limit for making a complaint to AFCA? I thank the Minister.
Call the Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for his questions. I again refer him to the details within the explanatory memorandum, which answers many of these questions, together with the government response to the Senate legislative inquiry. The regulator will have the powers that the regulator has under the competition and consumer laws. It is not the role of Parliament to determine what the penalty will be. That's the role of a court. It's the role of Parliament to determine what the maximum penalty may be for a breach under these laws, and that is the normal course of events in these things.
Call the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank
Please
you.
proceed.
I move Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together. As many have discussed in relation to this legislation, there is a David and Goliath battle when it comes to victims and banks and financial institutions and the large telcos and social media platforms that are all too often part of scams reaching consumers. Under the current proposed legislation, to bring forward a claim for compensation, a victim will need to gather information from companies and the banks and the telcos to establish whether or not they have complied with the code. That is just simply not realistic. And I welcome that I've raised this with the Minister, and understanding that David and Goliath battle is important. The information is not readily available, and there is no requirement for the companies to hand this over willingly. And I think it's fair to assume that getting to that information with the scale of these organisations would just be impossible on the victims of scams. It's a David and Goliath battle. So my amendment goes some way to bringing power back to consumers by at least reversing the onus of proof when it comes to accessing dispute resolution, that it requires the companies and the banks, financial institutions and telcos involved in a scam, so a party to the scam, to provide the victims with a statement of compliance with the scam protection framework to then access that internal dispute resolution. Now, of course, associated with that needs to be what that scam protection framework ultimately looks like, and I appreciate, and I have some questions in that respect. But what this means is that it's not just for the victim to have to establish the case from scratch, that they are entitled to dispute resolution and thus compensation. There is a reversal of onus, which is important. It strengthens the integrity of the framework, and it will ensure that vulnerable customers will be able to have a better chance and access at dispute resolution and ultimately compensation from the regulated entities. This amendment improves the internal dispute resolution process to require businesses to provide this statement of certification that they have complied with their obligation under the bill, and there will be a civil penalty provision that carries with this, and these certificates will be admissible in later proceedings. I do ask the Minister to make sure, though, that the explanatory memorandum includes details relating to the specificity requirements that will be placed in the rules to ensure customers have enough details to satisfy their compliance with their obligations. It might be by providing details that at a specific time the customer confirmed the name of the account to receive the funds through a confirmation of payee mechanism. Another example might be that a social media platform providing specific details of when they became aware of the scam activity and what steps they took to respond. It's important that everyone involved in this matrix takes some responsibility. Now, we've had discussions around should it be, for example, an automatic presumption of compensation against the financial institutions. I accept that there are often three elements to scams. We have the victim who has unwittingly consented to a payment being authorising a payment. We have financial institutions who have access to who that payment is ultimately going to, and so they bear a responsibility in introducing friction and in ensuring people are genuinely aware of what they are authorising. And then we have the telcos. I accept this. The telcos are a major player, especially when I look at social media and Facebook and Meta entities, in assisting in delivering scams to the victims, right? They are facilitating that, and so they do also bear that responsibility. But of course, getting behind the wall of information of those kind of organisations is simply impossible for victims. So I do thank the government, I understand, for accepting that this reversal of onus is necessary when it comes to that compilation of information and that certificate of compliance so that access to dispute resolution can operate. I think it's important, though, for the government to continue being vigilant to make sure fair compensation is occurring, and I urge all consumers and victims out there to absolutely, you have to report scams. They profit and they thrive with the secrecy, with the shame or anxiety about reporting. So reporting and exposing scams is the most important thing that people can do.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister.
I thank the member. The government will be agreeing to the amendments which we agree improve the bill, and I can inform the member that an amended explanatory memorandum will be tabled.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Honourable Member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 4 as revised, as circulated in my name, together.
Is the leave granted? Leave is granted. Please proceed.
I move amendments 1 to 4 as revised, as circulated in my name, together. Thank you, Mr Speaker. The amendment I'm introducing today is an attempt to provide vulnerable customers with a higher level of protection from scams than what this bill currently affords them. It is a simple amendment, easy to implement, and in circumstances where this bill is weighted in the favour of banks, telcos and social media companies instead of consumers, very necessary. Let me explain what I mean by the assertion that this bill is weighted in favour of those firms. As I set out in detail in my second reading speech, it is unfortunate that the government has missed the opportunity to introduce a consumer-centric reimbursement model of scams prevention, a model where consumers are quickly reimbursed, of course except in cases of gross negligence on the part of the consumer and limited up to a capped amount. Under the reimbursement model, such as that in the UK, the burden moves to firms to work out how the liability should be apportioned between financial institutions, telcos and social media platforms. Instead, the government has chosen to put the burden of fighting to get their money back on the consumer, and in doing so have protected the banks, telcos and social media companies over individual customers. It is a heavy burden. In circumstances where a person may have lost their entire life savings,
having to fight perhaps against several institutions, including financial, telco and social media, at the one time, is possibly the most uneven playing field imaginable. Given that, I consider that perhaps the government might have some appetite to better protect at least the most vulnerable of consumers. My amendments define a vulnerable customer as one who is at risk or is likely to be at risk of being targeted by a scam. This might include elderly people or people with hearing difficulties, for example, or people in financial distress. Data shows that scammers are targeting elderly people who are likely to have large savings and looking to protect or invest this large nest egg. The bill requires regulated entities to take reasonable steps to prevent, detect, report, disrupt and respond to scams. In determining whether the firms are taking reasonable steps to do those things, my amendment would A, require them to identify vulnerable customers, B, consider whether the consumers of the particular services in question are vulnerable customers, and C, give vulnerable customers more information about scams the firms have already identified. Not too difficult. Unfortunately, the government has indicated that it's not inclined to make the bill more consumer-friendly, even in this small way. Nevertheless, I commend the amendment to the House. Thank you.
I put the question. All that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
I think the noes have it. Noes have it, yeah. Okay. All right. I call the honourable member for Wentworth.
1 and 2 are circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? Please proceed.
I move amendments 1 and 2 are circulated in my name together. Deputy Speaker, as I mentioned in my second reader, I'm extremely doubtful that this bill will be enough to incentivise businesses, including banks, telcos and social media companies, to properly address scams. I believe they will do as they have done, trusting the process to be delayed and slowed down, requiring individuals to pursue these actions in lengthy procedures over years and months. They can win the war by attrition. I acknowledge that the companies are investing. I acknowledge that the companies hate to see these scams as well, and there's no sort of sense of bad faith. But I think the truth is that I don't believe they have done enough, and I don't believe this bill drives them to do enough yet. The impact statement of the explanatory memorandum states the regulatory cost between the SPF and the status quo is an initial investment of $100 million and ongoing investments of $31 million. However, the impact analysis estimates that 70% of this cost is already accounted for by non-affiliated banks, with the 4 major banks expected to increase their funding only by $6.2 million on initial investments. This is despite ASIC finding that the scam strategy and governance of the 4 major banks is less mature than expected. Similar admissions are present in the sections covering telcos and social media companies. On page 153 of the explanatory memorandum states that under the SPF, there are unlikely to be significant additional costs for telecommunications who are compliant with current obligations. The EM acknowledges that self-regulation has not worked, yet this bill will introduce minimal additional provisions on top of what these industries are already promising to implement. And in perhaps the most overused quote, Charlie Munger is attributed as saying, "Show me the incentive, I'll show you the outcome." This bill will not change the outcome because it does not change fundamentally the incentive. That's why I have my amendment is pretty simple, and I've actually spoken to bank CEOs on this topic and they don't have a problem with it either. They say publish scam data, publish the amount of scams that different banks are dealing with, the number detected, responded, reported to, and the amounts lost and the amounts reimbursed of all regulated entities on a quarterly basis. Not when the regulator publishes aggregated information once a year, buried in the back of the financial model. And I think the point I'm just fundamentally trying to make here is that without this sort of separation of detail, without this information at different levels, the banks do not have the strongest incentives to invest for scam prevention. What I want what I think is the only way to actually protect Australian consumers is for banks to be strongly incentivised to do this. Now, a code can do this, but codes are always paying catch-up to what is to technology in place. And I don't believe, honestly, that the federal government or the regulators know or are innovating at the pace to understand where the technology can go. I think the private sector needs strong incentives to make the innovation that is required in this space. And so, you can do that through reimbursement models, or you can do that through publishing data at a bank level, saying this many scams, this is the percentage of losses, this is the reimbursement, so consumers can make the right choices. And the consumers can show by their wallets that whether they want to support a bank that is protecting them adequately from scams, or whether they don't. And I think this is about putting the power back in the hands of Australian consumers to protect themselves from scams. Because we know that scams are so sophisticated these days. We know that these scams are run by organised criminal cartels, international cartels that are running these sorts of scams. It is incredibly hard for an individual, even savvy consumer, one who's really doing a good job to protect themselves from these scams. They can't do that alone. If the deputy chair of ASIC can be scammed, anyone in this country can be scammed, whatever personal protections they are putting in place. And so the question then goes to, how can they protect themselves? This legislation is helpful, but the best way to protect themselves is to make sure that those organisations, the banks, the telcos, the social media companies, are innovating, are putting their best minds and their best innovations to work out how to protect their consumers. And the best way to drive that investment, the best way to drive that innovation isn't just regulation, it's actually transparency. Give transparency, shine a light on who's doing a good job, shine a light on who's doing a bad job, and then you might get some change, and then I think you might see real change in the Australian market, which is what we haven't seen. And my argument is that we have had some of these innovations that are just coming in place in Australia since 2017 in Europe. Why didn't we have them there? Because the incentives weren't there. Let's stop playing catch-up.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I put the question. All that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. I think the noes have it. Aye. Is division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. And then we come back to here. There's not so much here.
Never been away. Like we've never been away. What do you think?
Oh, good. Here. Yeah. Take your time. Oh, really? Good to see you. It's, now where are you?
The only one is younger.
Happy.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendments be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for McKellar and Wentworth as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Wirral and Bean as tellers for the noes. What are these? The result of the division is ayes 13, noes 52. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is, this bill as amended be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill as amended has been agreed to. And I'll give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? Call the Minister. Petrie.
Leave's granted.
Leave is granted. Call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to provide a framework for preventing and responding to scams and for related purposes.
I have to report that the Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill 2024 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that this bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. And give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Sorry, we were supposed to divide on that one, I think, but
Order. The member for Lyons is interjecting outside of his place. This is the Commonwealth Workplace Protections Order. We've gone through the second reading. I'm now asking the House if there is leave granted to me to move the third reading immediately. Is leave granted?
Yep, leave's granted.
I thank the member for Petrie and I call the Assistant Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to establish a workplace protection order scheme in relation to Commonwealth workers and Commonwealth workplaces and for related purposes.
I have to report that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Competition and Consumer Amendment Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2024 and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question. I present a certified copy of the bill together with a schedule of the question which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The unresolved question is that the bill be now read a second time. The question is that the bill be read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. No. Division's required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the bill be now read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left, and I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes.
I must be through. Tesla.
Nothing. Order. The result of the division is ayes 85, noes 54. The matter was resolved in the affirmative, and I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to separate the Australian Energy Regulator from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission and for related purposes.
The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate will be resumed at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the honourable member for Monash.
Mr Speaker, more than 140,000 Australians have lodged adverse reactions to the not-so-safe and ineffective COVID vaccines on the TGA database. But thousands of these Australians have been unable to access compensation due to the scheme's overly onerous requirements and very narrow eligibility criteria. People like Tracy, who came to my office today, and Bernice, Dirk, Jason, Jerry, Joel, Cara, Karen, Lynn, Margaret, Michelle, Naomi, Orita, Rado and Sandra. But Chris, a 51-year-old father of two, was more fortunate, at least he thought he was. With the help of a lawyer, Chris navigated his way to secure compensation after suffering horrific life-altering injuries from the COVID vaccine. This process included 12 months compiling more than 1,000 pages of documents and then a further 500 days for the claim to be assessed and settled. Chris's financial settlement is in the millions of dollars and compensating him for not just for the short-term impacts of his injury, but also lost income given he's unable to return to his career of 30 years. But Chris's horrific story doesn't end here. It turns out his compensation will be subject to full taxation in the year the payment is received. This means that around 1/3 of his compensation will be lost in tax and returned to the very government that mandated these unsafe and untrialled vaccines. In my opinion, this is cruel, callous and unconscionable behaviour by government and completely at odds with the intent of the compensation scheme. These compensation payments should be tax-free.
Member for Pearce.
I would like to celebrate an extraordinary individual whose unwavering commitment to service and compassion has transformed the lives of countless children globally. It is my honour to recognise Brother Thomas Oliver Pickett, affectionately known as Ollie, who has been awarded the 2025 Senior Australian of the Year. Ollie's journey is inspiring. As a co-founder of Wheelchairs for Kids, which is based in my electorate of Pearce, he has dedicated nearly 3 decades to ensure that children with disabilities gain mobility and independence. His incredible efforts have provided over 61,000 custom-built wheelchairs to children in more than 80 countries, a remarkable achievement that reflects his vision and determination. All his work transcends wheelchair provision. It empowers children to access education, engage with their communities and experience the joy of childhood. He understands that mobility is a fundamental right, ensuring each wheelchair is functional and adaptable to meet young users' growing needs. What truly sets Ollie apart is his ability to inspire others. Leading a team of 250 volunteers, he has created a community united by purpose. His humility shone through in his acceptance speech, where he dedicated the award to his volunteers. Congratulations, Ollie Pickett. Thank you for being a beacon of hope and for showing us what it means to serve with heart and with passion. Thank you.
Member for Casey.
This Friday, the 7th of February, marks the 16th anniversary of the Black Saturday bushfires. It's a day I remember all too well, as do many residents in my community. Today is a day we remember the 173 lives lost, but also the many lives lost in the years following as a direct impact of the disaster. On that day, we tragically lost 35 children and 16 were left orphaned. Today and always, we thank the volunteer firefighters and emergency services crews who showed tremendous courage and saved countless lives while risking their own. While the burnt trees have new growth and townships have rebuilt, the hidden scars of Black Saturday are still very raw and take a toll on the mental health of many in my community. In an instant, we can go right back there to February 7th, 2009 and replay it in our minds. Hot days, strong winds, the smell of smoke, the sound of sirens all take us right back to that fateful day. To all those with memories of that day, please reach out to friends and loved ones. Know that you are not alone as we reflect and remember a traumatic and tragic day for so many lives. As a survivor, it is a day that I recommit to living my life in honour of those who passed on that tragic day.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. As we approach the 83rd anniversary of the bombing of Darwin, I just wanted to remind people that it was, in the Second World War, the largest single attack ever mounted by a foreign power on Australia, hitting our home of Darwin. The Japanese mounted 2 air attacks that day. The first attack focused on the town centre and the harbour. Many buildings and ships were destroyed. Of the 47 ships in Darwin Harbour that day, 8 were sunk, 1 was beached and lost, and 11 were damaged. But one bomb fell through the several decks of the hospital ship Menunda. On the hospital ship Menunda was the heroic sister, Margaret de Mestre, who unfortunately died from her injuries sustained during that bombing. But before she passed, Sister de Mestre was absolutely adamant that others be treated before her. So in 2018, I started an award in Margaret's memory at the Menunda Terrace Primary School in my electorate, the special legacy of the name that the school is connected to, and it was for the student who showed courage. And I was delighted to attend the school to award Yasmia Belton, the 2024 recipient of the Margaret de Mestre Award. She was stoked to receive it, and her mum Elise was super proud.
Member for Kooyong.
Speaker, the Victorian Government's North East Link project was supposed to cost $10 billion. It's now up to $26 billion. It's possibly the most expensive road project per kilometre in the world. It's had significant and worrying environmental impacts on tree canopy and on habitat destruction in areas like the Coonung Creek. Constituents regularly contact my office about the noise, light and dust from the 24-hour drilling, demolition and roadworks. Residents tell me that project managers and the state government are slow to engage with them, and they're often dismissive of their concerns. The local governments are effectively sidelined. The Victorian Government has signed at least 7,000 non-disclosure agreements for more than $1 billion of compensation. For what? We do not know. Last year, the federal government corrected $1 billion to help complete the North East Link. Knowing what we know, or we don't know, the Infrastructure Minister should withhold that federal funding until we get better public engagement, until we get some transparency from the Allen State Government and the Building Authority over its dealings with the public. We are all entitled to know where, why and how taxpayers' money is being used on state projects.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This year I was lucky enough to attend Singleton Council's Australia Day ceremony, where they announced their 2025 Citizens of the Year. This year, paramedic Nigel Korf was named the 2025 Citizen of the Year. Nigel is a deserving recipient of this award after clocking up 40 years as a volunteer for the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. This award also recognised his role as a crew member for the record number of helicopter rescues in a single day that they performed in the 2022 Lismore floods. The ceremony also saw Dr Jared Lawrence honoured for Young Achiever of the Year. A Singleton High School alumni, Dr Lawrence received his award for his impact on improving the health and well-being of Singleton community and executing an exceptional vision for the future of rural healthcare as he undertook his training as a doctor. Jared proves that it doesn't matter what school you go to, you can achieve anything when you live in the Hunter by going to one of our amazing local public high schools. He's a shining example of the potential of young people in the Hunter and shows that you should never feel limited in what you can achieve because of where you came from or what school you went to. Congratulations, Nigel and Dr Lawrence. Thank you for all you have done for our community. And just on a little side note, Dr Jared Lawrence was taught by the good member for Robertson, Dr Gordon Reid. He took him through his time in that hospital, so thank you for what you do, Dr Gordon Reid, the member for Robertson as well, in helping our young people achieve their future.
Member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Over decades, well-funded far-right groups in the United States have been on a mission to destroy progressive politics and reshape the Republican Party to be one of division, destruction and delusion. And now we have a second Trump presidency that promises to be even worse than the first. That tells you all you need to know about the Liberals that they cheer at that. Trump and these backers want to reshape the United States and now the world into a place where the only thing that matters is profit and the bottom line. And now similar groups have appeared in Australia. Groups like Advance and Australians for Prosperity want to do to this country what their counterparts have done to the United States. Divide us, carve us up and sell our society to the highest bidder. They will not be happy until our country is a hollowed-out shell where everything is pay to play. And now we see the LNP begin to back them in and following down the same path as the Republicans. Cuts that we will only find the details of after the election, slashing the public service and banning investment in renewables. What will help this country? Stave off far-right groups and the undue influence of giant corporations in politics is policies that actually improve people's lives and protect the environment. Dental into Medicare, mental health into Medicare, 100% renewable energy, and tripling the bulk billing incentive for everyone, so everyone can see the GP for free again. And making these giant multinationals and fossil fuel companies finally pay their fair share of tax. That is what I am in this place fighting for, and that is how we stave off the far right and corporate takeover of our democracy.
Member for Robertson.
And I rise today to acknowledge Pamela Lemoyne from my electorate of Robertson, who this year has been recognised and awarded the Jean Arnott Award for her consistent work on behalf of Graduate Women New South Wales. Pamela is 90 years young and has received this award because she is a beacon of unwavering commitment to her community. The Jean Arnott Award is facilitated by the National Council of Women New South Wales, and in 2024 was awarded to 23 extraordinary women aged 90 and over, and Pamela was included in that. The award is a continuous reminder of the exceptional advocacy Jean Arnott involved herself with throughout her professional life, fighting for women's rights and campaigning on behalf of women across all areas of society to be valued. Pamela received this award to recognise her dedication to Graduate Women New South Wales, which is an association of women graduates from universities and institutions of higher education throughout the world. The association supports all women to strive for success and to provide recognition and support to women to enable them to reach their goals. This support is provided through scholarships, awards and bursaries. I'd like to take this opportunity today, Deputy Speaker, to provide my heartfelt congratulations to Pamela on her award and thank Pamela on her service to our community on the Central Coast. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Fadden.
Australians are living through a cost of living crisis that is induced by this Labor government. Because Labor can't manage their budget, it's impacting the family budget. The cost of everything has gone up. Groceries, insurance, power bills. Families in suburbs like Labrador, Parkwood and Pacific Pines are struggling to make ends meet. And don't be fooled by the rhetoric and the hand gestures from the Prime Minister playing the piano. Cost of living is up, standard of living is down. The damage is done, and it's been done by this Prime Minister. The Treasurer has been playing chicken with the Reserve Bank for almost 3 years, and Australians are paying the price. A family in Pimpamar with a mortgage of $700,000 and an interest rate of 6.34% are paying $4,352 a month. If the interest rate was just 5.34%, that family would be paying $477 per month less in repayments, a total saving of $5,364 a year. True cost of living relief that's being denied by this Treasurer, because under Labor, interest rates have stayed too high for too long. Last year, we were one of the few developed economies where interest rates did not come down. We are paying the price for Labor's bad decisions and wrong priorities.
Member for Holt.
Deputy Speaker, there's nothing better than sitting down on a hot summer's day with a cold drink in hand and watching the cricket. And what a summer of cricket it has been, from Australia's dominant Boxing Day Test win over India to another fantastic victory just last week in Sri Lanka. It has been a season to remember. While we have been cheering for the debut of Sam Constance and celebrating our national success, I want to take a moment to acknowledge our local cricket teams who have been giving it their all this summer. On Australia Day, I had the pleasure of attending the Casey Cardinia Cricket Association's Kookaburra Cup final, hosted by Devon Meadows. It was a great match with Tooradin Cricket Club reclaiming its T20 championship title over Kuira. I want to thank Devon Meadows Club President Mick for inviting me along. Congratulations to all the players and teams in my electorate on an incredible season. I look forward to catching a few more games before the season wraps up in March.
Member for Hughes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. After 2 years and 9 months, this Albanese Labor government, led by Prime Minister Albanese has totally failed on infrastructure in New South Wales and particularly in south-western Sydney. Western Sydney Airport, Deputy Speaker, is opening next year. It is to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's to service a whole new city of Bradfield. It's supposed to be supported by an aerotropolis of 100,000 jobs and 10,000 homes. Instead, Deputy Speaker, it's been left to the Ingleburn Chamber of Commerce and Campbelltown Council to be doing the advocacy for south-western Sydney. It is now time that Campbelltown is prioritised. It needs a north-south rail link which will open from St Mary's to the aerotropolis via Western Sydney Airport. It needs rapid bus services linking Liverpool, Penrith and Campbelltown with the aerotropolis by the opening of the airport. Where has this Federal Minister for Infrastructure been on this, Deputy Speaker? She has been nowhere. Has she even been out to Campbelltown? Has she been out there and even started to consider to deliver on some of the priorities that the former federal government and the former state coalition government put into place? Has she looked, for example, at the metro routes, at a rapid bus service? I put it to you, Deputy Speaker, she has not done any of this. This government has failed on infrastructure in Campbelltown, and so too has the Infrastructure Minister.
Member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last Friday, the Minister for Environment and myself announced that the Victorian Goldfields has been added to Australia's World Heritage tentative list. This is the first and formal step for World Heritage status. From the open-cut mines of Castlemaine to the Victorian-era buildings of Bendigo, the region is considered one of the most extensive and best surviving gold rush landscapes in the world. A successful World Heritage bid is great for many local businesses in our hospitality and tourism industry. But what puts this at risk is the Liberal and National Party. The National Party hate anything to do with heritage. They call it red tape, and they call the World Heritage List woke. Deputy Speaker, it is not. Victorian Goldfields gaining World Heritage status is expected to boost tourism in the area by an additional 2.2 million visitors annually within the first 10 years of being listed. That's good for business. That is not woke. For decades, this project of World Heritage listing the Victorian Goldfields has been talked about, but it's only now happened because of a federal Labor government, because we get heritage. We get that as an opportunity to share our stories with the world and give people who travel to World Heritage sites another place to go on their bucket list.
Member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I rise again today to speak on a critical issue, and that is the intersection on the Oxley Highway at Wrights Road and Lake Road. In 2022, this project was fully funded with $5 million secured, $4 million from the federal coalition government and $1 million from the state coalition government. This funding was vital for Stage 2 upgrades to address congestion, improve road safety and support our rapidly growing population.
Well done.
But what did the Labor government do? Well, they ripped it away in their so-called 90-day infrastructure review, which, by the way, was 200 days, and they put this critical project on the scrap pile, with the New South Wales Labor government shockingly approving the decision. This isn't about traffic congestion, it's about public safety. Right. Delays at the intersection affect emergency response times to the Port Macquarie-based hospital, putting lives at risk every single day. It is unacceptable. Right. Since this disgraceful decision, I've been working with the local council and the state MP as a united front to get this funding reinstated. This isn't about politics, this is about protecting our community. Our lives matter, Labor. To my community, I need your support. Visit my website and sign the petition demanding that the funding be restored. Together, let's get this vital project done.
Member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government is delivering real investment into our public hospitals because every Australian deserves high-quality health care, no matter where they live or what they earn. This week, the Prime Minister and Health Minister announced an additional $1.7 billion for public hospitals and health services nationwide next year. Here in the ACT, we'll receive an extra $51 million, a 16% increase in Commonwealth funding. This is funding that will help cut waiting lists and take pressure off our emergency departments. And how does that contrast with the record of the opposition leader? Well, He cut $50 billion from hospitals and was voted the worst ever health minister by Australian doctors. The Liberal Party's record on health is nothing but cuts, neglect and a system left on its knees. Under our new agreement, total Commonwealth funding for public hospitals will hit a record $33.9 billion next year. And we're not stopping there. We're making record investments in bulk billing and opening urgent care clinics around the country to take pressure off our emergency departments. Labor created Medicare and we will always protect it. The choice at the next election is clear. More investment under Labor or more cuts under the Coalition. And we will always stand up for our public hospitals, for Medicare and the Australians that rely on it. Under the Liberals, it is that simple. You cannot trust them with Medicare.
Member for Parkes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Labor Party has a real problem at the moment. They've just worked out that on the slim chance that they win the next election, they'll have nothing to do because they've spent the last 2.5 years opening projects funded by the previous government, full-time. So what are their junior ministers and nondescript senators going to do in the next term? I've got a few suggestions. How about a sod filling ceremony for the section of Inland Rail that didn't get started? We could have a bushwalk in the area that Narrabri Shire bought for their inland port. Maybe about a game of cricket on the parched cotton fields where the water was taken to give to South Australia to get votes in the Senate down there. For the real thrill seekers, I've got a beauty here for the thrill seekers over there. It would be crossing the Newell Highway with a road train full of grain in the site where the $44 million was removed from the overpass that was to safen up access to the Moree grain terminals. That would be a great thing to do. Mr Speaker, this government has spent an entire session opening projects from funding that has been removed. Roads of strategic importance no longer there. Building better regions no longer there. The ones that they have funded, they gave the money to the state government who haven't handed it on yet. Growing regions, not 1 cent has flown
I give the call to the member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Labor created Medicare and we will protect it. We are delivering $1.7 billion more for public hospitals and health services next year. Stronger Medicare, better hospitals, a better Australia. Unlike the opposition leader who gutted our hospitals, gutted Medicare. Why? Cuts, cuts, cuts. Obsessed with cuts. That's the Liberal way, and he will not say what he will cut next year.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. I inform the House of the death on 24th of January 2025 of the Honourable Grant Ernest John Tambling AM, a member of the House for the Division of the Northern Territory from 1980 to 1983, and a Senator for the Northern Territory from 1987 to 2001. As a mark of respect to the memory of the Honourable Grant Tambling, I invite all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. Call the Acting Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the House record its deep regret that the death on the 22nd of January 2025 of the Honourable John Colinton Moore AO, a former minister and member of this House for the Division of Ryan from 1975 to 2001, and place on record its appreciation of his meritorious public service and tender its sympathy to his family in their bereavement. Mr Speaker, it was John Moore's fate to be Defence Minister during what was a deeply significant turning point in our region and Australia's biggest military deployment in a generation. As our troops went into Timor-Leste, John brought to his portfolio a stability born of his great breadth of experience. Born in Rockhampton and raised on a cattle station west of Bowen, John did his schooling by correspondence, doing his bit to defeat the tyranny of distance in the process. And then, as a young man, He set up his own stockbroking firm, growing it into the largest single trading business in Queensland. He added Member of Parliament to his CV in 1975 when he was elected member for Ryan, eventually making it into the outer ministry as Malcolm Fraser's Business and Consumer Affairs Minister. As Minister for Industry, Science and Tourism in the Howard government, John played a significant part in the development of motor vehicle manufacturing policies. However, his most enduring legacy was his time as Minister for Defence. When Australia led the UN forces into Timor-Leste, John oversaw Australia's largest military deployment since the Vietnam War. He also drove the development of the 2000 Defence White Paper, a blueprint for the future security of Australia and a significant step for our Defence Force's transformation into the modern ADF we have today. It was not a career without setbacks, but he never lost the support of his electorate. John was re-elected 9 times, serving the people of Ryan for more than 25 years. He retired from politics in 2001 and was appointed an Officer of the Order of Australia in 2004. John was farewelled in a state funeral in Brisbane on Tuesday, which Senator Anita Green attended to pay the government's respects. Today, as we honour John's memory in this place, we express our gratitude to an Australian who worked to make a positive difference for his country, and we extend our deepest condolences to his loved ones. May John Moore rest in peace.
Call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the Deputy Prime Minister for his very kind words, and I join him in honouring the life of John Collinton Moore, AO. John's life was quite an odyssey, as the Deputy Prime Minister pointed out, one that took him from solitude in the Queensland outback to the frenzied floor of the Brisbane Stock Exchange to the hustle and bustle of federal politics in Canberra. John was born in 1936 in Rockhampton and raised on a cattle station west of Bowen, completing university qualifications in commerce, accountancy and securities. John worked with a brokerage company before establishing his own firm in 1964. He did see enormous success on the Brisbane Stock Exchange, and his firm would become the largest single trader business in Queensland. And in 1964, John became a member of the Liberal Party. After the dismissal of the Whitlam government, John joined the ranks of Malcolm Fraser's new government in 1975. He'd won the seat of Ryan with 66% of the two-party preferred vote, which he would recontest 9 times and ultimately hold for 25 years. In 1980, Prime Minister Fraser made John his Minister for Business and Consumer Affairs. John standardised different state company codes under a federal act, and he made deregulation inroads into the securities industry. Responsible for overseeing the Customs Act, John became entangled in the colour TV set affair. The item had been imported by fellow Minister Michael McKellar, who didn't pay the necessary customs duty tax. Whilst there was no deliberate misconduct, just innocent mistakes, both men resigned their ministries. With the coming of the Hawke and Keating governments, John's talents were rightly recognised by 3 of 4 opposition leaders, and he held different shadow portfolios, typically economic focused, under Andrew Peacock, John Howard and Alexander Downer. John Moore backed Andrew Peacock in the leadership spill which saw John Howard toppled in 1989. And John Moore later apologised for the fallout which befell the Liberal Party because of his and Wilson Tuckey's regrettable tell-all appearance on ABC's Four Corners. But after John Howard's Lazarus Rising moment, bitterness between the two Johns was set aside for the good of the party and our country. Prime Minister Howard initially made John his Minister for Industry, Science and Tourism. John helped drive investment into and the modernisation of our car and pharmaceutical industries. And in 1998, John became the Minister for Defence. He presided over the Australian-led UN peacekeeping mission in East Timor that ensured the country's independence, and he commenced the upgrade of the Collins-class submarine fleet. He created Defence's first Chief Financial Officer position. He put in place new accountability around acquisition. He released a new Defence White Paper in 2000, and recognising a reservist desire to roll up the sleeves and serve alongside regulars, John amended legislation to enable them to be called up for full-time service. For the first time since Federation, reservists could be called upon for combat and peacekeeping duties abroad and for humanitarian and disaster relief operations. John's reforms to defence, along with his wider parliamentary service saw him appointed as an officer of the Order of Australia in 2004. John called time on politics in 2001, and over the next 2 decades he imparted his business wisdom to a new generation. He chaired Australia's Wine Statutory Authority and he travelled with his beloved family. On behalf of the Coalition, I offer my heartfelt condolences to the Moore family, who farewelled John at a state funeral in Brisbane on Tuesday. May he rest in peace.
As a mark of respect to the member of the Honourable John Moore, I ask all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. Call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no, I think the ayes have it. I call the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I declare that the resumption of debate on the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of the Honourable John Collinton Moore be referred to the Federation Chamber.
I call the Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I inform the House that the Prime Minister will be absent from question time today as he is in North Queensland visiting severely flood-affected communities with the Queensland Premier, and I will answer questions on behalf of the Prime Minister.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I'll give the call to the Shadow Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Can the Treasurer tell Australians by what percentage the cost of food has gone up during Labor's cost of living crisis since the election of the Albanese Labor government?
The call to the Treasurer.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The nerve of these characters asking about the cost of living after they opposed all of our efforts to help Australians with the cost of living. Now, if you'd been there for Australians when we wanted to give them tax cuts, energy bill relief, cheaper early childhood education, cheaper medicines, better wages, help with rent. If you'd been there for Australians then that would warrant you coming up and asking about the cost of living. Now, as the Prime Minister said in response to this question when you last asked it, if you look at the last year of food inflation, it's 3.0%. If you look at the last year under those opposite, it was 5.9%. 5.9%. And so I appreciate the Shadow Treasurer and his usually comically incompetent way asking me to remind the House that food inflation over the last year is almost precisely half of food inflation under those opposite in their last year, Mr Speaker. Now, on this side of the House, our primary focus is the cost of living. That's why we're rolling out that cost of living help. And if you look at the cost of living index that was released the other day, lower growth in living costs across every household type compared to at the time of the election. And so that is another reminder, Mr Speaker, that although inflation is still too high, although Australians are still under too much pressure, we have made some welcome and encouraging progress in the fight against inflation, and we saw that in the numbers last Wednesday. Now, Mr Speaker, there are two things that makes the Shadow Treasurer really angry. First of all, when inflation goes down, as it did on Wednesday, and secondly, when the public finds out the cost of his policies.
Has the Treasurer completed his answer? The Manager on a point of bit.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The point of order's relevance. The Treasurer is not even attempting to answer the question. The question was very tight.
Order. Members on my right, that is not how we roll. The Manager is entitled to raise a point of order just as the Leader of the House is, or any member is. So that's just not a free-for-all commentary. He's going to be given the respect of the House, and I want to hear what he has to say.
The question was very tight. The question asked the Treasurer how much food prices are up since the election of the government, not the last 12 months, since the election of the government. And if the Treasurer doesn't know the answer, it's 12%.
Look, that may be a fair point, and you may want to make it, but it's not the time to make those kinds of commentary. So I'd ask the Manager not to abuse the lenience that I show him. The Treasurer was asked a question. He's read figures into the Hansard. You may dispute those figures. He may order, and that's for another time that you may question those, but whilst he's reading data into the Hansard, answering the question as he sees fit, maybe not how you see fit, he's entitled to do so under the standing orders, and now he is providing information regarding the question he was asked. So just ask the manager not to add extra comments or any member to their points of order. In light of what I've said before, just ask the Treasurer to remain directly relevant to the question he was asked.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I asked about food inflation and pointing out that food inflation is currently half what it was when we came to office. And that is another reminder that although Australians are still under pressure, the inflation numbers have been substantially lower and now in a sustained way. And so I know they don't like to hear that. I don't think I've ever seen anyone as unhappy as the Shadow Treasurer on the day last week when inflation came down again in the bottom half of the Reserve Bank's target band, Mr Speaker. So if they are unhappy about the levels of inflation right now, as we are, and we're working to get inflation down, then they must be absolutely furious at their own performance in office, Mr Speaker, which delivered inflation multiples of what it is right now. And so this question is another welcome opportunity to remind people that when cost of living help was being provided by this side of the House, those opposite opposed it. That means that Australians would have been thousands of dollars worse off if this opposition leader had his way, and they'll be even worse off if he wins.
Member for Braddon is warned. We'll hear from the member for Tangney.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister, representing the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government making progress and prioritising the cost of living for all Australians? What approaches will leave people worse off?
The call to the Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Governing is about priorities, and the priority of the Albanese government from the moment that we took office has been tackling cost of living.
Order.
And we've done this from day one because of global inflation, but also because of the low-wage, high-inflation mess which we inherited from the Liberals. So we've made medicines cheaper, we've made childcare more affordable, we've provided energy bill relief to every Australian. We've got wages going again, beginning with the lowest paid, such that on this day there is now real wage growth in Australia, and we have provided a tax cut to every income earner. We understood that we needed to get inflation down, so we delivered 2 budget surpluses, something those opposite never did, and having inherited a number of 6.1, inflation now is at 2.4%. Now, we get that the last few years have been difficult, and for many Australians they are still doing it tough. And while there is light at the end of the tunnel, there is a lot more work that needs to be done, and we are committed to that. But the Liberals represent a material risk to finishing this job because they have a very different set of priorities. I mean, there is not a culture war that they will not fight. They literally seek to politicise everything, and they've made totally clear their priority is to cut government services to the tune of $350 billion, and they'll need to find another $600 billion to pay for their nuclear plan. Now, you just can't do that unless you start hacking into Medicare, just as the Leader of the Opposition did when he was the Minister for Health. And if the Liberals are allowed to take Australia back to flatlining wages, to a decimated Medicare scheme right there, the household budgets of middle Australians will be absolutely smashed. But don't worry, they do have one cost of living measure. They want all Australians to pay for businesses to provide for free lunches, a policy which could cost up to $10 billion. That is the same amount of money as the Medicare payments to the entirety of our GP workforce. How on earth can that be the right priority? So,
the Deputy Leader
as Australia
of the Opposition
faces a very big decision in the coming months. We know that the Liberals will be focused on themselves and in their own political fortunes. On this side of the House, we make a pledge. It is the focus, it is the priority of Anthony Albanese and his government to provide for the security and the prosperity of every Australian.
The call to the Shadow Treasurer.
My question is to the Treasurer. Can the Treasurer confirm that housing rents have risen 17% during Labor's cost of living crisis since the election of the Albanese Labor government?
Order. Members on my left don't need to add commentary during the question time, and members on my right don't need to give me a running commentary on what you think of the question either. So I'm just going to ask all members that when a question is asked, everyone is heard in silence. And once someone begins saying something, obviously that might spark a reaction. I understand that. We'll just allow everything to follow its natural course. Order. I'll give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I can confirm that rents would be higher were it not for our Commonwealth rent assistance. And I would remind the House once again that when this side of the House was there for Australian renters, those opposite described 2 permanent increases in Commonwealth rent assistance as a sugar hit and wasteful spending, Mr Speaker. And it's another welcome opportunity to remind the House and the people at home, Mr Speaker, that when those opposite talk about $350 billion in wasteful spending, included in that is investment in housing and is 2 consecutive increases in Commonwealth rent assistance. So that rent, Mr Speaker, in the December quarter went up 0.6%, through the year 6.4%, but it would have been higher were it not for the Commonwealth rent assistance that we have been providing and they have been opposing. Now, Mr Speaker, in every question that we've had so far, there's a hint, and the hint is this. When they talk about the $350 billion, when they talk about our cost of living help, they will come after it if they win the election later this year, Mr Speaker. They will come after all of it. But the worst thing about that, that's bad enough as it is. The worst thing about that is that they won't tell Australians all about it until after the election. Now, they have already made it clear that they don't support our Commonwealth rent assistance. 2 rounds of Commonwealth rent assistance, taking some of the edge out of these rental pressures that do exist in our economy, that we do acknowledge are making life harder for people who are in the rental market. That's why we're putting so much effort into building more homes. That's why when you oppose building more homes, you're standing in the way of renters getting more affordable rents, Mr Speaker. So we're proud of what we've done to provide cost of living help. We remind people once again that if those opposite had their way, inflation would be higher when it comes to rents. Australians would be thousands of dollars worse off, and they'd be even worse off still if they win the election.
The call to the member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government prioritising help for Australians with the cost of living? Are there alternative approaches that would leave people worse off?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Well, thanks to the member for Gilmore, not just for her question, but also for maintaining her focus in her community on the cost of living. And that's the focus that we all share on this side of the House. It's a key part of our economic strategy, which is all about relief, repair and reform. And because of that strategy, we're getting inflation down and wages up and keeping unemployment low. And the progress that we've seen on inflation has been substantial, it's been sustained, and we saw that in the numbers I referred to earlier, Mr Speaker, but people are still under pressure. And that's why this cost of living relief is so important. And in our cost of living relief, you see the priorities of this government. Tax cuts and better pay for working people, energy bill relief, cheaper medicines, cheaper early childhood education, free TAFE, help with rent, as I said a moment ago, Mr Speaker. Now, when those opposite opposed all of that, they made their priorities clear as well. They are for lower wages and longer lunches, and they're against cost of living help. So Australians would be worse off by thousands of dollars if they had their way, and they would be worse off still if those opposite were elected into government, Mr Speaker. Now, this has been almost 3 years that they've been in opposition now, And after 3 years, they still have no costed, no credible and no coherent economic policies. All they've got is secret costs and secret cuts, Mr Speaker. And they've got a slogan that says that they want to go back. They want to take Australia backwards. And the truth of that, Mr Speaker, is if he gets back, Australians go backwards, Mr Speaker, because the only way that he can find $350 billion in cuts, the only way they can find $600 billion to pay for this nuclear insanity is to come after Medicare again, to come after hospitals again, to come after housing again, to come after wages and pensions again, Mr Speaker, and they won't stop there. And so I think it says it all, Mr Speaker, in this week. It says it all, that in the same week that this health minister and this government invested $1.7 billion more in public hospitals in a single year, we learned that they want to spend $1.6 billion a year with taxpayer-funded long lunches, Mr Speaker. So Australians this year will be asked to choose between two very different sets of priorities.
Order.
That coalition of cuts and conflict and culture wars, coming after Medicare and wages, making people worse off and taking Australia backwards. Or this Labor government making progress on inflation, helping with the cost of living, strengthening Medicare and building Australia's future.
The call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is for the Minister for the Environment and Water. Minister, on the 21st of May 2022, in his victory speech, the Prime Minister said, "Together we can end the climate wars." Yesterday, your government moved to drop the Environmental Protection Agency off the Senate bill. I ask you, Minister, is this how the climate wars end?
Call to the Minister for the Environment and Water.
Thank you very much to the member for Kooyong and for her question, and also to those other members that are on the crossbench today that actually supported our nature-positive laws when they passed through the House of Representatives. I think everybody agrees that our nature laws need reform. Unfortunately, the Liberals and the Nationals teamed up with the Greens political party to block that in the Senate, just as they teamed up to block the carbon pollution reduction
Leader of the
scheme,
Australian Greens.
and that led to 80 million extra tonnes of carbon dioxide pollution entering our atmosphere. Now, I think Greens political party voters would be surprised to learn that the political party that purports to stand up for the environment wasn't prepared to vote for a strong new cop on the beat, an Environment Protection Agency with strong new powers and penalties. They weren't prepared to vote for better data, more transparency and a world-first definition of nature positive. And I think actually that the Liberals and Nationals voters would be surprised to know that those opposite voted against faster approvals for projects based on better data and more regional planning. What is clear is that if people want real progress on nature law reform, then they have to vote Labor in the House of Representatives and in the Senate as well. We know on this side that Australians love camping, they love fishing, they love bushwalking, they love boating, they love going for a swim, and we need to preserve nature for the future. We want our kids and our grandkids to be able to see a koala in the wild. That's why we've got to act now, and the difference could not be starker. This side has added more ocean under protection, an area larger than the size of Germany and Italy combined, to the waters under protection. Those opposite cut marine parks. We saved the Great Barrier Reef from an endanger listing. Those opposite have climate policies that put it in danger.
Members on my left.
We have doubled funding to national parks. Those opposite let our national parks fall into disrepair to the extent that there were crocodile warning signs falling onto the ground and missing because those opposite let our national parks decline.
Order.
We've invested more than $500 million to better protect our threatened species. Those opposite cut funding to the Environment Department by 40%. We're increasing recycling by 1.3 million tonnes a year.
those opposite voted with the Greens to make it easier to export our garbage overseas. Mr Speaker, I really want to thank the member for her question, because she has shown that by working cooperatively we can make progress instead of just blocking.
Concluded. Yeah. Call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. How is the Albanese Labor government reforming the early childhood education and care sector to support families? Is there anything that could put this at risk and leave Australians worse off?
Call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education, the Minister for Youth and the Minister assisting the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the wonderful member for Boothby for her question, but also because she understands that investment in early childhood education is an investment in our future. Now, when we came into government, it was very clear that this was a sector that was in dire need of reform after a decade of neglect. And our reform agenda has three key pillars: tackling affordability, supply and accessibility, and workforce. And, Mr Speaker, we've made significant progress across all those three pillars. Over 1 million Australian families have saved thousands in out-of-pocket costs for early childhood education. And we continue to build on that by capping fee increases as part of our wage increase for early childhood workers. Around 200,000 early childhood workers are eligible for a 15% wage increase, and that's had a significant impact on workforce retention. Advertisements for vacancy rates are now down by 22%. Early childhood workers are now earning more, and with our tax cuts, keeping more of what they earn. Since we came into office, there are now over 97,000 more children in early childhood education, 41,900 more educators in the sector, and an increase in supply of more than 1,000 services. Our fee-free TAFE is helping to train more educators, and our workforce package has supported them to access professional development and complete their practicums. And, Mr Speaker, we're investing $1 billion to help build the early learning services in the regions and in the suburbs where children are currently missing out. Our 3-day guarantee, which I introduced into Parliament yesterday, ensures that every child has access to 72 hours a fortnight of early learning, regardless of their parents' activity. As I said, Mr Speaker, we have made significant progress on our reforms. Progress working towards our vision of a universal early learning system for every child, for every family, for every community. And, Mr Speaker, I'm also asked about what could put this at risk. The risk is that the coalition, who threatened to leave families worse off and take us back to the days of higher out-of-pocket expenses, back to the days of low wages and an unsustainable workforce in early childhood education. The coalition does not have a policy, a plan or a vision for families or for early childhood education. But, Mr Speaker, they do have one for CEOs. We'll invest $1 billion in building early learning. They'll spend billions on free lunches for bosses.
Before I call the member for Hume, the member for Moncrieff has had a pretty good go with those interjections, around 13 during that answer, so she is now warned. Shadow Treasurer has the call.
My question is to the Treasurer. Can the Treasurer confirm that the cost of gas has risen 34% during Labor's cost of living crisis since the election of the Albanese Labor government?
The Minister for Social Services will cease interjecting. The Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Imagine asking about gas prices when they came in here at the end of the first year we were in government and voted against our gas caps, Mr Speaker. Exactly. Imagine being so slow on the uptake. Imagine being so slow on the uptake that he comes in here and he asks about gas prices when Australians needed you to act on gas prices. You were nowhere to be found. And the reason that's top of mind, Mr Speaker, is because in the same legislation they also voted against electricity bill relief. Mr Speaker, at the end of 2022, At the end of 2022, when we were dealing with the fallout of the last Energy Minister, now the Shadow Treasurer, we came in here and we asked the whole Parliament to side with the Australian people, to put caps on gas prices and to help with electricity bills, and they were nowhere to be found. They were nowhere to be found. And they've got form on that front, Mr Speaker. It wasn't just gas prices where they abandoned Middle Australia. They abandoned Middle Australia on tax cuts. That's right. They abandoned Middle Australia on cheaper early childhood education, as my ministerial colleague was telling you about a moment ago. They abandoned Middle Australia on rent assistance. That's right. Right across the board, when it comes to the cost of living, they have been nowhere to be found, Mr Speaker.
Treasurer will pause. The Shadow Treasurer, members on my right, the member for Swan, the manager on a point of order.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The point of order is on relevance. It was a very tight question. It didn't invite the Treasurer to critique other aspects of policy. He's straying a long way from the question. I'd ask you to invite him back to the question, or if he can't add anything further, to be seated.
Even though the question invited, I guess, a yes-no response, the Treasurer needs to make his answer directly relevant and not stray into too much alternative policy, because he wasn't asked anything about alternative policy. So I'll need to direct him back to the question to make sure he is on topic, and if he has the ability to do so, otherwise he'll have to resume his seat.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Across all of the components of inflation, what we've seen in the aggregate measures is that in the aggregate measures, inflation is lower under our government than it was when we came to office, what we inherited from those opposite, Mr Speaker. And so that is a fact. I mean, it's an inconvenient fact for the Shadow Treasurer, who was very unhappy when inflation went down again last Wednesday and is expressing his unhinged unhappiness in the chamber today, Mr Speaker. Now, the point that I'm making is the whole Parliament acknowledges that there are price pressures in our economy, but only this side of the Parliament's doing something about it. And we invited you in good faith at the end of 2022 to work with us and vote with us to do something about gas prices and to do something about electricity prices, and you voted against it. And worse, from memory, you went on with David Spears on an interview not that long after and pretended you voted for it. You told him that you voted for it. You were wrong about that as well, Mr Speaker. Now, inflation was higher and rising when we came to office. It's lower and falling now. We're making progress in the fight against inflation. We're helping with the cost of living. We know that you don't want a part of that. We know that you'd rather prices go up. We know that you'd rather inflation go up because it helps you politically. We've got a different set of interests and a different set of priorities. We've been there for Australians during this cost of living challenges. We will continue to be there for Australians. They would have been worse off if you had your way, and they'll be worse off still if you win the election.
Just remind the Treasurer to direct his comments through the chair. I give a call to the honourable member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Education Minister. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to cut student debt? Are there any approaches that would leave Australians worse off?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend, the absolutely sensational member for Swan, for her question. Mr Speaker, if Labor wins the election, we'll cut student debt by 20%. And that will help 3 million Australians right across the country, including 21,000 Australians in the member for Swan's electorate. The average student debt there is $28,000. That means if we win the election, on average, they'll get more than $5,600 wiped off their debt. Incidentally, it also includes more than 20,000 Australians in the Leader of the Opposition's electorate. The average debt there is almost 26 grand. If we win, they'll be more than 5 grand better off, wiped off their debt. And it also includes more than 25,000 Australians in the electorate of Sturt. There, the average debt is almost 30 grand. That means if Labor wins, they'll get almost 6 grand wiped off their debt. And it also includes 31,000 people in the electorate of Griffith. There, the average debt is more than 30 grand. If Labor wins, more than 6 grand will be wiped off their student debt. And we think that's good.
We think that's a good idea. The Liberals think it's terrible. They've described this as a terrible idea. We want to cut your student debt. What do they want to do instead? They want to cut the cost of lunches for bosses. We're looking to the future. They can't see past lunchtime. If we win, $5,000 off your debt. If they win, 20 grand off the boss's lunch. That's it, Mr Speaker. That's a lot of crock and bush. That's a lot of crock and bush. $1.6 billion each and every year. That's a lot of crock and bush. That's a lot of caviar. That's a lot of deductible degustation. And when the opposition leader was asked about this just 2 weeks ago at a press conference in Goulburn, he said this about this $1.6 billion a year. It's quite an efficient use of taxpayers' money.
Order. Order. Members of, member for Hawke. Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting immediately so the manager can make his point of order.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Point of order is on relevance. It cannot be relevant to a question on education, the path that the minister's going down, particularly with pre-prepared answers before question time. So I'd ask you.
Yeah. I'm just going to ask the minister to return back to the question. He wasn't asked about alternative approaches, but he was talking about any approaches that would leave Australians worse off. So just get him back to the question and not to stray too far to assist the House.
Well, Mr Speaker, if we win the election, we'll cut student debt by 20%. That'll leave 3 million Australians better off. If they win the election, they won't get that. They'll be worse off. Instead, that money will be spent on bosses' lunches. That's the difference. And the opposition leader says that he thinks $1.6 billion on bosses' lunches is an efficient use of taxpayers' money. Doesn't say that about Medicare, doesn't say that about childcare, but apparently cut price crock and bush for bosses, that's chef's kiss. I think most Australians will think it's a crock of something else.
When the House comes to order, we shall hear from the Shadow Treasurer.
My question is to the Treasurer. Can the Treasurer confirm that the cost of insurance has risen 19% during Labor's cost of living crisis since the election of the Albanese Labor government?
Order. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy is warned. The member for Leichhardt will cease interjecting. And the Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Insurance has been one of the big drivers of the inflation challenge in our economy. And even as we've made some really quite substantial progress in a lot of the other categories, and insurance, I think from memory, came off a little bit in the most recent data, it is still a big and prominent part of the CPI. It is a big and prominent part of the CPI. Now, the Shadow Treasurer has raised this as a challenge. I think we'd already acknowledged in a number of different ways, my colleagues and I, the challenge of higher insurance premiums. I think we're seeing with more and more frequent natural disasters, including the one that we're seeing in North and far North Queensland play out right now, that's having an impact on premiums. And so as the Shadow Treasurer keeps chirping away as I try and give him an answer to his question, I assume then that he has some kind of policy to deal with higher insurance premiums. And if he doesn't, then he should say so, Mr Speaker. The only policy those opposite have when it comes to natural disasters is to include it in the $350 billion of what they describe as wasteful spending. Now, in the mid-year budget update that I released with Minister Gallagher, one of the pressures on the budget, which they describe as wasteful, is another couple of $2 billion for natural disaster recovery. And he asked me, what does natural disasters have to do with insurance? He asked me, what's insurance got to do with natural disasters, he asked me.
Members on my
and doesn't that just say it all, Mr Speaker, about the poor quality of those opposite? We're funding natural disaster relief and response. We're getting inflation down, Mr Speaker, at the same time as we acknowledge that insurance is a big part of the CPI basket. and if he's got any ideas or alternatives about how to get those premiums down, he should tell the House.
Order. Order. We'll hear from the member for Blair.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to improve safety and productivity on Queensland roads? And are there any other approaches to infrastructure that would leave Australians worse off?
Call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Blair for that question. He is a magnificent advocate for the people of Ipswich. I know, whether it comes from road funding, community infrastructure funding, he is the best representative the people of Blair have. Earlier in the year, I was very proud to be able to stand alongside the Prime Minister and the Treasurer in Gympie to announce the single largest ever investment into the Bruce Highway by any government, an additional $7.2 billion to bring the entire length of the highway up to a 3-star safety rating. Historic funding that will fast-track critical projects along the entire length of the corridor, but particularly concentrating on the worst areas first. Of course, we've seen this week the incredible importance of the Bruce Highway when it comes to the national supply chain. It's been highlighted this week with the floods up in the north. And I want to assure the House that the Albanese government is working closely with the Queensland government to ensure that we get that freight route up as soon as possible and that we have a long-term resilient solution for that stretch of road. But and we've seen the Prime Minister is there today. The significant increases in infrastructure investment that this government has made are all possible because of the hard work that we have done. Work to drive down inflation, to increase wages, to keep unemployment low, but to also ensure that we get the economy moving and we make sure that we do that after a decade, frankly, of neglect when it came to infrastructure. We've worked to drive inflation down, increase wages, and all of that has been important for the economy. But much of this investment is, of course, at risk if those opposite have their way, because their math simply just does not add up. You can't say, on the one hand, that you'll be making $350 billion worth of cuts without cutting funding to projects like the Bruce Highway. And you can't fund $600 billion of publicly owned nuclear reactors without cutting road and rail infrastructure spending. And you can't forego $1.6 billion to $10 billion a year in taxpayer-funded long lunches without substantially cutting infrastructure spending. The Leader of the Opposition, of course, let the cat out of the bag on Sunday when he confirmed that he would be making huge cuts if he gets his way. But what we do know is he's refusing to tell anybody before the election what those cuts were going to be. No matter what way you look at it, you'll be worse off under those opposite if this bloke has his way, and that includes when it comes to the significant investments this government has made in infrastructure funding.
Call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Minister for Environment and Water. Does the Minister still support the introduction of a federal environmental protection agency, including in Western Australia?
Order. Give a call to the Minister for the Environment and Water.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am so delighted to get this question from the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. She is one of the strongest advocates for environmental law reform. She, in fact, was the leader of the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, as I said at the beginning. As I said at the beginning, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Order.
There's a difference between strong and aggro. The aggro is constantly...
Order. No, the Minister's just going to order. We're going to cease interjections on the left. And the Minister's just going to return back to the question.
Thank you. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition was the Environment Minister for a time. Many people don't remember that, but she was. And it was the Deputy Leader of the Opposition when Professor Graham Samuel presented the previous government with his review of John Howard's broken environmental laws that made a strong case that our laws did indeed need reforming.
Well, the Minister was answering the question, giving context around, I guess, what she's talking about, the EPBC, but I'll hear from the Deputy Leader.
A point of order and relevance, Mr Speaker, and I respectfully submit that the Minister was going nowhere near the question, which was quite straightforward and quite simple. Does she still support the introduction of a federal EPA, including in Western Australia?
Order. Order. We just don't need the commentary when people are on their feet asking with their entitlement to raise a point of order. So the Minister's had 1 minute. She is being directly relevant. She's giving some historical context, but I'll ask her to return to the question she was asked about to make sure she's being directly relevant so she can answer the Deputy Leader's question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I will, and I'll just go to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition's exact quote in 2021. The Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 is 20 years old and needs modernising to ensure Australia can meet current and future environment and heritage protection challenges. Mr Speaker, we made very clear through our Nature Positive Plan and through our laws that we wanted to see progress. Progress to deliver stronger protection for nature and progress to provide faster, clearer decisions for business. There's no business in the country that believes the environment laws are working to progress projects quickly, and there's no environmental organisation or anyone with any common sense that thinks that our laws are working to protect nature effectively either. Now, sadly, we took a very balanced package through the House of Representatives. We took it to the Senate. Unfortunately, the Liberals and the Nationals once again teamed up with the Greens political party to delay and to obfuscate and to refuse to make progress on our environmental law reforms, which would have delivered a strong, independent EPA with strong new powers and penalties, but would have also delivered faster, clearer decisions for business based on greater regional planning, more transparency, more data and clearer decision-making processes. Sadly, the Senate we have at the moment doesn't allow us to progress every piece of legislation that we put to it. And we've taken the legislation off the notice paper because we see that the deliberate delays and denial of those opposite, teamed up with the Greens political party, means that there was no path through in this Parliament.
Has concluded. Call to member for Patterson.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Industry and Science. How is the Albanese Labor government helping deliver greater job security for regional communities that make aluminium? What approaches would leave these families worse off?
Call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thanks, Speaker, and thanks to the member for Patterson, who is a big backer of regional manufacturing and in particular knows that making aluminium in the Hunter happened for decades. It's been a big deal for the region. As the member for Patterson says, the products that are made there, they end up everywhere. So many jobs in smelters across regional Australia, from Gladstone in Queensland, Tomago in New South Wales, Portland in Victoria and Bell Bay in Tasmania. In the Albanese government, we want those blue-collar jobs to last for decades further, providing a secure future for blue-collar workers. And we worked with industry, with unions, with others to come up with a pathway to make aluminium well into the future, investing $2 billion in production credits to help not only make aluminium with lower emissions, but open up stronger exports in the future, because metals produced in this way could open up exports to the tune of $122 billion a year. So it's a big deal. It's an incredible opportunity. We've got the resources, we've got the people, we've got the smelters, and we've got the ability to add value across the breadth of the supply chain. Now, the Australian Aluminium Council
says our investment's globally significant. Kelly Parker, the CEO of Rio Tinto, put it this way: it's a belief in manufacturing, a belief in jobs, belief in aluminium industry. And when you talk to industry, they get it. The workers get it. Workers like those at Alcoa in Portland, in the member for Wannan's electorate, who remarkably described our announcement as all sizzle, no sausage. All sizzle, no sausage. It's always about lunch with these folks. Always about lunch.
Order.
He says our investment. He says our investment won't work. Now, this is the same member for Wannon who 4 years ago was boasting about the then Morrison government's support for Portland to transition to low-carbon electricity. So it's good then, it's not good now. Now, we backed it because this is the big difference. We back manufacturing because it's in the national interest. They only back it when it's in their political interest.
That's right.
And so straight away, and we had the self-styled tough guy of Australian politics, the Leader of the Opposition, who turns up and instantly bags it out. We know that this is instantly under threat by the Leader of the Opposition and the cuts that he needs to make to fund a $600 billion taxpayer-funded nuclear power plant scheme. It's not on. And on top of that, it's not good enough that they will not tell Australians where they will make the cuts until after the election. It's not just gutless, it lacks respect and it cannot be backed.
The call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. To the Deputy Prime Minister. Last week I met with Holly Morton-Bowles' father, Sean. Holly and her friend Bianca died after consuming bootleg alcohol in Laos last year. Their families are desperate for information about the investigation into what happened and whether anyone will be held responsible. They're also concerned about protecting other young travellers like their precious girls. Can you please advise the House what progress has been made on this important matter?
Call to the Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. I also thank her for her advocacy and giving voice to the families of Holly Morton-Bowles and Bianca Jones. What happened to Holly and Bianca struck at the heart of the nation, and all of us stand in the embrace of her families, and it is unimaginable to think about what they are going through in facing the loss of their beautiful daughters. And what is understandable is a desire on their part, as you have raised here, to find out more information, but ultimately to find out who did this terrible act and to see the perpetrators of this crime brought to justice and held to account. This is an investigation which is being undertaken by the authorities in Laos. The Australian Federal Police have made an offer to the authorities in Laos to provide their assistance in the investigation, and there is a whole lot of capability that the Australian Federal Police could bring to bear in terms of this investigation. I have to report, sadly, to the House that at this point the Laos authorities have not taken up that invitation on the part of, or that offer on the part of the Australian Federal Police, but I would want to assure the families of Bianca and Holly that we remain in contact with the Lao authorities and that the offer of assistance is being consistently offered and raised with the Lao authorities. But beyond that, I want to make this point as well. The Minister for Foreign Affairs has spoken to her counterpart in Laos and made clear that it is the expectation of the Australian government that there be a thorough investigation into these events, into this crime, and that the perpetrators be found. And that is the expectation in the context of our relationship with Laos, that happen. And that has been directly related by the Minister for Foreign Affairs to her counterpart, and we will continue to press Laos to pursue this investigation, as we will continue to offer the assistance of the Australian Government through the Australian Federal Police in this investigation. The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade have been in contact with Bianca and Holly's families, and they will continue to do so obviously, any information that we have, we want to share with them. But I really do want to finish in thanking and acknowledging you for your advocacy on their behalf. I know it means a lot to them, but it means a lot to this House and it means a lot to this nation.
Give a call to the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Veteran Affairs and Defence Personnel. How has the Albanese Labor government improved the lives of Australians' veterans? Is the Minister aware of proposals that would leave veterans worse off?
Give a call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the hard-working member for Hasluck for her question and for her advocacy and engagement in the veteran community in her part of Perth and Western Australia. The Leader of the Opposition has been saying workers who provide government services are government waste, and he has been saying that he wants to cut the 36,000 public service roles. But when the Liberals left office, DVA was under-resourced, and there were some 42,000 veteran claims that were not even being looked at by the Department of Veterans Affairs, which meant that veterans were waiting for years to have their claims processed. Now, the Albanese Labor government, we've engaged some additional 500 claims processing staff in the Department of Veterans Affairs. And that's allowed us to make sure that veterans and families are able to get the entitlements that not only they need, but they deserve and were not getting under the previous Liberal government. By properly resourcing the Department of Veterans Affairs, veterans are receiving some $13 billion in benefits that they deserved but were not receiving under the previous government. Now, new veteran claims are with DVA being looked at by somebody within 14 days. And over the last 12 months, initial liability claims on average are being processed within just a few months. Back in the last financial year of the previous government, 2021-22, there were some 53,508 veteran claims determined, compared to the last financial year, 2023-24, where there were over 100,000 claims determined for veterans. The Leader of the Opposition says that we need to look after our veterans, but then also says that he wants to cut the vital staff that process their DVA claims, calling them waste. Our priority is delivering services and support for those that have served our nation, not serving bosses long lunches at taxpayer expense. If the Leader of the Opposition thinks that DVA staff are waste, what then does he also think of our veterans? Under the Leader of the Opposition, Australian veterans will be worse off.
Order. Give a call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for the Environment and Water, and I refer the Minister to her previous answer. Will the Minister rule out the future introduction of the Federal Environmental Protection Bill?
The call to the Minister for the Environment and Water.
Well, I thank the Leader of the Nationals for his question, and it's pretty clear what our plan was. The legislation passed through this parliament, through the House of Representatives, with the support of many of those on the Crossbench and Labor. We introduced it into the Senate. We couldn't get it through the Senate. That's a shame. Many of us are very disappointed about that, but it hasn't gone through the Senate. It won't go through the Senate in this parliament. We've withdrawn it from the notice paper. I think for many Australians watching this debate, they would be very disappointed that this parliament couldn't do what everybody in this parliament acknowledges is necessary, which is sensible environmental law reform based on the report of Professor Graham Samuel to the previous government. Professor Graham Samuel was selected by the previous government to report on our environmental laws. And what did he find? He found that those laws are not working for business and they're not working for nature.
Has the Minister concluded her answer?
Yeah, I finished.
Give it order. Order. The Leader of the Opposition and the Minister for the Environment do not need to continue the conversation once an answer is completed. So when the House comes to order, we shall hear from the member for McEwen.
My question is to the Minister for Immigration. What has the Albanese Labor government done to get rid of dodgy visa programs, and are there any proposals that would undermine the system?
Call to the Leader of the House. Member for Barker is not to interject. There's no point pointing to someone else. I heard you interjecting. Okay, well, you may sit further away, but I can still hear you. Trust me. So, we're just going to remain silent for the remainder of this answer because I want to hear what the Leader of the House has to say.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for McEwen for raising what's an important issue, because when soon after we came to the office, my predecessor had commissioned the Nixon Review, and the Nixon Review was presented to this government and found serious problems with the integrity of the visa system which we had inherited. It found that the visa system, as it had been administered by previous ministers, including the now Leader of the Opposition, that they had overseen mass exploitation of vulnerable individuals, as well as syndicates running brothels and engaging in sexual exploitation, even human trafficking. When you ask, well, what was happening with compliance, because we're hearing about some of the services that are provided by Australian workers need to be cut, well, there's form there, because you can guess which part of the workforce the cuts were made in immigration. From 360 down to 203, that was the compliance division. Cuts in the compliance division. Now, there are different visas where you qualify in different ways. The fact that you are married might qualify you for a partner visa. The fact that you have particular skills might qualify you for a work visa. The way you qualify for a significant investor visa is that you have cash. That is how you qualify for that visa. So when I use the term, I am not using the term in the sense of the Howard government scandals, a government the Leader of the Opposition was part of, but the significant investor visa is a visa designed to be cash for visa. We have seen the comments, and some of which I read out the other day, from Magnitsky Act founder Sir Bill Browder. Now, those opposite didn't like some of the comments that I read from him, so I'll read some different comments from him. The Albanese government should hold firm on good policies that are in place for good reasons, referring specifically to our abolition of the visa that the Leader of the Opposition wants to bring back. He went on to say, the Magnitsky Act is designed to prevent kleptocrats and human rights violators from coming into the country, and now you have somebody who wants to propose a fast track for potential kleptocrats to come into the country. It makes no sense. He went on to say, as the rest of the world closes down these loopholes, Australia is going to get more of these people because they're not welcome elsewhere. This level of reckless arrogance shows the twisted priorities we have seen just today. Today, in an interview, he doubled down on wanting to bring back a discredited visa. He's wanted today to divert police resources from an active investigation, and Senator Hughes has criticised for the first time a Prime Minister from being on the ground during a natural disaster.
The Leader of the House. Time has concluded. Order. I'll give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
This is a question for the Minister for representing the Minister for Industrial Relations. Small businesses in Wentworth are really struggling, and one of the main reasons is complex regulation that has gotten worse this term. Members of the Crossbench wrote to the government to raise the threshold of the definition of small business from 15 to 25 workers. Now, this isn't expected to cost $1.6 billion or even $10 billion a year. Will the government support this reasonable and measurable practical implementation of a policy that would support small business?
Call to the Leader of the House and the Minister representing the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Thank you. I thank the member for Wentworth for the question and acknowledge that the member for Wentworth has been relentless in advocating for small business, which has often caused us to have different views on my legislation. Some of the legislation that I introduced when I was the Minister, when it was introduced, did not have a large number of small business exemptions. By the time it went through the Parliament, it did. The question that the member for Wentworth goes to is whether the threshold as to how you define small business in workplace relations legislation should be changed. There are a series of different definitions of small business in different pieces of legislation, as most members are aware. What needs to be remembered when people have their own common sense view of what a small business is under workplace relations legislation, overwhelmingly in those figures, casuals are not counted. So when you consider a workplace that has 16 employees, that may in fact represent a much larger workplace. And if you were to take that to 25, there are a good number, a very good number, particularly of highly casualised workplaces, which no reasonable person would consider to be small businesses, which would suddenly find the workforce there exempt from a whole lot of rights that this parliament has decided workers should have. We want to make sure that we get the balance right in providing the distinction between acknowledging the different pressures that small businesses are under, particularly with paperwork, but making sure that the definitions are realistic. Because with every exemption, it carries two consequences. One, it does mean for those businesses they do have an easier compliance burden. That's true. But it does also mean that the workers who work there have fewer rights than they would have in another business. Making the change in definition is a very big step, and given the way many businesses are structured with respect to casuals, that's why we have not been supporting a change in that number.
Call to the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. What action has the Albanese Labor government taken to tackle the public health menace of vaping? Are there any other approaches to regulating tobacco and vaping that would leave Australians worse off? And how has the tobacco industry responded?
Give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Well, thanks to my friend the member for Lawler for that question. She remembers that vaping was presented to our community and others around the world as a therapeutic device that would help hardened smokers kick the habit. But years on, we now know that was all a lie. What Big Tobacco really wanted was to recruit a new generation to nicotine addiction and then to cigarettes. And the tragedy, Mr Speaker, is that it's been working. Over recent years, the number of teenagers and young people in Australia vaping has absolutely exploded, ingesting hundreds of dangerous chemicals into their young lungs. And we now know that a high school student who vapes is 5 times as likely to take up cigarettes. A 12-year-old who vapes, and there are a number of them, is 29 times as likely to take up cigarettes. So while the former government sat on their hands while this has exploded around them, we have been determined to act, Mr Speaker. And since then, we have seized millions of disposable vapes at the border, taking them out of the hands of young Australians. Vape stores have closed around the country, and we've conducted hundreds of joint operations with state governments to target those retailers who are still determined to breach the law. But I know people are asking, what does this mean for vaping rates? People are asking, what does it mean for vape rates? And as our kids return to school, I'm pleased to report to Australia's parents, if not for this member, that we've turned the corner on vaping in this country, Mr Speaker. Last month, the Sydney University reported the highest number of high school students who've never vaped and never smoked that they'd ever seen in all of their research. And last week, a large yearly survey found that the number of young people in Australia vaping over the last 12 months has dropped by 30%. The number of people over 30 years old has dropped by 50%. And amazingly, the number of kids suspended from school for vaping has plummeted by a half, which begs the question, Mr Speaker, why is the Coalition so determined to roll back our laws and bring back the vapes? Well, at the same time we announced our determination to crack down on vaping, you wouldn't guess who emerged from the shadows and fired up their donations again to the Coalition. Right. British American Tobacco. Right. Deirdre Chambers, what a coincidence. $360,000 over the last 2 years to the Coalition, more than they donated in the past 18 years combined. 18 years combined. Now, I'm sure the Leader of the Opposition can explain what all of this means to Australia's parents and Australia's school leaders. But I tell you this, in the meantime, we'll be fighting big tobacco, not inviting them to dinner.
Call to the Deputy Prime Minister.
I ask that further questions be placed on the notice.
I present the Auditor-General's Financial Statements Audit Report of number 22 of 2024 to 25, entitled Audits of the Financial Statements of Australian Government Entities for the period ended 30th June 2024. Call the Leader of the House with papers.
Not papers today, just paper.
Paper.
Speaker, I present a letter regarding the Wreck Bay Aboriginal Community Council Annual Report 2023 to 2024.
Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible, we shall move to the discussion of a matter of public importance. I have received a letter from the Honourable the Manager of Opposition Business proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely this government's inaction and policy failure creating a housing crisis for Australians. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we've seen this week, there are a litany of failures from this government, and all you needed to do was listen to some of the questions earlier today, the increased costs, whether it's food, whether it's gas, whether it's electricity, indeed every form of energy, whether it's insurance. And of course, we highlighted today, although the Treasurer seemed a bit hazy on the numbers, that rents are up significantly by 17%. And you wonder what on earth has occurred over the last couple of years, or indeed what hasn't happened over the last 3 years of this Labor government to lead us to this position. And I think the most stark statistic, the most stark data point to highlight just how hopeless this government has been on housing is to reflect on the fact that, or ask the question indeed, how many homes have been built in this country as a direct result of a Albanese government policy or program? Now, they've been in government for 990 days. So 990 days, they're on to their second minister who ruined the Home Affairs portfolio and has continued that form in the housing portfolio. But 990 days, and we hear in question time and in press conferences with hard hats and high vis that the Albanese government wants to build more homes. So how many homes after 990 days? I mean, how many homes? Now, we need to build, just to put it into some context, Australia needs to build a home every few minutes just to keep up with the more than 1 million migrants that have come into Australia as a result of this government jacking up our immigration program to levels we've never seen before. So we need to build homes every few minutes. So 990 days later, what would you think? How many thousands? There must be tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Well, after 990 days, this government is responsible for 0 homes being built in this country. Not one home has been built in Australia as a result of a policy implemented or put forward by this government. Not one home. Now, the days of the Labor Party and their flowery words, we want to build more homes, we want to get rents down, those flowery words mean nothing when the outcome is what it is. We've seen rents up 17%. Now, again, surprise, surprise, when you bring in more than 500,000 migrants each year, competing for a dwindling supply of stock, what's that going to do? it's going to jack up prices. Well, that's what we saw, 17% for rents. We've seen the Labor Party commit to 1.2 million homes over 5 years. Now, this is, I mean, I thought Utopia put an end to these sorts of things, from the very Rudd-esque grand proclamations of ambition. But the ambition of building 1.2 million homes, how are they tracking? Where are they on the journey to 1.2 million homes? Well, I think most fair-minded people would say, well, you know, if you're around the mark, you might be 20 or 30 or 40,000 homes short. That's okay. We'll give you points for trying. At least you're getting close to the so-called target of 1.2 million homes. Well, a startling piece of information was released recently, which shows, according to the Master Builders Association, the Labor Party's not going to miss their target of 1.2 million homes by a smidge. They're not going to miss it by a few thousand homes or tens of thousands of homes. They're going to miss it by 375,000 homes. They're going to be lucky to build 800,000 homes in 5 years. Now, to put that into some context, in the last 5 years of the coalition government, more than 1 million homes were built. More than 1 million homes were built over that time, and in fact, Australia has regularly built more than 1 million homes every 5-year period. So not only does this government have the audacity to have the worst record on home building, pushing it into the ground of 800,000 homes, they still are going along and still perpetuating this idea that their 1.2 million home guarantee or promise is alive. Well, it's not alive, it's dead in the water. They're going to miss it by nearly 400,000 homes. So with rents up, with fewer homes being built, with immigration at levels we have not seen in any time in Australia's history in raw terms, and I say that as the product of migrants. I come from a migrant family. We in the coalition, we are the stewards of a planned migration program in this country, but you cannot bring in more than 500,000 migrants with absolutely no idea of where they're going to live. And that is what has happened under this government. Now we see no discussion from the government on first home buyers at all. They have completely waved the white flag on home ownership. They are utterly unconcerned with a generation of Australians who quite rightly expect that they will have the same opportunities for home ownership that their parents had, their grandparents had, and so on and so forth. We hear nothing out of the government on home ownership, although we do see something from the government on support for first home buyers. We see on a very regular basis the Minister for Housing spruiking this little program called the Home Guarantee Scheme. The Home Guarantee Scheme, which allows first home buyers to get into their first home with a deposit of as little as 5%. Now, it's a fantastic policy. It's a fantastic policy because without a policy like that, first home buyers would be required to save a full 20% deposit before they are able to get into a home. And we are massive supporters of that policy because guess what? It's our policy that we legislated. So the only policy that the Minister for Housing is running around the country and spruiking is a policy we took to the 2019 election that those opposite called socialism, which was an interesting critique coming from them. So critical of the Home Guarantee Scheme to start with, and now are running around the country trying to own it as their own. Well, look, we're very flattered that the government is enthusiastically adopting the Home Guarantee Scheme, which I was very proud to legislate, implement and put together as Housing Minister. Success does have many fathers and mothers, but the Housing Minister, every time she spruiks that program, a proud coalition achievement, because the coalition is the party of home ownership in this country. She is accepting that, quite frankly, if Australians want support for first home buyers, the Coalition is the only place to go. And we will continue to do that, including allowing first home buyers to get access to a portion up to $50,000 of their own superannuation to put towards that deposit. We know the deposit hurdle is one of the hardest things that any first home buyer or prospective first home buyer faces, and there's nothing that kills them more than when they're struggling to pay their rent, pay their bills, live through this cost of living crisis from the Labor Party, trying to save a bit of money for that deposit. And what kills them is when they look at that super balance and see that a portion of that could be put towards their deposit. So we'll continue to support first home buyers, whether it's allowing them access to a portion of their super, which then has to go back into the super at the end to protect their retirement savings, whether it includes our housing infrastructure program, which will build 500,000 homes around Australia by investing in enabling infrastructure, and of course to reaffirm our commitment that in the end, on this side of the House, we believe every single Australian should have an opportunity for home ownership. This government has betrayed those young Australians. This government has given up on those Australians, and I can assure young Australians who want to get into their own home, we have your back and we'll be supporting you every day between now and the election.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care and Indigenous Health.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For far too many Australians, especially younger Australians, the prospect of home ownership feels far away, and being a renter has never felt more insecure. I know that if I'm driving around the suburbs any weekend in Melbourne, even in my electorate of Cooper, I'll see lines of young people queuing up to inspect a rental property. Much of the housing isn't adequate either. They're mould infested, riddled with mice, don't have proper amenities like water and insulation. The rental market's so bad that you'll see tenants put up with those things. Looking at the faces of those who are queuing, it's apparent that the demographics of renters has changed. It's not just uni students, it's young professionals, middle-income earners and young families. Unless you've got the bank of mum and dad, you might be renting for your whole life. Right now, we've got a whole generation of Australians who are stuck in rent traps. They feel anger and despair that home ownership may never happen for them. Now, secure housing isn't just important for comfort and financial security, it's also important for your health. Poor housing is associated with a wide range of health conditions, including respiratory diseases like asthma, cardiovascular diseases, injuries, infectious diseases, including TB, influenza and diarrhoea. It's also associated with poor mental health, which can cause physical stress on your body, especially to your nervous, cardiovascular, digestive, immune and respiratory systems. Now, the member who preceded me, of course, in this debate speaks very passionately about this. But the reality is the member, and indeed those opposite, ignore some pretty big facts. Deputy Speaker, we know that a housing crisis doesn't just happen overnight. It creeps in like a home left to the elements. At first, the cracks seem small, a loose tile here and there, a splintered floorboard, a creaky door. Then the roof begins to sag, the windows cloud with dust and the rain seeps through, warping the very foundations of the house. Clothes left to mould, forgotten photos lying shattered on the floor. The people who once occupied these houses are forgotten. And just as a house is left to the element, falls apart from years of inaction, so too does a country's housing market, left to rot by policies that fail to keep up with demand, that fail to support those who need it. The Coalition waxes lyrical about their record. Deputy Speaker, what a joke. For almost a decade, the Coalition saw housing as an afterthought, or really not their responsibility, but rather that of the free market. They didn't have a housing minister for most of their time in office, and even when they did, they didn't use their power to drive any sort of reform, failing to even hold a meeting of state and territory housing ministers in their last 5 years. To make things worse, the last Coalition government left Labor with twin crises. building approvals at an almost decade low, and a skills deficit throughout the entire construction industry. They couldn't be bothered to build homes for the most vulnerable across our community, with social housing increasing by less than 10,000 over 9 years, compared to 30,000 social homes over 5 years under the last Labor government. Fundamentally, the Coalition didn't think that the Commonwealth Government should invest in housing. Just let the market rip. Impressively, this manufactured a new class divide, one between those who were able to get in the market early and those with some generational wealth, and everyone else, be it poor, middle class, young professionals, young families, or those fleeing domestic violence and women who have to restart again after divorce. And Deputy Speaker, they on that side of the House voted against every one of our housing policies. The faux rage coming from that side is reprehensible. They don't care. They believe if you can't afford to buy a house, it's your fault and it's not their problem to fix. But Speaker, Deputy Speaker, after a house is neglected and left out to the elements to decay for years, rendering itself uninhabitable, it can actually be returned to its former glory. It can again become a safe environment for those who need it, a place to live, a place to share with family, a place with security, a home. And just as a house can be saved, so too can a crisis be solved. But it takes more than a quick coat of paint. It means reinforcing the foundations with real investment in affordable and social housing, patching up broken policies that left people out in the cold, and rebuilding trust that a home is more than just an asset for wealthy investors. Piece by piece, brick by brick, a house can be made whole again. And Speaker, unlike those opposite who sat there doing nothing and let this crisis unfold, Labor is doing the hard, long work to rebuild. We're looking both short and long term and for every type of person, renter and home buyer. We want to revive the Australian dream that those opposite left to rot. So what is Labor doing? Led by our fabulous Minister for Housing, Claire O'Neill, we're delivering smaller deposits with our 5% deposit program and smaller mortgages under our Help to Buy shared equity scheme, which again, I want to point out, those on that side voted against. We're working with states and territories to take stress out of renting with longer 5-year leases, stronger tenant protections, and the power to make your place your own with pets and your own pictures on the walls. We've halved the inflation rate with 2 budget surpluses to help bring interest rates down and take pressure off mortgage holders. But we know the long-term fix to housing is to build more homes in our cities, our suburbs and regions. And that's why we've started our big housing build, the largest in 70 years, with our $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund. We're building social housing, including for victims of domestic violence. We're training more tradies, building more infrastructure and directly investing in homes ourselves, like governments should do in a crisis. We're making sure there are affordable rentals for frontline workers, making repairs for maintenance and improvements to remote Indigenous housing. We're making sure that there is crisis and transitional housing for families fleeing domestic violence and housing for specialist services for our veterans at risk of homelessness. I know that not everyone can feel it yet, but these changes are big, and I think they paint a very stark picture between us and the Coalition this election, and Australians know it. They know that we do not want to go backwards, where only those with rich parents can afford to avoid living in a mould-infested apartment. We want prosperity and housing for all, and we want the best things that come with having a house over your head and somewhere to call home, security and all those things that the house can provide. But do you know, Deputy Speaker, some of the best things that we are doing at this government to make sure that Australians can get into a house of their own and call to place their home for themselves and for their families. We, because of our policies, are seeing wages in this country go up for every single worker. And because of our policies, because we have a fabulous Treasurer, we are seeing inflation going down. Inflation going down, Deputy Speaker. And incredibly importantly, we are seeing unemployment dropping. Unemployment is low. You think of these three things together: people getting a job, people with decent wages, inflation going down. This is a recipe to make sure that people in this country can absolutely afford to buy a home, live in peace and security. Thank you.
Give the call to member for Barawa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Home ownership is one of those issues that speak to the very heart of the Australian dream, the dream of having a place to call your own. It's a source of pride. It provides safety and security for individuals and families and acts as the primary asset for family wealth creation. But under the Albanese government, that dream has now slipped out of reach. The minister gave us lots of poetry, but not much policy. Labor's inaction and policy failures have created a housing crisis that's punishing young Australians. It's punishing low and middle income families, and it's punishing hard-working Australians who are striving to get ahead. The statistics speak for themselves. Analysis from CoreLogic reveals that under the Albanese government in my home city of Sydney, it now takes a year longer to save for a first home deposit than under the former coalition government. New dwelling numbers have also gone backwards under this government. In 2018, over 210,000 new dwellings were built in a single year. To reach that level again, we would need to increase construction by 20%. Labor's target of 1.2 million homes in 5 years has been criticised by housing experts who agree with the Coalition's predictions of a shortfall of at least 400,000 homes, and also the criticism of Labor Premier Chris Minns, who says they just won't get there. This number highlights the complete failure of the Albanese government. Under the former Coalition government, there were more than 1 million commencements during the last 5 calendar years, from 2017 to 2021. At the same time, Labor's reckless policies on migration have further strained our already struggling housing market. Over the past 2 years, we've seen a net increase of almost 1 million new arrivals, with 446,000 additional migrants arriving in Australia in 2023-2024 financial year alone. Now, I'm for migration, Deputy Speaker. We all know that migrants have enriched Australia and enriched our culture, but we can't keep bringing people into this country that we can't house. Labor's overshot its migration target, this time by an additional 50,600 migrants, and they failed to keep their housing supply up. Not only does the Prime Minister have to explain where these people will live, but the migration increase has significantly driven up the cost of housing and rents, further increasing inflation as Australians endure cost of living pain. This government has no real plan to support home ownership, no real plan to help renters, and no real plan to build the homes Australia desperately needs. But the housing crisis shouldn't just be viewed as statistics or an abstract policy failure. For millions of Australians who find themselves locked out of home ownership or trapped in rental stress, it's a daily struggle. That's why the Coalition will act immediately to fix the housing crisis. Over the past 2 years, the Coalition's been consulting with hundreds of local councils across Australia on the current housing constraints and practical ways to overcome these challenges. We know that one of the major obstacles for housing projects is the lack of funding for critical enabling infrastructure. Therefore, we will, on a time-limited basis, unlock necessary new housing supply and keep the Australian dream alive. We'll do this by investing in shovel-ready infrastructure, committing $5 billion to get these projects moving and unlocking more than 500,000 homes delivered through a mixture of concessional loans and grants. We'll further rebalance the migration scheme in Australia by reducing the permanent migration program by 25% over this period and implementing a 2-year ban on foreign investors and temporary residents purchasing existing homes. Migration and foreign ownership outpacing the construction of new homes can no longer continue if we want to give Australians a chance at owning their own home. The Coalition has recommitted to assisting first home buyers allowing them to access their superannuation up to $50,000 through the Super Home Buyers Scheme. This would allow a first home buyer super to work for them, achieving the best of both worlds, home ownership and retirement security. It's real solutions like this that are having the ability to give Australians back the dream of home ownership. In my electorate of Barara, the Coalition's policy will provide individuals with the opportunity to purchase a $515,000 unit in Epping or a $540,000 apartment in Hornsby that otherwise may be out of reach as they try to juggle increasing rents and energy prices seen under this government. I've heard from families who are worried about home ownership countless times in my community, from parents watching their children moving out of the area and in some cases out of Sydney due to being locked out of the housing market. This isn't acceptable. And as I've said, only the Coalition has a plan to bring the Australian dream back into reach. It's only the Coalition that will stand up for families in Barara and across Australia who dream of home ownership but feel like it's slipping out of reach. And it's only the Coalition who will take action where Labor's failed. Only the Coalition government will allow people to realise their dreams of home ownership.
Member for Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There are some problems that this place deals with that are complex, that require special concerted effort, and housing is one of those. It's a problem with supply and demand issues. It's a problem with workforce challenges. It's a problem which requires action at all levels of government and the private sector. There are some problems that this place deals with that are long-lasting and that evolve over long periods of time, as the first speaker on this side pointed out. And again, housing is one of those. Housing has characteristics that have evolved over decades. Decades of inaction at various levels of government, decades of underinvestment, decades of supply-side challenges. When we deal with problems of these nature, what the Australian public expects are serious responses from this chamber, serious responses from the National Parliament, and bipartisan approaches. And what I'm going to argue is that when one looks at the two sides of this chamber, when one looks at the two offerings that are going to be put forward at the next election, one of them is a serious, genuine policy offering, which we've seen evolve over the last 3 years. The other is cynical politics. One is based on serious policy development. The other is based on non-serious populist offerings that no serious commentators support. Let me first look at the issue of some of those who are most challenged in the current market, first home buyers. This government has put forward targeted schemes like Help to Buy and the Home Guarantee Scheme, which help first home buyers pull together a house purchase even when they're struggling to pull together the deposit, which put first home buyers in a better position even when they don't have enough equity to put the transaction together. These are policy offerings which will assist hundreds of thousands of households over the next 3 years. What we have from those opposite is cynical politics in having voted against every single program that this government put forward. And in addition to that, what we have offered from those opposite is non-serious, cynical, populist politics, which is not supported by any serious commentators. The early release of superannuation, which is their central offering to help first home buyers, isn't supported by a single serious macroeconomist. It will not do a single thing to build an extra home, and it will only bid up the price of existing homes in a way that will not help first home buyers at all. In addition to that, it will undermine one of the key policy rationales of our superannuation system, preservation, in a way that will make it all the more difficult to satisfy our long-term attempts to deal with the ageing of our society. So those opposite don't have a serious offering and in a cynical political way have stood in the way of everything that this government has put forward. Let's look at other key supply-side measures, such as the Housing Australia Future Fund, $32 billion of funds in a range of ways, such as the Housing Accelerator Fund, such as all of the investments in the last mile. All of these measures, opposed by those opposite, delaying the implementation of critical schemes which have been absolutely important to increasing supply of housing in this country. And all at the same time, those opposite intimating that they're going to be cutting public sector resources all over the place, but in an incredibly dishonest and cynical way, not saying where they're going to cut, intimating that the Housing Australia Future Fund is going to be hollowed out, intimating that all sorts of other schemes to support housing supply are going to be cut, but without giving any details. So they've blocked the passage of our legislation, and now at the next election strongly intimating that they're going to be cutting further funds. Another critical supply-side measure from this side has been free TAFE for those wanting to enter the trades. 35,000 people entering the trades, a key supply-side measure, with all of the key players in this sector agreeing that workforce issues over the last few decades have been a key hindrance. Those opposite, again, rejecting that measure and attacking any measure to help reduce the barriers to participation in TAFE by saying that if you don't pay for something, you don't value it. So those opposite with this complex issue have offered nothing.
Time expired. Give the call to Member for Hughes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I was present in the chamber just now when I heard the member for Fraser say a number of, quite frankly, quite outrageous statements. He has described our housing policies, which we have released well and truly before the next election, as populist politics. I say that, and I'm going to talk about our policies, but I say, Deputy Speaker, this is a very interesting statement coming from a member of a government that has completely failed on housing policy. And if nothing else, the failure on housing policy completely demonstrates that the Albanese Labor government stands for nothing, has not addressed any of the crucial elements that really affect and matter in Australians' lives. And home ownership is one of those. And if over on that side, if that side was serious about really addressing housing affordability, you would have looked at our policies as well and agreed to them, or at least had a bipartisan approach, as the member for Fraser has just said. I know that there are many members of this government, and I have been in this chamber when they've said it, particularly the female members, who have said how important it is that we get housing for older women, for women who are fleeing domestic violence, for women, for example, who are going through the grey divorce. These are women who have never earned a lot of money in their lives. They get divorced, often in their 50s or 60s, and end up in a divorce settlement, often with a matrimonial home and a large mortgage, a very small superannuation pool, but their former partner walks away with significantly more superannuation. And we know that because I know there are many members, and I'm one of them, in this place that have spoken over and over again about the complete gender inequity in superannuation. So I know that this is an area of real interest and real concern for those on the other side. It really is. And that is why on our side, and I'll also just make this note, the Prime Minister has been very proud of the fact that he has grown up in social housing with a single mother, and he has now risen to be the leader of our country, and as a result has been able to afford his own home. And I say I commend that. That is the exact example of what he, as the Prime Minister, should be aspiring for all Australians. And that is certainly what we on this side of the House aspire to. Superannuation being released to assist with first home buyers. We've made it very clear it will be capped at $50,000, and if the house is sold, it is then repaid back into superannuation. We are committed to superannuation since it was introduced by a Labor government back in the late 80s, early 90s. on this side of the House, we have always been committed to compulsory superannuation. However, at the end of the day, that superannuation is still our money. It's not the government's money. And for women who are fleeing domestic violence, for women who have ended up in a divorce where they have significantly smaller assets than their husbands, and we all know those women are our friends, those women live in our electorates, those women have been talking to me when I've been out door knocking. For those women, they will be able to access some superannuation to put up to $300,000 if they have it, and remembering most Australian women don't have $300,000 in their superannuation account, but they'll be able to access that money to purchase a home, even if it is not their first home that they've ever purchased in their life. So in that way, we are demonstrating that we are absolutely committed to the inequity that is there for women, particularly older women, with those lower superannuation bases. And I'll just say this very quickly on that issue, Deputy Speaker. With superannuation today, self-managed funds can invest in commercial property, they can invest in retail property. Why can't we use our own money to invest in a house to live in? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Reid.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Having been in this House for just over 2.5 years now, I know that much of the work here that happens here is really important and very serious, but also much of it is performative. And that is what we have had here in this debate. A matter of public importance, housing affordability certainly is, but this debate is purely performative. And we know that because those opposite not only failed to help with housing affordability when they were in government for 9 years, they've also failed to back key measures that we've introduced to help with housing affordability. So if you take that as a whole, failed to act when they were in government, failed to back bills that we've introduced to help with housing affordability, then what can we surmise about this debate? It is purely performative. They are not here to have a serious discussion about what we should be doing to help with housing and affordability. Because let's look at their two policies that they are bringing forward. One is to assist in providing additional funding for supporting infrastructure, no additional funds to build the homes, mind you. And the other is to get people to raid their super funds, their retirement incomes. The two policies that they've brought forward. As with all other things from those opposite, they always sit on their hands when there's an opportunity to actually do something. With cost of living, did they back all Australian taxpayers to get a tax cut? No. Did they back cheaper energy bills? No. What have they backed? Lunches for bosses. And we are reminded of the mantra that they use over and over again. If you don't pay for it, you don't value it. They've demonstrated with their actions when they were in government for 9 years and their actions now that they also don't value housing affordability, helping Australians to get into homes, because they didn't back our $10 billion Housing Affordability Future Fund. And I note that the previous member talked about homelessness for women, particularly older women. Well, I'll tell you what will help those older women into homes. It's the Housing Australia Affordability Fund. And that fund was going to build 30,000 homes. We'll be building 30,000 homes. 4,000 of those homes were going to be set aside for vulnerable women. That is the practical help you can provide as a government, is to actually build homes for vulnerable older women. We know that there is a housing affordability crisis. I know it acutely because I live in Sydney and it's considered the second least affordable housing market in the world behind Hong Kong. And it's a challenge for Sydney-siders. I hear about it in my electorate, but it hasn't always been this way. So you have to ask the question, how did we get here? And we got here not because of the actions of this government. We got here because there has been a failure by coalition governments at the federal and state levels to take this problem seriously. Housing affordability does not spring up overnight. It brews and brews for years and years. Part of the problem is supply. Part of the problem is getting more people to build those homes. Part of the problem is getting appropriate infrastructure. But it is, unfortunately, a perfect storm that has been brewing for a really long time. And we have unfortunately had a coalition government that has been completely uninterested in trying to solve it. So I'm glad that I'm now part of an Albanese Labor government that is addressing it head on. And while the coalition have spent this entire parliament blocking the Labor government's plan to get thousands of Australians into their own homes, Labor has a simple belief, and that is that ordinary Australians should be able to own their own home. And we're helping more people buy their first home with smaller deposits through the Home Guarantee Scheme and smaller mortgages under our Help to Buy scheme. And these programs will help thousands of people get into their own homes sooner. And the key part of this as well is to build more homes. And like I said, that is our number one priority, to build more homes.
Member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I've just heard members opposite pledge that they want to build more homes in Australia. Well, Deputy Speaker, talk is cheap. You can have the best policy in the world, but unless you provide the money and provide the approvals, you'll never build a house. And I will give you 3 examples, Deputy Speaker, of how committed Labor really is to building homes, particularly in the regions. The first one, Deputy Speaker, is the Valor Urban Growth Area. The overview is 700 residential dwellings planned, 150 industrial lots and 100 business premises, a school and a retirement village included in the plans, ready to go. Expected to support up to 1,500 jobs, boosting local employment opportunities. $17 million allocated by Nambucca Valley Council. $10 million allocated by the previous coalition federal and state government.
I think I know where you're going here.
Creation of a self-sufficient community with residential, commercial and industrial zones, development of a new town centre and shop services, employment opportunities, provision of recreational spaces, both passive and active, with a natural environment. How do you think it went under Labor's Regional Precinct and Partnership program? Rejected. 700 homes rejected. Availability rental in this area is less than 1%. And Labor, we want to build homes. Sorry, rejected. Second example, in Coffs Harbour, and I'm sure Labor will support this because this goes towards social and affordable housing. The Argyle estate was initially designed to provide affordable housing options in Coffs Harbour, addressing housing shortages and supporting community growth. The redevelopment aimed to transform the estate into a mixed-use residential community, integrating social and private housing to meet diverse housing demands. The estate was included under the housing programs jointly funded by the federal and state governments, aimed at boosting social housing stock. $40 million was allocated for the redevelopment of the Argyle estate, focusing on increasing social housing units while integrating modern infrastructure. The redevelopment plans initially targeted the creation of nearly 500 homes. What do you think happened when Labor got into government, in federal government and state government? What do you think happened to that $40 million funding? It got swept. The project was canned. 2 projects in my electorate canned by Labor, 1,200 homes. That is Labor's commitment to building homes in the regions. How's that for commitment? You can have as much policy as you like, and words are cheap if you don't follow through. The third one, and I find this the most offensive one, Watson Place, Bellingen. $5 million committed by the coalition state government, $5 million committed by the coalition federal government, and an old run-down aged care facility committed by the Royal Freemasons Benevolent Institution. Because of COVID and because of costs going up, the planned 40 1- and 2-bedroom units for women over 55 suffering domestic violence, homelessness, because of the increases, they needed an additional $6 million to build those 40 1- and 2-bedroom units. We asked, what was the response?
Well, surely yes.
Well, you'd think surely yes. No. We will not give you a measly $6 million to go towards providing a roof over the head of women over 55 facing homelessness and domestic violence. So what happened? They had to reduce it from 40 down to 23. There are 17 women over the age of 55 out there at the moment don't have a roof over their head because of Labor's policy.
Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Everyone should have access to a house. That is true, and I think that that's something that everyone on both sides of the House recognise.
Absolutely.
But one of the things that you have to also have a look at is megatrends and the way that things happen over a period of time and how long it takes to change some megatrends. And the truth is, under the coalition government, they weren't really interested in housing. In fact, I think it was the Abbott government who got rid of the housing minister because the fundamental thing is they don't really care about housing. The thing that I would say is that when the Albanese government took over, we stepped into, I'm going to say, multiple crises happening at once. And we have a plan. And the plan will take time, but this is something that we're actively working on. And this is something that will actually work. And this is something that federal government should be looking at. And so there are so many reasons why we are in this situation at the moment. And if we have a look at the policy details that have been released from a coalition perspective, I think the member for Reid was saying not one single dollar from the government to actually build a house. I'm sorry, but Australians are pretty clever. Pretty clever, and they know that, like, if a federal government is serious about housing, they're actually going to put dollars into bricks and mortar.
That's right.
Right?
Yep.
As opposed to this other kind of made-up stuff where, of course, that's right, you've got to do it out of, like, you know, your retirement funds, which is kind of a bit, yeah, exactly, crazy talk. The last year, I remember the member for Deakin said that if he was the federal housing minister, he would, I quote, cut out state governments where possible within the constraints of the constitutions. Cut them out, not work with them to find a solution. That's his plans. But let's not forget what else he said. In 2021, when he was actually the housing minister, he said it was not up to him to fix the housing crisis.
What is he doing?
Sounds like a theme. Not my job. Not my job. Instead, he placed the responsibility on the state governments. So which is it? The state's in or out? It's his job. It's not his job. Who knows? His position is muddled just like this motion. What is clear, however, is that we have a federal housing minister, a federal shadow housing minister, who's more interested in creating obstacles than building homes. A blocker, not a builder.
No.
And you know what? I do like blocks, but I don't like blockers. And because of the Liberals' failed policy, too many Australians are now facing serious housing challenges. And what's his response? He wants to cut the states out of the solution. And let's not forget that they didn't even have a dedicated housing minister for most of their time in office. Labor is different. We have built a strong partnership with the states. We have convened 8 ministerial councils with the state and territory housing ministers. We have delivered real, tangible solutions. We are investing in 55 social and affordable homes, more than the previous government built during their entire time in office. In Western Australia, 1,800 new homes will be built in communities in my electorate, Swan, Redcliffe, Rivervale, Cannington. We are taking action because we know we achieve more by working together. Yeah. We are doing what we were elected to do, build homes and building them. We are building them in more parts of the country so that more Australians can achieve their dream of home ownership. We're working in partnership with the state and territories, not fostering division and blame, but I know that those opposite are totally addicted to division, because what actually matters is building more homes, not political point scoring. And the member for Deakin may be an expert in the blame game, but what he's shown is that he's not an expert in housing policy. In contrast, we are fixing the mess. We have increased Commonwealth rent assistance, and we have ambitious and historic reform. This is the most significant changes to housing policy in a generation. Right now, Australia needs Labor. We back battlers.
Member for Cook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And look, the member for Swan says Labor has a plan and also talks about accountability. Well, right now we've got a Labor federal government and almost Labor governments wall-to-wall across our states. And sadly, a plan is not good enough for everyday Australians. Australians are sick of plans and they want and need action. I'm reminded by what Mike Tyson said, everyone's got a plan until they're punched in the face. And the Australian economy has punched this government squarely in the face. Why? Once more than half of all adults under 29 owned homes in Australia. Half, 50%. That number is now plummeting to less than 30%. This government's inaction now has Australians fearing for their future. It has Australians fearing for their children's future. We have a crisis that's stolen hope from Australians, a crisis that's leading Australians to skip meals. Now, of course, Aussies want to own their homes, even renters. Even though we're addicted to this build-to-rent scheme, 94% of renters aspire to own their own home. 94% of renters aspire to own their own home. So why aren't we delivering what these people want? Instead of delivering them, hopeless build-to-rent schemes, why don't we give them pathways to actually purchase their own homes? So what's gone wrong? House prices have not kept up with wages. In Cook, I hear heartbreaking stories all the time. Just last month, I had a story of two teachers who could no longer afford to live in my electorate, so they packed up, moved their family, are moving away from their parents. It's not funny. I see people smiling over there. This is not funny. They were not laughing when they came to see me about them moving away from their parents, moving away from their jobs, because they couldn't afford their home loans. No one in my electorate is laughing about that. I encourage the member for Hasluck not to laugh either. This problem has only gotten worse under your government. Since Anthony Albanese and you have come to power, the average cost of a mortgage has increased. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Cook, just a moment. If you direct your comments through to me and the member for Hasluck stops the interjections, we might actually get this debate going.
I'd love the interjections to stop. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The problem has gotten worse since Mr Albanese came to government. The average mortgage has increased $50,000 a year. Rents 17% up. They're paying 17% more, yet they want to own their own home. House prices are up in double digits as well. And the inflationary spending of this government, Madam Speaker, is keeping interest rates high, piling on the pain to everyday Aussies. Housing up 13.5%, but what has happened to these real disposable income? That family of mine that came to see me about moving to WA because they could no longer afford their mortgage, well, their disposable income is down 9%. That means they've got less than 9% to spend on groceries. Less than 9% to spend on food, 9% less to spend on insurance. Well, they've got 9% less to spend, yet food's up 12%. Insurance is up 17% and gas up 34%. And in the middle of a housing crisis, not enough Aussies can get to own homes. What has happened? Well, actually, we've abolished the Australian Building and Construction Commission. And what's happened to construction costs? Sky high. We've let 1.6 million people into Australia in the middle of a housing crisis. We have the fastest immigration since 1952. 1952. And according to the Masters Builders Association, there's 3,605 small construction businesses in my electorate who are struggling, many hitting the wall. In the middle of a cost of living crisis, in the middle of a housing crisis when we should be building more, these construction companies are going broke. The Coalition has a plan to address this national crisis, and it will. Super for housing. We will let first home owners use $50,000 of their money to put towards their own home. Yes, it's their money. I know that's news to you. I know that's news to those across the floor, but super is their money and we'll let them put it towards their homes. We'll put a ban on foreign investors and temporary residents purchasing home in Australia. We'll reduce the permanent migration program by 25% because we know that will reduce demand for housing. Do you want to keep it? Do those across the side want to keep that going up? Do you want those people to outcompete Australians for homes? I assume that's a yes. Not only will we do that, we'll ensure we have enough temporary skilled visas and workers to come in and build these homes. And lastly, we will invest $5 billion to unlock 500,000 new homes to get this country moving again.
Member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The member for Deakin, the member for Dixon and the member for Cook, they all must just think Australian voters were born yesterday. They come into this place and expect Australians to completely forget their complicity in the creation of all the policy mess that this Albanese Labor government has been working steadfastly to fix. In housing, a decade of lost opportunity. If Labor had been in office in those lost years, we might not have had any housing crisis today. In 2013, we had a housing and homelessness minister, a full minister in cabinet. Then the Liberals and the Nationals, they came into the office and unfortunately demonstrated their absolute, utter lack of commitment to housing, their lack of commitment to addressing homelessness. They demonstrated how little they actually cared by not even having a minister, not even an assistant minister, not even an envoy. No one held on to housing in the Liberal National Party while they were in government from 2018. Not even in 2014. 2015, nope, still didn't think it was important. Not even in 2016. Not even in 2017 did they think we needed to have regard to housing and homelessness. Not even in 2018. Only towards the end did they actually start having regard to it because the research was confronting. But they still didn't care because had the Coalition had thought about in 2019 when in fact the Minister for Deakin assumed that portfolio, that something akin to having a Housing Australia Future Fund or a Help to Buy scheme or efforts to train more tradies would actually help to address the construction workflows to build more houses. Perhaps if you'd had actually thought about it then and done something, we wouldn't be in the position that we are today. But he didn't, they didn't give it any regard or thought. So consequently, they ripped out $3 billion from TAFE, from our educational institutions. They actually created the skill pathways to create houses, to create the trades and skills needed to ensure people have a roof over their head. They ripped $3 billion from TAFE. Imagine how long it takes to build a house today because of the lack of skilled workers in the workplace. Now, Labor's recognised that and we acted on that very early on. And now we just passed yet again more legislation to put that investment into TAFE to ensure that we have the trades that are needed to build our homes for the future. Already now 32,000 people have signed on to the free TAFE places and 32% increase in people working to complete their apprenticeships. But houses take time. I don't know about where the member for Cook or the member for Deakin lives, but I know where I live in Hasluck, it can take 3 years to build a home. We only passed the Housing Australia Future Fund bill mid-last year because, unfortunately, the Liberals cared so little about this matter they continued to block it. Right. So finally we get it passed. I don't think we're going to get a house built in 6 months, sadly. But the investments that are coming through that, we've got $32 billion now locked away in order to make sure that's a housing future for all. $19 billion from the housing, specifically in the middle of a housing crisis. We've helped 140,000 people with lower mortgage deposits, double what the former government was ever able to achieve. We're investing 55,000 social and affordable homes, and including in an area of Bassendean, right opposite the train station, super accessible. There's going to be a mixed residential. This is the kind of investments and opportunities that we see for everyone, not just the few that are just focused on investment portfolios, although I note that the member for Dixon is quickly selling off his private portfolio and shoving it into a trust instead so he can avoid the scrutiny, because he's not about first home buyers. That's why they're calling on them to pull on their super. Young people calling on a super, you can take $50,000. You show me a young 20-year-old who's got $50,000 in their superannuation, and then we can start talking about what a serious policy looks like. And it's absolute nonsense to have asking young people to pinch from Peter to pay Paul, robbing their future prospects to be able to get a roof over their head today. Well, we're not about that. This party is about fairness. We're about accessibility and affordability, and that is areas of policy that we're completely working to ensure is available to all Australians and not just the few. So to this end, we've granted, because of the importance of building homes, we are granting visas for construction workers. Unlike the member for Cook, we know that this is going to take a collaborative effort thanks to the mess that they left this country with.
The time for this discussion has now concluded. And I have received messages from the Senate returning the following bills without amendment: Criminal Code Amendment Hate Crimes Bill of 2025 and the Navigation Amendment Bill 2024. I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business. Order of the day in relation to the Competition and Consumer Amendment Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2024. Motion for the third reading.
Thank you. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. And Minister?
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
That's the question I will put, that this bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to separate the Australian Energy Regulator from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission and for related purposes.
Thank you. I have a report that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Workplace Gender Equality Amendment setting the Gender Equality Targets Bill of 2024 and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question. I present a certified copy of the bill together with a schedule of the question which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. So the question before the House is that the unresolved question, that is that this bill be now read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. There's only one voice. And you do require two voices. Would you like me to put the question again? Would that be helpful? Okay. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. I think you need to... Are we going through the whole of the procedure now? Are you seeking a division? Okay, then I'm calling a division. Ring the bells, please.
Against gender equality.
Okay, thank you. Evidence.
Everything I read that you put out has to do with...
Tender. What's going on?
How much? Come on in.
Come sit with me.
Mate, what are you doing?
I'm fucking
Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. result of the division is ayes 84, noes 52. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, the Bill for an Act to amend the Workplace Gender Equality Act 2012 and for related purposes.
Give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I present an addendum to the explanatory memorandum.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Call the member for O'Connor.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I thank the member for O'Connor. Give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, the Bill for an Act to amend the Workplace Gender Equality Act 2012 and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Customs Amendment, Expedited Seizure and Disposal of Engineered Stone Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Order of members can leave the chamber quickly and as quietly as possible. The question is that the bill will now read a second time. I'll give the call to the member for Canning.
Yep. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, all Australians, regardless of their occupation or how they are engaged, have a right to healthy and safe work. And the rapid emergence of new cases of accelerated silicosis, particularly amongst those working with engineering stone, is of deep concern. And the Coalition has been aware of this for some time, and the previous government took action back in 2019 to establish the National Dust Disease Task Force as part of a $5 million election commitment to investigate the growing number of silicosis cases in individuals working in the engineered stone industry and develop a national approach for the prevention, early identification, control and management of occupational dust diseases in Australia. In establishing the task force, we committed $5.1 million to support the work of the task force, including funding for new research to better understand, prevent and treat preventable occupational lung diseases. This is a really serious concern affecting many workers, and that's why we support this bill, this Customs Amendment. And the purpose of the amendment is to amend the Customs Act of 1901 to allow for the expedited seizure and disposal of prohibited engineered stone benchtops, panels and slabs. And this is because of the engineered stone products that are imported into Australia. And to support the domestic use prohibition, a ban on the importation of engineered stone came into effect this year through changes to the prohibited import regulations. And to support the proposed amendments of the prohibited import regulations, this bill contains amendments to the Customs Act that will enhance seizure and disposal powers and support the Australian Border Force to effectively administer and manage engineered stone goods at the border once the import prohibition commences. Deputy Speaker, this is important legislation because it will protect Australian workers. One of the most important things for people is their health, and all workers should be able to go earn a day's wage doing their jobs or vocation or profession or whatever it might be, and not be concerned about incurring serious injury or health challenges as a result of the work. And that's why we support this bill. That's why we're keen to see it through, and the purpose of that is to protect Australian workers. So I thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. So the question before the House is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to continue to speak and advocate for the end of the use of engineered stone in this country, and this legislation is another step to protect Australian workers. The Albanese Labor government believes that every Australian should have the right to go to work and to return home safely. And a big part of this is making sure Australian workers are protected from the risks of life-threatening diseases. This government has taken massive steps to protect Australian workers from the harms of working with engineered stone and the resulting silicosis and silica-related diseases. We have seen the dangers and the long-lasting consequences workers can have for working with this product, and while we have made domestic changes, this bill gives the Australian Government methods to dispose of engineered stone effectively. It prevents a gap that businesses who don't care much for their workers could exploit by importing this material into this country, leaving the average working Australian and their loved ones vulnerable to the effects of the associated dangerous diseases. Along with my colleagues, I've met people who have been impacted directly by this dreadful disease throughout this term of Parliament and the last term of Parliament. I've listened to workers who have seen friends and families impacted by this insidious disease firsthand. And I've also met and listened to workers who are suffering with the disease that affects their lungs. I'm passionate about for this essential change because when the delegation from the ACTU came into my office to share their stories, it became pretty clear that this epidemic of work-related disease is having a devastating impact across Australian communities. The story that I remember very strongly was one from Joanna. After returning from maternity leave, Joanna was asked to undergo a fit for work test. The test result changed her life, and not in a good way. A 34-year-old mother of 2 girls was diagnosed with silicosis. When she talked about it in my office, she explained how the unknown was a terrifying part. There is no cure and there is no clear steps to show how the illness will progress. How could she be fine for the rest of her life or have a rapid decline in her standard of living? She said, "At the moment I feel healthy, but I don't know if that will be the case in 1 year, let alone 5 years or 10 years. And for a young mum of 2 kids, that terrifies me."
I'm sorry to have to interrupt, but it is 4:30 p.m. and I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Story time. Want an example of the blatant power exerted by giant mining corporations over our political system? Labor gets elected in 2022, promising to fix Australia's broken environmental laws. The Greens are in the balance of power in the Senate. There's a lot of negotiation, and by late last year, a positive agreement is struck between the Greens and the Environment Minister. It's not perfect, but there's give and take on both sides, and it's a step forward. The mining corporations and their staunch ally, the WA Labor Premier, catch wind of this agreement. They lobby hard, literally calling the Prime Minister to tell him to drop it. At the 11th hour, the Prime Minister overrides his own Environment Minister and rips up the agreement she struck. This week, Labor officially withdraws the bill. Environment law's dead for this term of Parliament. Meanwhile, Townsville and Ingham flood catastrophically just 5 years after their last once-in-a-century floods. This is climate change. Meanwhile, we're destroying natural habitat at record rates, threatening more species extinction every year. When the opposition leader is all in with Trump's drill baby drill attitude, what hope is there if Labor aren't willing to stand up to mining corporations? That's why the Greens are here. Let's dig into that donations data a bit more. Santos, a massive gas corporation, $71,000 to the Labor Party and $37,500 to the Liberals in donations, $6.3 billion income, no tax paid. Mineral Resources, a huge mining company, $76,000 to the Liberals and $55,000 to the ALP, $5.6 billion in income, no tax paid. Adani Mining, a multinational coal corporation, $66,000 to a Nationals associated entity in donations, previously donated to Labor and the LNP directly, $115 million in income, no tax paid. See a pattern here? 31% of corporations in Australia pay no tax. And it's not just mining. Star Entertainment has donated almost $100,000 since 2020 to the ALP National and Queensland branches, no tax paid. Transurban, the toll road operator, paid no tax Last financial year, they donated almost the exact same amount, around $30,000, to both major parties in 21-22 and 22-23. These companies, all ripping Australians off, are topping the charts for donations to Labor and the LNP. And the political system is serving their interests. They pay no tax while families are sleeping in their cars and tents, while 60% of Australians put off seeing the dentist due to cost, while our next generation is saddled with tens of thousands of dollars in student net debt. We need more Greens in Parliament to stop the big corporations and billionaires buying our democracy. This might be the last fortnight of Parliament this term, and I want to speak about something I've addressed many times before. Brisbane residents suffer some of the worst flight noise in the country. It's not an annoyance, it's a serious health issue with serious impacts. Interrupted sleep is a nightly occurrence for thousands of people in Brisbane. Flight noise has been inflicted directly by the shared policies of the major parties, refusing to legislate a curfew, prioritising aviation industry profits above all else, and privatising airlines and airports. Labor and the LNP have refused to support my private member's bill that would extend the protections that Sydney Airport currently enjoys: a curfew, cap on flights, and long-term operating plan to Brisbane. Labor and the LNP have voted against even considering a curfew at Brisbane Airport. Labor and the LNP also voted against transparency for Brisbane Airport's anti-curfew lobbying efforts. People affected by flight noise deserve so much better than Labor and the LNP, both so beholden to the aviation industry. The Greens got a Senate inquiry up that made 21 recommendations, more flights over the water, and brought this issue to the national stage. We're on the community's side, and we'll keep fighting for real, long-term solutions to aircraft noise. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is the House to now adjourn. Give the call to a member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Speaker. My debate tonight is on a very special birthday that just passed, the 31st birthday of Medicare, an extraordinary social program that has changed the lives of millions of Australians. Since its introduction in 1984 by the Hawke Labor government, Medicare has transformed the lives of millions, ensuring that access to quality healthcare is not a privilege reserved for the wealthy, but a fundamental right of all Australians. Medicare's journey began with a vision that no Australian should have to choose between their health and financial security. When the system was introduced under the Hawke government, it faced significant political and ideological opposition. Yet the idea behind it was simple, that healthcare should be available to all, regardless of income, social status or geographic location. Prior to Medicare, access to healthcare in Australia was largely dependent on private insurance or personal financial means. A lengthy hospital stay before Medicare could cause significant financial distress for people on low or no income. Or, if you could afford it, you had private insurance, which, depending on how long you paid for, could run out during your hospital stay. The establishment of Medicare was a bold and necessary step towards eliminating these disparities, and changed the healthcare system. It certainly did. It ensured every Australian and permanent resident has access to essential healthcare services and necessary treatments without the financial burden. One of the greatest strengths of Medicare is bulk billing for GPs. This has made primary healthcare more accessible, particularly for vulnerable populations such as the elderly, students and low-income families. Medicare also plays a crucial role in funding Australia's public hospitals, ensuring that emergency and essential medical services are available to all. Public hospitals provide world-class care, from life-saving surgeries to chronic disease management, without the financial stress that often accompanies private healthcare in other nations. Alongside Medicare, the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme ensures that Australians have affordable access to necessary medications. For many people in my country, living with chronic conditions, life-saving drugs available on the PBS at a fraction of their actual cost are literally crucial for their survival, preventing financial hardship for those with chronic illness and other serious health conditions. This is a government that values Medicare and the health of all Australians. The Albanese Labor government is continuing to improve our health system, strengthening Medicare, easing cost of living pressures with cheaper medicines, and embedding new mental health services in Medicare. Just yesterday, there was a phenomenal announcement of the delivery of an additional $1.7 billion to fund public hospitals and health services next year. This funding will be delivered to states and territories to help cut waiting lists, reducing waiting times in emergency rooms and managing ramping. We have built 87 Medicare urgent care clinics, relieving pressure of emergency rooms and helping people seeking care when their GPs are closed. These clinics are open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through to Sunday, providing access to medical support that doesn't clog up the hospital system, and all you need is your Medicare card. My community is fortunate. We have the Frankston Medicare Urgent Care Clinic, which I've been working hard to promote to make sure local people in Dunkley are aware of it. There have been nearly 27,000 visits to this clinic in Frankston as of the 13th of January 2024. We have invested record amounts into bulk billing, created an additional 103,000 bulk billed visits to the GP every week. On average, 5.4 million additional bulk billed visits since November 2023. This has meant there has been an additional 36,000 bulk billed visits to the GP in Dunkley as a result of our tripling of the bulk billing incentive.
The question is the House to now agenda. Give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Speaker. Before I begin, let me tell you how excited the people of Mallee are that you will be joining us in the wonderful northwest of Victoria, visiting our schools and encouraging everyone to engage in our incredible democracy. Regardless of which chapter it might be in your storied career as Speaker, we cannot wait for you to join us in tropical North Victoria. Time won't permit us to take you to all four corners of the wonderful Mallee electorate, but I am sure in Sunraysia you will put on quite a show. Speaker, it may disappoint you to learn that there is a little grumbling about the Albanese Labor government in Mallee, not least of which from some of its mayors. You won't make any though, so it's okay. Shocking, I know, but it's true. The Labor government recently announced the successful recipients of the Housing Support Program, and guess how much support Mallee got? None. Not a cracker. Yarriambiack Shire Mayor Kylie Zanker was gutted, telling the local media, and I quote, "As a mayor, to say our council is disappointed is an understatement. We work restlessly on funding applications, and to miss out again is just heartbreaking. We submit quality applications, investing time and money on consultants to assist to ensure our applications are of the highest standard, and to be unsuccessful is devastating. 4 quality projects across Yarriambiack and not one funded. Our communities deserve so much more than the 0 that is being delivered." I have to underline, this is me now, I have to underline that money invested in applications. I have 12 shires in my Mallee electorate, where many metropolitan electorates just have 1 or 2. Our councils have very low rate bases. They make a judgment call to invest in the resources to make an application. It's not a competition. And a key factor in that decision is how critical it is for their residents. Yarriambiack Shire made 4 housing applications and got zip, zilch, nada. It may horrify you to hear, Speaker, that comparing the preceding 3 years under a coalition government to this 3 years of the Albanese Labor government, the difference in federal spending in my electorate is a factor of 20 to 1. In my first 3 years, $2 billion was delivered in the electorate of Mallee. Since Labor have been in, there has been just $100 million across 12 shires. It's appalling. So much so that the Mildura Rural City Council in my hometown also hit out about missing out again under Labor's Growing Regions program. If we get the chance, Speaker, I might take you out to the Mildura Sporting Precinct for a kick of the footy or perhaps a shoot of the hoops. You can do that. Where the Coalition put $17.5 million into the Mildura region in that project alone from the Building Better Regions Fund program. It was amazing. Under Labor's replacement Growing Regions program, do you want to guess what they've had under Labor? Diddly squat. New Mayor Helen Healy told Wade Stevens at the Sunraysia Daily newspaper, and I quote, "The application we submitted would have realised a whole host of major additional improvements to our riverfront precinct and is certainly in line with the purpose of this program. So we're not only disappointed, but a little surprised." The Chief Executive, Martin Hawson, added, "We've also committed to a significant level of matching funding as part of our application, as this project would have provided numerous benefits for our community, particularly families. While this is obviously a setback, we are still committed to these improvements and will look at how much we can do with council funding." I have to say that that is very difficult in country electorates and country shires. They are really scrambling to find dollars to even fix roads. Speaker, this is the can-do regional spirit at work. We crack on getting the job done, but to say the Mallee electorate is looking longingly to a return of coalition government would be an understatement.
Thank the member for Mallee and look forward to joining her in her electorate. The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Bean.
Thanks, Speaker. Services Australia employees deliver a raft of vital services to Australians, including so many across the communities in my electorate of Bean. Services Australia currently employs over 4,000 people in the ACT, with several workplaces in the electorate of Bean, including the Reed Street offices, the Caroline Chisholm Centre, the Louisa Lawson Building and the Bow Street and Anketel Street service centres. I and all my Labor colleagues understand and value the contribution they are making to this nation every day. For these reasons, Speaker, I pay close attention to what those opposite have to say about this vital service delivery agency and a source of thousands of jobs in my community. We all know that during the Coalition era of office, the staff resources of Services Australia were depleted, and under the Liberals, it simply did not have the staff numbers to do its important role. It was left to Labor in office to provide Services Australia with the resources to do its job and for people across Australia to benefit from appropriate staff numbers and the enhanced outcomes that they deliver. Needless to say, Speaker, rebuilding the staff numbers to what they needed to be could not be done overnight. First, staff needed to be recruited and training to be undertaken. I am pleased that this Labor government has done this and Australians are now in a position to reap the benefits of properly staffed Services Australia offices here and around the country. But, Speaker, the opposition leader has a plan to axe 36,000 public service jobs if he wins the next election. So far, the LNP has refused to identify which jobs they would target. But yesterday, in the House of Representatives, the member for Bradfield and the former Minister for Social Services made it very clear that Services Australia jobs are at the top of the Liberals' hit list. In his speech to the House of Representatives, the member made a host of false claims about Services Australia and made it very clear the Liberals believe it's overstaffed and numbers needed to be axed, harking back to the headcount that was in place when the Liberals were last in office. Speaker, in his speech, the member for Bradfield said of the staff increases this government has put in place, Productivity has collapsed. Services Australia has more staff doing less work, processing fewer claims. Service delivery outcomes have become worse. Throughout his speech, the member for Bradfield condemns the increase in staffing numbers that have been put in place by the government and suggests that the extra hands have not only not improved Services Australia, but in the Liberals' view, that they've made things worse. The Liberal view is, and I quote, "Services Australia has more staff doing less work." Speaker, this is from the party of robo-debt. This is from the party that puts algorithms before people. Speaker, the motivation behind the Liberals' baseless political attack on Services Australia is staff, and the increases in the staff numbers this government has put in place is clear. By demonising Services Australia's increase in staff numbers, the Liberals are setting the scene to wield the axe on the jobs that Labor has put back into Services Australia. Now, Speaker, this is bad news for all the Australians who rely on Services Australia. Everyday Australians right across the nation and across my electorate have been. And those Australians who count on those services being delivered in a professional and timely way. They will lose out when the Liberals axe jobs if they get their dream granted. Speaker, the Liberals targeting Services Australia jobs is also bad for the Services Australia staff throughout Australia and for the 4,300 workers who are based in the electorate of Bean. And who will be next? Employees in the Department of Veterans Affairs, employees in the Department of Health and Aged Care and Defence. Who will be next in the queue, Speaker? Well, Speaker, come later this year, the choice is clear. Australians can either support a conga line of Sir Lunch-a-Lots that will rip billions from critical public services, or they can support a Labor government that values public sector workers and the services they deliver, that support communities right across the nation, and so much of that work is led from my electorate of Bean.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to member for Bonner.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I stand here today as grateful to be Bonner's representative in Canberra as I was in my first term. Bonner has changed a lot since the last election, and I have delivered 79 important upgrades for local community organisations, including 67 for volunteers. The notorious Lyndon Level rail crossing will be transformed by the $85 million that I secured to save lives and bring much-needed safety upgrades to this dangerous intersection. Whether it be through events like my Youth Mental Health Forum and Seniors Expo, or aiding vulnerable people who call my office, standing up for all members of our community at all times is always my priority. A personal highlight of my year is attending the Indian Food Festival, kindly hosted by the St George Indian Orthodox Church in Mackenzie. With over 100 volunteers, the local church fosters community and belonging in Bonner, particularly for those in Mackenzie, Rochdale, Wishart, Mansfield and 8 Mile Plains. The Indian Orthodox Church is just one of the 67 volunteer groups I was able to deliver for. They now have their very own ride-on mower to maintain their property grounds. And we also have a very active and lively Chinese community in Bonner. They are a large population in our electorate, and I want to acknowledge their valuable contribution to our community. Happy Lunar New Year to all who celebrate. And the last 3 years in particular have not come without challenges. As a community, we rallied and overcame devastating floods in 2022, brutal storms last Christmas, and we continue to fight natural disasters. But one of these stories is that of the Wynnum Wolves. In 2022, I stood knee-high in water with President Rabi Crame, looking at unrecognisable Carmichael Park. Having secured $4 million to assist in their rebuild earlier this year, again I stood shoulder to shoulder with Rabi as he unveiled plans for their new state-of-the-art football facility. We trust our community has placed me in, and the community has placed in me is a privilege, and I'm determined to continue fighting for the values, aspirations and priorities that matter most to locals. And that means easing the cost of living, reducing crime, improving housing affordability and delivering safer roads. And I'm fighting to unlock the potential of the groups who are already doing so much for our southern Brisbane and Bayside areas. Take Josh and Nick from AC Carina. They told me the current lighting system at the AC Carina football field is in desperate need of an upgrade. And I'm proud to say that I share their vision to grow and provide new and improved facilities to meet the needs of our community. With increasing registrations, particularly from young women and girls, it's simply not safe nor efficient for the club to continue underutilising their grounds due to dark spots. And I'm fighting for the $1.3 million upgrade to deliver safe and more usable functional facility for local parents and players and supporters there at AC Carina. I have a plan for Mansfield State High School community. Mansfield is not only Queensland's largest secondary state school, but also one of the state's highest performing schools. Principal Tanks cares deeply for every student and family represented at the school, and she is doing an outstanding job. And it matters to me that all Bonner students have access to opportunities to excel in their passions now and for years to come. And this $4.5 million multi-purpose facility that will equip Mansfield State High School, the PNC and the wider community with their facilities is much needed, and Coalition Government will deliver. Bonner wouldn't be the same without our mighty men's sheds. A Coalition Government has committed the funding necessary to grow and expand both the Mount Gravatt and Winnamanly sheds. In a country where men over 60 are amongst the loneliest, our sheds provide the companionship, purpose and belonging needed. President Peter of Mount Gravatt and President David of Winnamanly both work tirelessly across Bonner, whether it be through mentorship, serving local events or cooking up a delicious sausage sizzle. They are our community leaders. But before flying down to Canberra, I visited the Nursery Road Special State School and to see for myself the incredible work of the leadership, teachers and staff who are part of the community. Something that my colleagues from around the country may not understand is how brutal the Queensland summer can be. This time of the year, school days are hot and humid, with temperatures consistently hitting over 30 degrees. Nursery Road Special State School is in desperate need of a better infrastructure for sun safety. Having been on my own skin cancer journey, it is incredibly important to me that Nursery Road gets the funds needed for their new shade cloth.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to Member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On Tuesday morning, at the ecumenical prayer service for the opening of the 2025 parliamentary year, held at St Christopher's Cathedral in Forest, the Right Reverend Vanessa Bennett delivered an inspiring sermon entitled Hope in an Uncertain World. I emphasise the words hope and uncertain because right now the world is facing grave uncertainty. For billions of people throughout the world, hope is what keeps them going. On a similar theme, the Catholic Bishops' Conference Statement of 2024-25, entitled Truth and Peace, a Gospel Word in a Violent World, quotes the following statement from Pope Francis. A global ceasefire is urgent. Either we do not realise it or we are pretending not to see that we are on the brink of the abyss. End of quote. The Catholic Bishop's Statement then states, the last century was the most violent in human history, with piles of corpses of Auschwitz and Hiroshima its demonic emblem. At the dawn of the new century and the third millennium, there were hopes for a time of peace, but that was not to be. In 2022, it was reported that there were 55 state-based conflicts around the world and 82 non-state conflicts. According to the United Nations, this is the highest number of violent conflicts the world has faced since World War II. 2 billion people live in countries racked by such conflicts, and that's end of quote. According to the UNHCR, as of June 2024, there were an estimated 122.6 million people around the world who had been forced to flee their homes, and of them, 43.7 million were refugees. Whilst most Australians live in relative peace and comfort, far from rocket fire and bombs, throughout the world billions of others live in deep poverty, enslaved, oppressed, persecuted, or in the midst of armed conflict. In his message for the 58th World Day of Peace, marked on January the 1st, Pope Francis speaks of the inhuman treatment inflicted on migrants, environmental degradation, the refusal to engage in any form of dialogue, the immense resources spent on the industry of war, and how each of us must feel in some way responsible for the devastation to which the earth has been subjected. He goes on to talk about true and lasting peace, foreign debt as a means of control by richer nations, the abolition of the death penalty, and he calls for less money for weapons and more for development. I note that in 2023, according to one report, an estimated $2.4 trillion was spent on arms globally. That is $2.4 trillion that could otherwise have done so much good for so many people. Our world is in economic turmoil. Our environment is being degraded, and every day billions of people struggle through life. So many people I speak with are both anxious and fearful of the world's future. They see a world driven by greed and power. There is no light on the hill or at the end of the tunnel. But they have hope. Hope that the future will be better, that peace will prevail. In my community, it is the Christian and other faith leaders who have become the loudest voices of reason, compassion, social justice and lasting peace. Their voices need to be heard by the global political leaders. Hope can become reality when global leaders act. Hope is driven by faith. Faith in our leaders, faith in humanity, faith that good will prevail over evil. So in the spirit of Reverend Bennett's sermon, we can have hope when government policies unite rather than divide people, when compassion and tolerance are at the centre of administration, when we all strive for lasting peace, when our environment is valued and protected, when injustice, discrimination and inequality is not acceptable, and when human life is sacrosanct. The Ecumenical Prayer Service was a reminder to us all of these values. In the uncertain world we live in, where the truth has been eroded and misinformation and disinformation flourishes, it is our commitment to these values that will raise our hope for a better future.
It being 5 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. next Monday.